At the start of Chapter 1, the main character, Sakurai, was spending his day the way he usually did, playing a game on his phone. It was a completely ordinary day, nothing out of the usual for anyone around him. Then, without warning, his phone screen showed a network error and went back to the title screen. Before he could make sense of what was happening, some kind of instruction appeared, telling him to put all his stat points into evasion and to aim for a build as an evasion healer, one that would turn the common sense of another world on its head. The next thing Sakurai knew, he was sitting on the floor. When he looked up, he found himself kneeling before a large throne in an unfamiliar place. Two other people were behind him, a boy and a girl. The girl had nearly collapsed to the floor, and the boy was checking on her. She steadied herself and expressed her confusion about the situation. Sakurai stared at the two of them and began to wonder if they had also been brought there without any warning or explanation, just like him. The thought crossed his mind that this looked exactly like the kind of thing that happened in manga and games, being summoned to another world. Then the king sitting on the throne spoke. Sakurai could hardly believe it. He felt like he had stumbled into one of the most overused storylines in gaming. The king introduced himself as King Joseph Roa Piznut of the Piznut Kingdom, and explained that his kingdom was in trouble because it sat right next to the demon continent, where demon folk lived. He asked the three of them to defeat the demon lord on the kingdom's behalf. Sakurai quietly observed the king and thought he came across as arrogant rather than genuinely distressed. The minister stepped in to explain things further and first asked for their names. Sakurai introduced himself, followed by the girl, Takena, and the other boy, Watanabe. The minister was visibly emotional, expressing that the long-awaited summoning of heroes had finally come true. He told the three of them that they were believed to hold the potential to grow far stronger than ordinary people, and that the kingdom needed them to grow powerful quickly and bring down the evil demon lord. Sakurai was not buying any of it, but when he glanced over at Takena and Watanabe, he quietly felt relieved that neither of them seemed to be the passionate, easily swayed type who would immediately take the king's side. The minister then asked the three to bring out their status plates so their current strength could be checked. None of them had any idea what that was, and they looked at one another in confusion. The minister caught himself and explained that by saying a certain incantation, a hologram would appear showing their current condition. He demonstrated, and a glowing display appeared in the air. Sakurai immediately thought that this world worked similarly to a game, and found himself genuinely excited by the idea. His gamer instincts were kicking in. Sakurai said the incantation and his status appeared. He was level 1, with the job title of priest. Every one of his main stats, attack, defense, accuracy, and magic, sat at just 1 point each, with the exception of his recovery, which was at 100. He had 3 skills, a passive language acquisition ability, a heal skill, and a regenerate skill. Sakurai quickly pieced it all together. The language skill was clearly why he could communicate without any trouble despite being in a foreign world. As for heal and regenerate, both struck him as genuinely useful. The overall build was unbalanced, but he was a healer type. The minister was visibly impressed, noting that having a healer among the heroes was rare, and that the advanced version of the job, priest, was remarkable because it could cure any kind of injury, no matter how severe. Sakurai took note of this quietly, realizing that in this world, healer was actually the starting point before becoming a priest. He decided to simply refer to himself as a healer for the time being. Takena revealed that her job was wizard, which the minister praised as an advanced magic job. Watanabe then announced his job title, and the reaction from those present was one of visible shock. Sakurai felt a bit sorry for him, recognizing that Watanabe's situation looked like it was going to be complicated, though between the three of them, Watanabe honestly looked the most like a traditional hero. The minister reminded them all that as they leveled up, they would be able to raise their stats however they chose. Watanabe studied his own status screen with a puzzled expression, not very used to how games worked. He noticed he already had 50 stat points available and was unsure what to do with them. The minister was surprised that Watanabe had points already, guessing it must have been a gift from the gods given his status as a hero, since normally a person would have to level up first to earn them. Sakurai, looking at his own screen, also noticed he had 50 stat points sitting there. He thought through the usual options: attack, defense, magic, recovery, the classic spread. Curious, Sakurai asked the minister what the average stat values were for people in this world. The minister explained that most people had around 20 to 30 points in the main stats tied to their job, and that anyone who managed to push past 50 would be considered a top-tier master, someone no one would question. Sakurai covered his mouth in surprise as he looked at his recovery stat, showing 100 points. He thought to himself that if only 50 points was enough to be called a master healer, then having 100 points must make him extraordinarily powerful. He figured it was probably more than enough even without raising it further, though he had not tested it yet. He remembered an old wound he had gotten from a traffic accident during his childhood. It bothered him so much that he never wore short sleeves even in summer, so he decided it would be the perfect thing to test his healing skill on. He looked around to make sure no one was watching, then touched his arm and felt a warm sensation spread through it. When he rubbed the spot, the old scar had completely disappeared. He was amazed to discover that his healing ability could not only treat fresh wounds, but also old injuries that had long since closed. With that confirmed, he decided there was no need to put any more points into his recovery stat. He then began thinking about how to distribute his remaining stat points. He thought about what was truly expected of a healer in battle. The first priority was to stay alive. The second was good positioning. The third was strong healing ability. Most people would naturally think to raise their defense so they could survive taking hits. But to Sakurai, nothing was more useless than a healer who got targeted by enemies and died before being able to help anyone. Still, pure defense did not feel right to him either, because even with high defense he would still take some damage, and then he would have to use his healing on himself instead of his teammates. He thought carefully about what the right answer was. His eyes landed on the evasion stat, and it clicked. If he never got hit in the first place, he would never need to heal himself and could focus entirely on supporting his comrades. It sounded unusual for a healer build, but to him, it was the ideal. A healer who could not be touched was far more valuable than one who could merely take a beating. When Takena asked if he had finished distributing his points, Sakurai told the group he had put everything into evasion. The reaction was immediate and harsh. The minister was stunned and demanded to know if he had heard correctly. The soldiers murmured among themselves in disbelief, saying a healer should have put all their points into recovery, not evasion. The minister called him an idiot and declared that he would not even be able to heal minor scratches, making him a complete burden to the other two heroes. He was furious that Sakurai had not consulted him first. Sakurai quietly reminded himself that his recovery was already at 100 points, which should be more than sufficient. The king was equally outraged, calling Sakurai brainless and reminding everyone that being a healer was a rare and valuable role. He ordered Sakurai to be thrown in jail immediately and declared him unworthy of being called a hero. Takena tried to speak up on Sakurai's behalf, suggesting that he must have had his reasons, but the king shut her down and refused to be questioned. Sakurai was taken to the dungeon and shoved inside by a guard who sneered at him for being such a worthless healer and told him he might as well be dead. The guard then threw a punch at Sakurai's face, but without even thinking much about it, Sakurai dodged it. Both he and the guard were equally surprised. The guard swung again, and this time Sakurai flattened himself to avoid the blow with ease. The second guard watching asked what was going on, unable to believe what he was seeing. The first guard could not understand how he kept missing someone who was supposedly useless. The second guard decided to try himself and swung his leg at Sakurai, but he missed too. The two guards took turns attacking and kept failing to land a single hit, growing more and more frustrated and confused. They eventually gave up in disgust and stormed out of the cell. Sakurai laughed to himself after they left. He thought it was fitting and wondered who the truly useless one was now, since two trained soldiers could not land a blow on a healer. He then turned his thoughts to his situation and felt irritated that they had judged him without ever checking his status plate properly. Though thinking about it more, he realized the kind of king ruling this place was exactly this type, so it was probably better that his true stats remained hidden. He began thinking about how to escape, though he doubted he could move around freely even if he managed to get out. He had been summoned to a very troublesome place. He briefly thought about the other two heroes and what they must be going through, feeling only mild sympathy for them before turning his attention back to himself. He decided to use the time to work through his future plans and test more of his skills. He opened his status plate and looked over his abilities. To properly test his healing skill, he would need to be injured first, but that went against the whole reason he had chosen the evasion build in the first place. He laughed at himself a little. That left regeneration to test. It was another classic healing spell familiar from the RPGs he knew. He cast it on himself and felt the same deep warmth as with the healing skill, spreading gently through his body. He was not sure how effective it was, but he kept casting it repeatedly to get a feel for it. The warmth grew until it felt like his whole body was wrapped in it, reminding him of the sensation of a sand bath. He kept going and going, and yet felt no tiredness and no sign that his mana was running low. He thought that there had to be some limit somewhere, but then again, with 100 points in his healing stats when 50 was already considered the mark of a master, perhaps his mana pool was simply on a completely different level. It was not so strange that he might be the most capable healer among all of humanity in this world. He felt satisfied that his healing abilities would not be a problem. The only thing he wished for was a greater variety of skills, but since he was still at level 1, he figured there would be opportunities to learn more as he progressed. The deep and continuous warmth of the regeneration spell was making him drowsy. He decided there was no rush to escape just yet and let himself drift off to sleep on the bed in the cell. The two heroes descended the stairs toward the jail cells. When Watanabe looked inside the cell, he was surprised that Sakurai was actually able to sleep in such a place. Takena remarked that Sakurai must have been exhausted after everything that had happened. Watanabe agreed, sighing to himself as he noted that Sakurai was a tough person. Sakurai stirred in his sleep, scratching his stomach before rubbing his eyes and sitting up. After exchanging morning greetings, Watanabe informed Sakurai that the king had agreed to let him out of jail and that they would be leaving the place. Sakurai muttered something under his breath, catching Watanabe off guard. Inwardly, Sakurai was struck by the fact that the other two could have easily abandoned him for their own benefit, but they had chosen not to. He quickly brushed it off and thanked them. The three of them were then brought into a completely different world, one where a level system similar to that of a role-playing game existed as a natural part of everyday life. As they walked through the halls, Watanabe checked in on Sakurai, who assured him he was fine. Sakurai glanced at a portrait of the king on the wall and muttered again. Watanabe picked up on his discomfort and mentioned that it was a bit unsettling. Sakurai admitted he was beginning to question the sanity of whoever had decorated the place. Watanabe laughed it off and suggested they all sit down to go over what they knew so far, also letting Sakurai know he was free to eat as much of the fruit laid out as he liked. They had been brought into this world with the purpose of defeating an evil demon lord, or so they had been told. According to the king, once the demon lord was defeated, they would be sent back home to the exact moment and place they had come from, as if nothing had ever occurred. Sakurai found the whole story a bit too vague. Takena shared his doubts, pointing out that the king and his people were living in luxury while leaving a group of complete strangers to handle such a critical task. Watanabe also agreed that even if they did manage to defeat the demon lord, there was no guarantee the king would actually keep his word and send them home. Sakurai let out a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried that the other two had actually believed the king's suspicious story. Watanabe chuckled and reached out his hand, surprised that Sakurai had doubted them. He thought of himself as someone who did not easily fall for other people's influence. The three of them joined hands. Sakurai felt a sense of ease wash over him, reassured that the other two were truly on his side. From that point on, Watanabe asked to simply be called Run, and Takena said she would be glad if they used her given name, Ruri. Sakurai confirmed it was fine and told them to call him Hiroki. He reflected quietly on the situation. He had had companions before inside a game, but this was his first time having real ones in actual life. He hoped they would all get along. Rin shared his thoughts on their next steps. Even though they had no reason to trust the people of that kingdom, he believed it was still in their best interest to maintain a connection with the country. His reasoning was that if the kingdom had the means to summon them from their world, then somewhere within it there was likely a clue about how to get back. Ruri, however, mentioned that she was more curious about the other races in that world. She went on to explain what she had heard. The people of that world could generally be divided into three races. The kingdom they were currently in, called Piznut, was situated on the human continent known as Loquat. Beyond that, there was the Apricot continent, home to the demon folk, and the Tangerine continent, where the beast folk lived. There was a common saying that one should look to the demon folk for magic, the beast folk for martial arts, and humans for wisdom. Ruri believed this was why humans had a significant advantage when it came to knowledge about skills. Rin acknowledged that directly approaching the other races could be dangerous, which was why they had decided to hold off and observe things for the time being. Hiroki agreed it was a sensible approach, though he privately noted that there was still a chance important clues could be found on the other continents, particularly on the Apricot continent, where the magic-gifted demon folk resided. He quietly wondered what the best course of action would be for all of them going forward. Hiroki asked whether the king had explained the skill system to the other two. They confirmed he had. Rin laid out what they knew. There were three types of skills in that world. The first was the passive skill, which remained active at all times without any effort, much like the language skill they had all received upon arrival. The second type was the weapon skill, which activated when a specific weapon or piece of armor was equipped and drew on a person's attack and defense stats. Both Rin's and Ruri's skills fell into this category. The third type was the magic skill, which allowed a person to draw on the mana within their body and release it outward as magic. Ruri's and Hiroki's abilities were examples of this type, and their effectiveness depended on magic and recovery stats. Hiroki took it all in and acknowledged that becoming strong in every area at once would not be an easy thing to do. Still, it was becoming clear that gathering information from the human side of things was necessary. At the same time, he could not shake the feeling that other kingdoms might hold clues too. He was trying to figure out how to bring that up to the others when Rin spoke first. Rin said that both he and Ruri had been thinking of remaining in that kingdom and that they wanted Hiroki to take on a different role. Hiroki caught on immediately to what Rin was suggesting. Rin began to walk it back and told Hiroki to forget it, but Hiroki stopped him. He said this was exactly what needed to be done, and in fact he had just been thinking the same thing himself. There was no need for all three of them to stay in one place. He would go out on his own and search for clues elsewhere. Rin expressed concern about whether Hiroki could manage alone. Hiroki assured him it was not a problem, explaining that the kind of fighter he was aiming to become was an evasion-based healer. Rin was unfamiliar with the idea, and Ruri noted that Hiroki had indeed put all of his stat points into evasion. Rin then recalled that this was the very reason Hiroki had ended up in jail in the first place. Ruri told Hiroki that she and Rin had distributed their stat points in the standard way that was common in that world. Hiroki took that in and said it was more or less what he had expected. Ruri was surprised that he had already figured it out and asked why. If he understood the system, he had chosen to put all of his points into evasion. Rather than answering with words right away, Hiroki tossed an apple up into the air, letting it fall without touching him at all. He then explained that maxing out evasion meant he would be able to dodge every single attack an enemy threw at him. The other two were left speechless. Rin worked through the logic and concluded that it made Hiroki practically impossible to beat in a fight, and that Hiroki had come up with something truly clever. Hiroki shrugged it off and said it was simply the way a gamer thought. Both Rin and Ruri bowed toward him. Rin said he now understood why Hiroki was the right person for the task ahead. He acknowledged it would be full of danger, but said he was counting on him. Hiroki accepted without hesitation and told them to leave it to him. Inwardly, Hiroki admitted to himself that he was a little nervous about what awaited him once he stepped outside the castle. But stronger than the nervousness was a kind of excitement he could not hold back. The idea of exploring an entirely different world with his own eyes thrilled him. He thought to himself that being a gamer at heart really was a troublesome thing. Hiroki mentioned that he had been surprised the king had agreed to let him out of jail at all. At that, Rin reached out and held Hiroki's wrist. He admitted that he had not wanted to bring it up, but felt that he had no right to hide anything from a comrade. Rin then showed Hiroki a bangle on his wrist and explained that it was a contract bangle. He had agreed to wear it as part of a deal with the king, and in exchange, the three of them were allowed to move around freely. Hiroki's reaction was immediate and alarmed. He pointed out that Rin was not actually free at all under those terms and demanded to know what kind of contract the king had forced on him. Ruri struggled to say anything. Rin downplayed it and said it was not as serious as it sounded. The only real restriction was that he could not travel to other kingdoms without getting the king's approval first. Hiroki cursed under his breath. In his mind, he was furious that the king had the nerve to treat a summoned hero like a pet kept on a leash. But more than his anger at the king, he felt a heavy guilt knowing that none of this would have happened if he himself had not acted so rashly. He bowed his head, almost embarrassed to do it, and told Rin plainly that he was not going to say sorry with empty words. Instead, he told Rin to wait for him, because he was going to find a way to get that bangle off no matter what. Rin was visibly moved by this. Ruri added that Rin should not forget she would also be working from inside the kingdom to find a way, so he would not be without support. Rin said openly that he was glad the two of them had been summoned alongside him. Hiroki then brought up the practical matter of how they would stay in contact with each other while apart. He suggested that they use their given names when reaching out, since the king only knew their family names and nothing more. Rin agreed, remembering that they had never given the king their full names. They settled on a rule that any message using their family names should be treated as a trap. Before Hiroki left, Ruri handed him a bag. Rin told him to take their belongings along as well, so he could trade them for money if he ever needed it. Rin gave him a ballpoint pen and a notebook, and Ruri contributed her hand mirror and handkerchief. Hiroki thanked them both and promised to come back with good news. Rin told him to be careful, and Hiroki walked out. Standing at the exit and looking out at the scenery, Hiroki thought it looked exactly like the Middle Ages back on Earth. It genuinely felt like stepping inside a classic RPG. He noticed it was already evening and figured he would need to find an inn before long, which meant he needed money first, and that meant finding somewhere to trade his items. He thought through what he could sell. He did not want to part with the things Rin and Ruri had given him if he could help it. He also knew that his smartphone and portable charger would eventually run out of battery with no way to recharge them. He remembered he had 3 small chocolates on him, but he was not confident that such a small number would attract any buyers. He glanced at a nearby stall and thought that it might be possible to work something out, though he would need more information first. He found himself wondering whether guilds existed in that world the way they did in RPGs, like a pub or a gathering place for adventurers. It was then that he noticed people around him were repeatedly glancing in his direction. He quickly realized it was because of his clothes, which clearly looked nothing like what the local people wore. He knew he needed to find new clothing as soon as he could. He thought about what kind of outfit would suit him, leaning towards something easy to move in rather than the robes that healers and magicians typically wore. He spotted a signboard nearby and tried to read it in hopes of finding the guild, but when he opened his status screen, he saw that only his own status plate was written in Japanese. The language acquisition skill apparently did not apply to written text. He was at a complete loss and ended up crouching down on the ground in frustration. A voice nearby asked if something was wrong. He explained that he did not know where the guild was. A young girl asked him if he was lost. He was caught off guard, quietly embarrassed to be spoken to the way one would speak to a small child who had wandered off, especially by someone so young. The girl mentioned that she too had been separated from her friends and was heading to the Adventurers Guild herself, so they were in a similar situation. Hiroki noticed she was dressed like a magician and asked if that was the case. She confirmed it and told him she had just finished her very first adventure, having defeated a slime, and was on her way to collect her reward. The news that money could be earned by fighting was encouraging to Hiroki. The two agreed to head to the guild together. Not long after, a voice called out from somewhere above them, and a young man was waving and pointing toward the girl. She recognized him and called back the names of her friends, Floyd and Dea. Dea came over and expressed relief, saying they had been worried when she suddenly disappeared. Dea then turned to Hiroki and asked who he was. The girl simply described him as another lost child. Hiroki introduced himself, and the girl, whose name turned out to be Tina, said she had told Floyd that Hiroki was looking for the guild as well. Floyd suggested they bring him along and introduced himself as an adventurer. Dea introduced himself too, and Tina gave her own introduction with a cheerful greeting. They shook hands. Floyd pointed out the direction they needed to go and described the guild as a collection of oddly shaped buildings that were hard to miss. He made sure Hiroki could see them before they set off. Hiroki looked up at the building and asked to make sure that it was really the Adventurers Guild. Floyd confirmed it was and pointed out how solid and sturdy it looked, explaining that it served as their headquarters in times of emergency. He then laughed and added that he could not quite say the same if a dragon ever managed to break through. The comment made Hiroki pause. He asked whether monsters could actually get inside the city walls. Floyd said no, and noted that the last time something like that had happened was 100 years ago. He then invited Hiroki inside. Stepping through the doors, Hiroki was completely taken in by the sight. In his mind, he told himself that he was really there, standing in the place every gamer dreamed of. Floyd let him know that their group was heading to report on their completed quest and pointed Hiroki toward the left counter, telling him to go there for registration and to call out if he needed any help. They parted ways. At the counter, Hiroki was greeted by a young woman named Hala, who asked how she could help him. He immediately noticed her cat ears moving and realized she was a beast folk, or at least part beast folk. He had not expected to see one living in a human kingdom. Hala seemed to catch his reaction and mentioned, somewhat apologetically, that it was rare to see a beast folk around those parts, then quickly added that she was only a half. Hiroki apologized for having startled her, and she told him it was fine. Hiroki introduced himself and stated that he had come to register as an adventurer. Hala said she would walk him through the details. She began by explaining that the Adventurers Guild operated as a neutral organization across all 3 continents, open to all races without exception. As a result, its members included demon folk, beast folk, and humans alike. Hiroki was surprised to hear that demon folk were among them and said so. Hala explained that with monster attacks being a constant threat, every country needed as many adventurers as it could get. Because of this, registered adventurers were actually permitted to cross national borders simply by showing their guild identification. Hiroki found that to be a very useful perk. Hala continued, telling him that once registered, he would be free to take on as many quests as he liked, which could be picked up from the board on the wall. When Hiroki quietly admitted that he could not read the local writing, Hala reassured him and said he could simply come to the counter and ask for recommendations just as many of the other adventurers did. She then gave him a serious warning, telling him to be very careful about which quests he chose, because there had been no shortage of people who had lost their lives by taking on more than they could handle. Hiroki took that to heart. He reminded himself that no matter how much this world resembled a game, dying here would mean it was truly over. Hala wrapped up her explanation and asked whether he wished to go ahead with registration. He said yes. She had him fill out a form and informed him that the registration fee was 3,000 lot. The cost caught him off guard, as he had not expected to have to pay. Hala noticed he had trouble reading and offered to fill out the form on his behalf. Hiroki stalled for a moment, quickly coming up with an excuse. He told her he had just come from his village and had not brought any money with him, then asked whether he might be able to sell something in place of payment. Hala agreed and said the guild would be happy to buy from him. Hiroki reached into his bag and brought out the 3 small chocolates he had with him. Hala examined them with curiosity, commenting on their colorful wrapping and saying she had never seen anything like them before. Hiroki described them as a rare sweet called chocolate. When Hala said it would be difficult for her to judge their value, Hiroki offered to let her try one. He proposed a simple arrangement. If she liked it, he would give her the remaining pieces in exchange for her covering his registration fee. But if she did not enjoy it, he would not ask her to pay for the one she had already eaten. Hala decided one piece could not hurt and accepted. She sniffed it first, remarking that she had never come across a smell quite like it. Then she ate it. Her whole body trembled. She said it was incredibly good. Hiroki was relieved. She described how it had melted the instant it touched her mouth, and how it managed to be both a little bitter and sweet at the same time. She told him they had a deal and that she would cover his registration fee in exchange for the remaining chocolates. Hiroki thanked her warmly. Hala then asked about his job and fighting style. He told her he was a healer who had put most of his stat points into recovery and evasion. Hala went quiet for a moment and repeated the word evasion as if she had misheard. He confirmed it and quickly added that he had also put points into recovery, as if to soften the information. Hala summed it up plainly. He was a healer who had used his most valuable stat points on evasion. She then asked whether he was part of a party. He said no, he was on his own, and that finding companions was actually one of the main reasons he had come to the guild. Hala took a breath and told him honestly that she was afraid no existing party would be willing to take him in. Hiroki did not understand why. She explained that healers who raised stats other than recovery were considered weaker at healing, and that this was widely known throughout the adventuring community. In plain terms, a healer like that simply was not seen as useful. Hiroki held firm and insisted that an evasion-focused healer was the best build he could imagine. Hala suggested he reconsider before it was too late. He told her he still wanted to register. He then asked whether there was anything stopping him from approaching parties directly and asking to join. She said that was perfectly acceptable. He thanked her, she wished him luck, and he walked away from the counter. To himself, Hiroki muttered that he wanted to travel the whole world as quickly as possible, which meant he needed to find a strong party right away. He scanned the room and spotted a group that looked capable, then walked over and introduced himself, saying he was currently looking to join a party and asking if they might want a healer. One of them commented that a healer was a rare find. Looking at their expressions, Hiroki got the sense that they were pleased, which did not surprise him much since healers were generally in high demand everywhere. One of the men said it would be wonderful to have him and asked whether Hiroki had any prior experience in combat or working within a party. Hiroki admitted he had none yet, but assured them they would not need to worry about protecting him or going out of their way to keep him safe. The man was puzzled by what he meant. Hiroki told them that his evasion stats were quite high, so he was confident he would not get hit by enemy attacks. The whole group was visibly shocked to hear that his focus was on evasion. The man apologized and said he did not think Hiroki would be a good fit for their party. The others agreed. Hiroki stood there in disbelief after they turned him down. To himself, he wished they could understand even a little bit of what made evasion so valuable. But there was nothing he could do about it. He would simply have to try another party. He made his way to another table where a different group of adventurers was sitting. He introduced himself as a healer looking to join a party. The armored man at the table lit up at the mention of a healer. The woman with them explained that their group was made up entirely of frontline fighters. Hiroki asked if that meant he was being hired and thought to himself that this was another great reception. The woman asked what skills he had available and mentioned that it would be a bonus if he also carried a shield. Hiroki realized with a sinking feeling that he did not have one. He told them he was still new and could currently only heal and restore for the time being. He felt anxious that they might change their minds. The armored man said that as long as Hiroki had a healing skill, he thought that would be enough, though it would mean reworking their formation a little. Hiroki told him that would not be an issue since he was an evasion healer, and decided this was a good moment to explain the idea properly. He laid it out clearly. Because no attack could land on an evasion healer, the party would not need to spend any effort protecting him. And even if he did somehow get hurt, he could heal himself, so he would not be a burden in that way either. But the armored man rose from his seat and apologized anyway, telling Hiroki to try elsewhere and signaling to his party that they were leaving. As they got up, the woman remarked that they could not afford to have another deadweight dragging them down. Hiroki noticed the elf girl in their group as they left. She was carrying an unusually large amount of luggage for someone who appeared to be an archer. He quietly wondered whether the woman's comment about a deadweight had actually been directed at the elf girl rather than at him. He then found himself thinking that being taken on as a luggage carrier for a party might not be such a bad arrangement, before quickly reminding himself that his physical strength was not exactly his strong point. He was genuinely confident in his ability to concentrate and focus, but that was a different matter entirely. He looked around the room for another group to approach, but the other adventurers all avoided making eye contact with him. He turned to look at the empty tables around him and went quiet. It was clear that no one intended to come forward. He accepted the situation for what it was. Hala called out from the counter and offered to cancel his registration if he had changed his mind. Instead of taking her up on that, Hiroki walked over and asked where he could find monsters. Hala told him they could be encountered outside the town or inside a dungeon and asked why he wanted to know. He said he understood and asked where the nearest dungeon was, then requested that she recommend some quests in that area that did not involve directly hunting monsters, if possible. Hala said she had several she could suggest, but seemed hesitant. She asked whether he was planning to go to the nearest dungeon on his own, warning him that it was too dangerous. There were powerful creatures known as boss monsters lurking inside dungeons. Hiroki told her not to worry and said he was only going to take a quick look. She looked like she was about to argue further, but he kept reassuring her until she gave in, pressing her palm to her face in resignation. She told him there was a dungeon called the Stone Dungeon near the town that was safe enough for beginners. She had a quest there that involved gathering herbs from the area, with the guild willing to buy all the herbs he collected. She also mentioned that the quest had no time limit. Hiroki accepted it on the spot. Hala added one last warning. Even though the quest could technically be completed without fighting, monsters might still come after him. He said he would be fine and headed out. Hala called after him to be careful. Stepping outside, he only then noticed that the sun was nearly setting. Under normal circumstances, he would have called it a day at that point, but he was in desperate need of money. He decided he would go to the dungeon and gather the herbs right away, then use whatever he earned from the quest to rent a room for the night. He reasoned that he had slept plenty during his time in the jail cell, so staying up through one night would not be a problem. When he arrived at the stone dungeon, he recognized it immediately and stepped inside. It appeared to be empty. He decided to press further in and take a look around. Looking at the space around him, he thought that the word dungeon really was the only word that could describe a place like that. It was surprisingly well lit, though he had not come across any monsters yet. He figured he would probably run into some if he went deeper. The memory of Hala's warning came back to him, about the people who had lost their lives by taking on more than they could handle. He looked at the notes he had gotten from Rin and thought that since he could not count on coming back to life if he died in this world, drawing a map of the dungeon as he went was probably a wise idea. Then a slime came wobbling toward him. It launched itself at him, but missed completely. Hiroki watched it bounce right past and thought it was actually kind of cute. The slime kept trying to hit him and kept failing every single time. Hiroki started laughing. It was far too easy. He told himself that evasion healers truly were something else. He figured a slime was about as weak an enemy as it got, so he ought to be able to defeat one on his own, even without a weapon. He decided to give it a try and swung his leg to kick it. Nothing happened. He then remembered that he had only put 1 point into his attack stat. He looked at the slime and thought that he should have been able to beat it without much trouble, and that he really needed to start paying more attention to how he allocated his stats going forward. After a moment, he gave up on trying to defeat it and wondered whether the slime would just keep following him around until one of them won. He glanced back and laughed again when he saw that the slime had somehow split into 2. He told himself it would be fine to just leave them alone. They were unlikely to get in his way while he gathered herbs. By the time it split into 3, he had already stopped paying attention to them entirely. As he walked through the dungeon, he muttered to himself about all the things he needed money for: a place to sleep, some new clothes, and various other basics. It was a lot to deal with even before his actual adventure had properly begun. He figured he was going to have to gather a very large amount of herbs if he was going to cover everything he needed. At the start of Chapter 4, the slimes were still relentlessly going after Hiroki, but every single attack continued to miss him. He kept walking without much concern, and it was only when he stopped to think about it that he realized his body had been dodging everything on its own without any conscious effort on his part. He had not even noticed they were attacking him until that moment. He eventually found a staircase leading downward. When he turned around, he saw that a large number of slimes had been trailing behind him the whole time. They all came to a stop at the top of the stairs. He wondered aloud whether they were unable to leave their own floor, and if that was how the dungeon worked, then clearing it was going to be much simpler than he had expected. He decided to keep going deeper for as long as his evasion would hold up. On the second floor underground, he was set upon by mice, but just as before, every attack missed. On the third floor there was a wolf, and again it could not land a single hit. He muttered to himself that it was all too easy. By the 8th floor, monsters had begun appearing in mixed groups. He spotted a plant nearby and wondered whether it was one of the herbs Hala had told him about. He recalled her saying that there were 2 types of herbs growing in the dungeon near the town: the ordinary soothing grass and the higher grade healing grass. He decided to go ahead and start gathering the soothing grass. A wolf lunged at him as he moved toward the plants, but missed completely. He noted that the higher grade herbs did not seem to grow on that floor and moved on, leaving the wolf sliding down the wall in frustration behind him. He pressed onto the 10th floor and immediately noticed that the space felt grander and more impressive than the floors above. He sensed that something notable was waiting there. As if on cue, he came across a large patch of healing herbs, and there was a generous amount of them. He felt incredibly lucky. Then he heard a sound from somewhere nearby and stopped. He weighed his options, wondering whether to turn back or trust his evasion and press forward. He decided he was not going to run. He told himself to stay sharp and that he would only flee if he actually took a hit, but until that happened, he would keep going. He peered carefully around a wall and felt his stomach drop. The monster in front of him was on a completely different level from anything he had faced so far. It looked like a bear, and a large one at that, with a horn on its head. The sight of it genuinely frightened him, but he had already made his decision. He took a breath and ran forward. The horned bear turned its gaze toward him and let out a deep growl. Hiroki froze. He reminded himself that this was exactly what he had chosen when he committed to evasion as his way of fighting. The bear roared and swung its massive claws at him. Hiroki squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself. The claws missed. The bear swung again and missed. It charged directly at him and missed again. The bear stared at its own claws in apparent confusion. Hiroki could barely believe it, not because he doubted his build, but because he had not imagined it would feel this effortless. He simply walked forward and continued gathering herbs while the bear kept swinging uselessly at his back. He thought about the value of what he was collecting. A bundle of 3 healing herbs was worth 1,000 lot, which meant this was turning into a very profitable outing. After a while, he counted around 20 bundles and figured that was enough to cover the cost of renting a room. He let out a sigh of relief and told himself that would do for now. Then he looked up and found that there were now 5 horned bears surrounding him. All of them missed. He ran, not because he was in danger, but because the sight of 5 large bears closing in on him was rattling regardless of logic. Even knowing they could not touch him, his nerves got the better of him. Then he spotted a door. He wondered whether it led to a treasure room or a boss room. He had already decided he would keep moving forward until he actually got hit, so he pushed that thought aside. He noticed with mild irritation that the bears kept specifically aiming for his head. He reasoned that if he had handled 5 of them at once, a dungeon boss should not be any different. He sprinted toward the door and pushed it open with a muttered apology for intruding. The room made it instantly clear what it was. Everything about it announced itself as a boss room. The creature inside was an orc. It charged at him immediately. Hiroki was well aware that orcs tended to appear early in most games, but facing one as a dungeon boss still sent a spike of fear through him. He panicked internally and desperately wished someone would hand him a weapon. When the orc's attack came, it missed him entirely. The orc stopped, visibly thrown off. Hiroki felt a smirk cross his face. He taunted the creature, telling it that it was 100 years too early to beat him. The orc roared and launched into a frenzied series of attacks. Hiroki walked through them all without concern, though he privately acknowledged to himself that he was not exactly winning either. He turned his attention to the room and noticed a narrow opening in the wall that appeared to be a passage. He walked through it, glancing back to see the orc stuck at the entrance, unable to follow. He thought to himself that it must be completely unimaginable in this world for someone to simply walk through a boss room without defeating the boss. The door at the end of the passage was unlocked. He thought that was rather careless. Inside he found a treasure chest and a glowing magic circle on the floor. He recognized the circle as likely being a teleportation gate. The chest was small and made of plain wood, which he chalked up to the dungeon being a beginner level 1. He opened it and found a book inside. He wondered for a moment if it might be a magic grimoire, then thought it could be an adventurer's record of some kind. But when he opened it, every single page was blank. He checked it again to be sure. It was completely empty. His expression scrunched up in disbelief. He shouted at the chest, demanding his expectations back. Then a thought occurred to him. This was another world, after all. Perhaps the book required something specific before it could be read, the way certain games withheld content until a player collected a particular item or fulfilled some hidden condition. He could not think of a better explanation. He put the book in his bag and decided to take it with him for the time being. He turned his attention back to the magic circle and stood at its edge, wondering whether it was a teleportation gate or a trap. A prompt appeared in front of him asking whether he wished to step into it. He selected yes, reasoning that nothing worthwhile came without some risk. He stepped onto the circle. It lit up brightly, and he vanished from the dungeon. When he reappeared, there were people all around him. He had been sent back to the dungeon entrance. He looked around and realized it was already morning. He let out a small laugh of surprise. His hands were trembling slightly from the whole experience. He decided to head back to the guild and show them what he had found. Behind him, the armored man from the previous day called out to someone named Lusha. It was the elf girl from before, the one who had been carrying all the heavy luggage, trailing behind the man and struggling under the weight of it all as she called back that she was on her way. Hiroki walked on, taking in the crowd of adventurers around the entrance, ranging from obvious beginners to seasoned veterans. He hummed quietly to himself and reflected that the night had been harder than pulling an all-nighter over a game, but the excitement it had given him was something else entirely. When he arrived at the guild, Hala spotted him right away and visibly relaxed. She said she was glad he had come back safely and assumed he had turned back from the dungeon without going in alone. Hiroki told her that was not what had happened. She asked if he had managed to find a party along the way. He said not exactly, and then set the large bundle of herbs down on the counter. Hala stared at the pile in shock. Hala exclaimed over the herbs, recognizing them as healing grass, which was known to be extremely difficult to obtain. She also noted that they were in remarkably good condition, as though Hiroki had not fought at all during the time he was collecting them. Hiroki thought to himself that this was because he genuinely had not fought. Hala assumed he must have found a wonderful party to work with. When he told her he had gone alone and gathered everything using his evasion skill, she responded with a polite acknowledgement, though Hiroki could tell from her expression that she had not really understood what he meant. He wondered to himself whether his approach was truly that unusual. Hala counted out the herbs and announced that he had brought back 20 bundles of healing grass and 10 bundles of soothing grass. She handed over his payment. Hiroki felt a surge of relief and satisfaction. With that money, he could finally buy the things he needed. He then reached into his bag, remembering that he had something else he wanted to show her. When she asked what it was, he explained that he had found a book inside a treasure chest, but that every single page inside, it was completely blank. He held it out for her to look at. Hala went still. She took the book and her hands began to tremble. She told him it was a book for acquiring skills. Hiroki was stunned. He could not understand how a book with nothing written in it could possibly teach someone a skill. Hala explained that the blank pages were simply how it worked. She pointed out that the cover was brown, which meant it was the least valuable variety of skill book, and yet even so it was worth 10,000 lot. Hiroki could barely believe what he was hearing. He found himself torn between using it and selling it. Hala suggested he use it, and he privately agreed that gaining a new skill was far more appealing than the money. Hala offered to walk him through the process. He needed to place his hand on top of the book and then use one of his existing skills. The book would draw in his mana and grant him something new in return. Hiroki understood and activated his heal skill. The book glowed. Hala's eyes went wide. A voice seemed to flow through his mind as he acquired the shield skill. The moment it happened, he thought back to the woman from the party the day before, who had mentioned that things would be easier if he carried a shield. He reflected that if he ever had a companion who fought alongside him, the shield skill would probably come in very handy. For now, though, he was on his own. Hala asked whether he had successfully gained a new skill, and when he confirmed it, she congratulated him warmly. He thanked her. She told him that despite spending the entire previous day being turned away by every party he approached, he was showing remarkable growth. She also said that the chocolates he had given her had been unlike anything she had ever encountered. She leaned in and whispered, asking quietly just who exactly he was. Hiroki told her he was just an ordinary person from his home country. Inwardly, he wanted to say that he was a companion of heroes who had been summoned into another world, from a place called Japan, but he knew he could not say that here. He told Hala it was time for him to get moving and thanked her for everything. She told him to come back to her if he ever needed advice. As he stepped outside, he was thinking that there was something he wanted to do before heading to the inn. Then a wonderful smell caught his attention. A man at a nearby stall laughed and called out for him to come over. He was selling grilled meat skewers. It was only then that Hiroki realized he had spent the entire night in the dungeon without eating or drinking anything. He accepted the invitation without hesitation. One skewer cost 300 lot, and he bought 3 of them, eating with great enthusiasm. He thought the simple seasoning of salt brought out the flavor of the meat beautifully and told the vendor it was delicious. The old man behind the stall agreed with a happy laugh. Looking around as he ate, Hiroki took in the scene ahead of him. It looked just like a lively marketplace. He bought a cup of juice from another stall for 300 lot, with the vendor asking him to return the cup when he was done. He found a spot to sit down and finally let himself rest for a moment. He looked out at the people passing by. Nearly everyone around him was human. Hala had mentioned that beast folk were not very common in that area, which made sense given that it was a human kingdom. He found himself wondering whether other kingdoms had a more mixed population and whether different races mingled freely in those places. Being in another world, he felt a genuine curiosity about the many kinds of people and creatures that must exist in it. He wondered whether noble elves lived somewhere in this world. That thought brought the carrier girl from earlier back to his mind. He realized she might have been an elf. He was not entirely certain, but told himself he could find out if he happened to cross paths with her again. Hiroki opened his status screen and looked for his newly acquired shield skill. He wanted to try it out and decided to find a spot near the city where he could test it. He returned the cup to the juice seller before heading out. On his way, another vendor noticed his clothing and commented that it looked quite unusual. Hiroki explained that it was from his hometown, which reminded him that buying new clothes was still something he needed to take care of. He asked the old woman at the stall whether she had anything casual. She picked out something she thought would suit someone his age, and he agreed to take it. When he looked more closely at the fabric, he thought it seemed a bit thin, so he decided it would serve well enough as something to sleep in. He also picked up a backpack. The total came to 2,800 lot, and the woman thanked him for his purchase. He then headed outside the royal capital to test his new skill. A slime appeared nearby, which he thought was perfect. Slimes were the weakest kind of enemy, and they had not changed at all from how he imagined them. He found something oddly charming about the way their bodies bounced, and a small part of him thought it might be fun to keep one as a pet. He activated the shield skill, and a thin layer of light spread out around his body. He told the slime they were going to test the effects together. The slime attacked. It missed. It kept bouncing toward him and kept missing. It was only then that he realized the problem with his test. Because he was so evasive, no attack was reaching him anyway, which made it impossible to measure what the shield was actually doing. He muttered to himself about when the skill would ever get a real chance to prove itself. There was another inconvenience too. The shield appeared to stay active indefinitely unless an enemy managed to break through it, which meant he was now glowing faintly and could not go back into town like that. Trying to sleep while dimly lit up was not something he looked forward to either. He wondered whether there were any stronger monsters in the area that could actually put the shield to the test. As he wandered near some bushes, he heard voices. He assumed they might be novice adventurers and went to take a closer look. He recognized them as Tina and Dea from the day before, though Floyd did not seem to be with them this time. Dea swung at a slime, but missed, and Tina launched a fire attack at the group of slimes nearby. Hiroki watched and thought it looked like a fairly close fight. It seemed like they were out there working to raise their levels. He was a little surprised by how much effort it was taking them, but reminded himself that he did not really know what counted as normal in this world. Then a slime struck Dea. Hiroki was startled. Another slime turned its attention toward Tina. He told himself he should not get involved, but in the same instant, he activated his shield skill. The shield snapped into place around Tina immediately. She was visibly surprised by the sudden glow of protection around her. Hiroki watched and was relieved to see that it had worked. Dea shouted for Tina to attack while she had the chance. Tina gathered herself, chanted her fire magic, and the slime was burned and defeated. Dea noticed afterward that Tina seemed to be faintly glowing and asked if he was imagining it. Hiroki, now satisfied that the skill functioned properly, quietly turned to leave before they noticed him. But Tina spotted him. Her face broke into a wide smile, and she called out his name. He walked over to them, scratching the back of his head. Tina immediately declared that he had saved them and thanked him with genuine warmth. Dea called out to him with equal enthusiasm. Hiroki greeted them both. Dea told him to drop the formal way of speaking. Hiroki agreed, though he admitted inwardly that it was genuinely difficult for him to speak casually with people older than himself. He told them they were welcome to call him Hiroki in return. Daya pushed back on the idea that Hiroki was older than them and asked how old he was. Daya said he was 15, and Tina said she was 13. Hiroki told them he was 19. Both of them were shocked. Hiroki thought to himself that people from other countries always seemed to think he looked younger than he actually was, which was a bit of a recurring problem. Daya muttered in surprise, saying that since they were roughly the same height, he had been sure they were around the same age. Then Daya suddenly shouted a warning. Hiroki turned, confused, only to watch as a group of slimes that had been charging at him all missed at once. Tina counted 3 of them. Daya kept urging Hiroki to either run or defend himself, unable to understand why he was just standing there calmly. Hiroki told them he was completely fine. They continued shouting that there were slimes right behind him. Another one charged. It missed. Daya and Tina stared in bewilderment, wondering aloud whether the slimes were the ones doing the dodging. Hiroki clarified that he was the one evading. Daya pointed out that Hiroki's body appeared to sway ever so slightly and asked whether that tiny movement really counted as evasion. Hiroki confirmed that it did, and mentioned that his evasion had even earned him a skill book just by itself. Daya said he could not make sense of any of it. Hiroki then asked if the 2 of them would be willing to help him deal with the slimes, explaining that his offensive capabilities were essentially non-existent and that the accumulating crowd of slimes was becoming a nuisance. Daya agreed without hesitation. As Hiroki watched them get to work, he thought to himself that having a party really was a wonderful thing, and that he wanted to form one of his own as soon as possible. Together, the 3 of them finished off the remaining slimes. Hiroki was genuinely thankful to have run into them, since he had been completely unable to deal with the slimes on his own, and it had been growing into a real nuisance. Daya brushed it off as no trouble at all. Tina, however, suddenly collapsed to the ground and apologized, explaining that she had used up all of her mana. Hiroki moved toward her with concern and offered to heal her. Tina assured him she was physically fine since the shield had kept her from taking any actual damage. She was simply exhausted from having drained herself of mana entirely. Hiroki took note of this. He had not fully considered before that using too many skills or too much magic would leave a person worn out even without physical injury. He suggested they rest for a few minutes where they were. He also found himself thinking about the shield skill and how it had continued flowing out of him the moment he activated it without any sense of control. Tina pointed out that this was likely because he had used it in a rush and had not thought to adjust how it worked first. Hiroki had not known that was possible and asked her to explain. She told him that in her own case, she could control the strength of her fire magic by choosing how much mana she poured into it. Hiroki then asked specifically about the shield. She explained that under normal use it could block up to 5 hits, though that number would go down if he chose to make it stronger. He asked her to give him a moment to try something. He focused and pictured in his mind a shield that would cover both himself and Tina with 5 uses of protection, but without any visible glow. When he activated it, the shield appeared exactly as he had imagined. The light was completely gone. Tina was amazed. Hiroki was pleased that the glow had disappeared. Tina asked whether it was alright to be included in the shield as well, and when Hiroki said there was no issue, she clarified that if he extended it to cover her, it would override the existing effect and reset the count. Hiroki said that was fine. Daya watched all of this and remarked that Hiroki was a strange person. Hiroki was puzzled. Daya explained that Hiroki was clearly stronger than the 2 of them, yet he seemed completely unaware of things that were considered basic knowledge. Hiroki let out a large yawn in response. Daya noted that it was one of the biggest yawns he had ever seen. Hiroki explained that he had not slept at all since the previous day and was planning to find an inn after this. Daya recommended a place called the Falling Star, saying the rooms were clean and, more importantly, the food there was exceptional. Hiroki asked if he was serious. Daya confirmed it and mentioned that their own group was staying there, with Floyd likely still asleep after drinking too much the night before, which Daya commented was a perfect example of a hopeless adult. Hiroki decided immediately that they should head there without delay. He turned to Tina and offered to carry her on his back. She went red with embarrassment and quickly declined, saying she was fine and that they still wanted to continue hunting for a while longer. Hiroki asked whether she could even do that given that she was out of mana. She said a short rest would be enough to recover some of it. Hiroki accepted that and told them he would head to the inn first and see them there. Tina said goodbye with a warmly pounding heart. After Hiroki left, Daya turned to Tina and said that Hiroki was really something else. Tina agreed and said she had never seen anyone fight the way he did. Later, Daya's group arrived at the Falling Star Inn and then departed again shortly after. Meanwhile, Hiroki had barely made it onto his bed before sleep took him completely. When he finally came downstairs, he offered a cheerful good morning to the woman running the inn. She told him he had slept like a log. Hiroki was confused, saying he had fallen asleep in the morning but could not understand why it was still noon. The woman informed him that he had actually been asleep for an entire day. Hiroki said that explained why his body felt so completely refreshed. The woman set a plate of breakfast in front of him, saying it was included in the stay, and Hiroki reacted with genuine delight at how good it looked. He began eating and encountered something he could not quite identify, something that reminded him of caviar. though he had never tasted anything quite like it before. It was delicious. The woman asked whether he was an acquaintance of Floyd's. Hiroki said yes and expressed that Floyd and his group had been very kind to him. The woman replied that it was no surprise, since Floyd had always been a naturally helpful and interfering sort of person. Hiroki thought about this and asked whether Floyd's party was also staying at the inn. The woman said they were regulars there, but unfortunately Hiroki had just missed them, as they had left not long before he came downstairs. She also mentioned that she had heard he was new to adventuring. She encouraged him warmly, told him to eat well, and said he should never hesitate to ask her anything he was unsure about, as she would do her best to help him along. Hiroki thanked her sincerely and then asked if she knew of any good equipment shops nearby. She said she did and told him to wait while she drew him a quick map. Hiroki was pleased. Not only had he been pointed toward a good shop, but the desserts at the inn had also turned out to be wonderful. A short while later, he stood in front of the shop the woman had directed him to. It looked like a well-established and reputable place from the outside, and the interior was equally refined. The selection of items on display had an elegantly put-together look to them. A dwarf came forward to greet him. Hiroki was caught off guard to see a dwarf working there. The dwarf noted that Hiroki's outfit was rather unusual and asked whether he was an adventurer and what his role was. Hiroki explained that he was not there for a specific job-related item, but was looking for comfortable equipment that would allow him to move and evade more freely. The dwarf asked why he would want something like that. Hiroki explained that he had put all of his stat points into evasion, because in his view a healer who could avoid every attack was the strongest possible build. The dwarf called him an oddball. Hiroki added, with some resignation, that no parties had been willing to accept him because of it. Despite that, he still genuinely believed it was a good idea. The dwarf told him plainly that he had made a serious mistake and suggested he consider giving up on being an adventurer altogether. Hiroki refused without any hesitation. He said he had no regrets about his choice and that even if no party wanted him now, he was certain he would eventually meet people who understood what he was going for. He was prepared to go it alone in the meantime and was not troubled by that prospect. The dwarf studied him for a moment and said that it sounded like Hiroki had already thought through the worst-case outcome and made his peace with it. He said that was good enough for him and that he would be cheering Hiroki on. Hiroki was genuinely happy to hear it. The dwarf then admitted honestly that he did not actually think the evasion healer concept was a bad one. He pointed out that just as adventurers grew stronger over time, so did the monsters they faced. The dwarf explained his reasoning further. Monsters could adapt over time and make their attacks more powerful when they faced adventurers who relied heavily on defense. However, he doubted there were many monsters out there capable of countering someone who was truly quick and nimble. Hiroki thought about this and agreed inwardly that even a high-level adventurer who never put real thought into how they built their stats would always be limited in how far they could grow. He told the dwarf he was glad that someone with experience in the field thought the same way. The dwarf acknowledged the logic, but warned that finding companions who would accept Hiroki's approach was still going to be a hard road. Hiroki said he already knew that. The dwarf asked about his budget. Hiroki said he had around 15,000 lot to spend. The dwarf raised an eyebrow and said that with that amount, Hiroki could only afford equipment without any special enchantments on it, since anything enchanted started at 50,000 lot at minimum. Hiroki asked whether special enchantments referred to the kind of bonus effects added to equipment during the crafting process, the sort that boosted specific stats. The dwarf confirmed it and reminded him, with some pride, that dwarves were the undisputed best when it came to blacksmithing. Hiroki was genuinely impressed and thought to himself that of course that would be the case when speaking to an actual dwarf. He also realized he had not known until that moment that enchanted equipment even existed in this world. The dwarf told him to try touching one of the items on display to see what he meant. Hiroki reached out, and the item showed a bonus of +3 to defense. He found that the dwarf was right and immediately asked whether there was anything in the shop that increased evasion specifically. The dwarf gave him a look that suggested the question was a stretch. Hiroki stared back in genuine confusion. The dwarf told him not to look at him like that, and said it was too early to give up on the idea. If nothing in stock had that effect, the dwarf would simply make something for him. Hiroki was delighted and said he would work on gathering enough money in the meantime if that was acceptable. The dwarf said he did not mind at all. As Hiroki turned to leave, the dwarf tried to stop him and nearly lost his balance in the process. He clarified that Hiroki actually had enough money to buy one of the enchanted pieces already, so he should go ahead and pick something out. The dwarf could add an evasion enchantment to it later once Hiroki had saved up a bit more. The dwarf led him further into the shop, and Hiroki followed. The dwarf asked which item caught his eye. Hiroki noticed another display piece and asked if the dwarf had made it. The dwarf said it was actually his niece's work. He mentioned that the two of them frequently clashed because their views on crafting differed, particularly on whether to prioritize design or function. Hiroki looked at the piece and privately thought the style was quite feminine. He felt quietly relieved that the dwarf had not claimed it as his own work, because he would not have known how to respond to that. Something else in the shop then caught Hiroki's attention. He asked the price. The dwarf told him it was actually above 15,000 lot, but said he would give Hiroki a discount on it. He told Hiroki to go try it on. Hiroki went to the fitting room and found that it fit him perfectly. When he came back out wearing it, the dwarf chuckled and said he looked nothing like a healer. Hiroki replied that he had no intention of hiding his job anyway. Inwardly, though, he acknowledged to himself that he was technically presenting as a healer when his actual class was closer to a priest. He thanked the dwarf sincerely and said he planned to head out and gather more herbs as soon as possible so he could get the money together for the enchantment. The dwarf asked if he was planning to go to the slime cave. Hiroki had not heard of it and asked what that was. The dwarf seemed surprised he did not know and explained that it was a dungeon filled entirely with slimes, but also one of the better places to find various high-quality herbs growing. Hiroki's eyes lit up at the description and he called it a gold mine. The dwarf said that was exactly what people thought when they first heard about it. The problem was that the sheer number of slimes inside kept adventurers so occupied dealing with them that they never had time to actually harvest anything. Hiroki found that interesting and asked the dwarf to tell him where it was. The dwarf agreed, but gave him a serious warning first. Every year, at least one novice adventurer suffered an irreversible accident in that dungeon. Hiroki was taken aback and admitted it sounded frightening. The dwarf told him plainly to forget about going there. Hiroki said he would be fine and expressed confidence in his evasion. The dwarf laughed and called him a bold one, then told him at the very least to stick to gathering herbs near the entrance and not to venture inside. Hiroki agreed. He handed over payment for his purchase and the dwarf thanked him. As Hiroki was about to leave, he noticed a display of accessories nearby. The dwarf asked if any of them had caught his interest. Hiroki said no, but then asked whether the dwarf carried any accessories related to contracts. The dwarf apologized and said items like that were very rarely found in that part of the world. Hiroki explained that what he was actually looking for was a way to break a contract that had already been made. At the mention of breaking a contract, the dwarf apologized again and said he had no knowledge of anything like that. Hiroki thanked him for his help and said he was heading off to the slime cave. The dwarf called after him loudly, reminding him to keep his earlier advice in mind and to absolutely not go inside the cave under any circumstances. Hiroki said yes. Then he went to the cave anyway. There were several signs posted outside the entrance, most of which appeared to be warnings of some kind. Hiroki could not read any of them, but the general atmosphere of the place made the message clear enough. He found that having spent several days in that world had made it easier to navigate to his destination. He located the entrance and noted that it did look a bit on the dangerous side. He glanced toward a nearby river where some animals had gathered to drink and thought it was a charming sight, right up until he spotted slimes mixed in among them. He decided that was his cue to head inside. Hiroki stepped onto the first floor of the slime cave and immediately encountered slimes. They bounced toward him and missed, as always. He kept walking and quickly noticed that the cave was genuinely packed with herbs. The dwarf had not been exaggerating. It truly was an excellent place for gathering. The dwarf had also not been joking about the number of enemies, because by the time Hiroki had walked a short distance there were already 5 slimes trailing him. He found only soothing grass on that floor and wondered whether he should go deeper. He remembered the dwarf's firm advice to stick near the entrance. He genuinely wanted to keep that promise, but he knew it was not going to be practical. He still needed 50,000 lot for his custom enchanted equipment. He had already paid for his room that night, but had nothing set aside for the nights after that. The soothing grass alone would not come close to covering everything. Even the new clothes he had bought had cleaned him out completely, leaving him without a single coin to his name. The only real option was to push forward to a floor where healing grass grew. At least the slimes could not follow him down the stairs, so his plan was to reach the next floor, grab whatever healing grass was closest to the staircase, and come straight back up. Finding those stairs quickly was the priority. As he moved forward, he noticed the number of slimes around him had already grown to 10 in a short amount of time. That was starting to feel like a lot. When he looked further ahead, his stomach dropped. There was another group of slimes coming from the other direction. Between the ones ahead and the ones already gathered around his feet, there were roughly 20 slimes surrounding him. With that many attacking at once, there was a real question of whether his evasion could hold up against all of them. Even so, he had no choice but to keep going. He needed the money. He found the stairs without too much difficulty and was relieved. The slimes kept swinging at him and missing the whole way. As he stood there, it occurred to him that he still had no real idea of the upper limits of his evasion. He had dodged the boss monster in the stone dungeon without trouble, but he had never actually tested how far it could stretch. Another slime attack sailed past him. He decided that since he was already here, he might as well find out. He also needed to know how many slimes he could keep at bay at once before things became unmanageable. He reminded himself to stay close to the stairs throughout the experiment, just in case. He also found himself wondering where all the slimes were coming from, and the realization that they were likely splitting themselves indefinitely made him feel vaguely unsettled. While surveying his surroundings, he noticed his vision going slightly blurry around the edges. He recalled what Tina had told him about the shield skill, that it could normally block up to 5 hits, and that the count would go down if the defensive strength was increased. He muttered to himself, piecing together that the shield he had cast the previous day, or possibly the day before, was still active and had apparently just taken a hit. That meant his evasion had finally been pushed past its limit. He counted roughly 30 slimes around him. Dodging everything was no longer guaranteed. He thought about the dwarf's warning and the novice adventurers who had been overwhelmed in this very cave. He decided it was time to end the experiment. He glanced behind him and his stomach lurched. The slimes had already nearly flooded the path back to the stairs. Then one of them caught him off guard and made contact. The impact actually hurt. Their attacks were stronger than he had assumed. He immediately cast heal and shield on himself. With the shield back up, he ran. He cursed repeatedly at the sheer number of them. As harmless and round as they looked, like little mascot characters bouncing around, he was now completely certain that the sound of them would haunt his nightmares that night. He reached the stairs, and the slimes could not follow him down. He sat there on the steps catching his breath, muttering that the whole thing had been terrifying. At the same time, he felt he now had a clearer sense of where his evasion hit its limits. He looked back at the mass of slimes crowding behind him and thought, with some guilt, that he had accidentally created what amounted to a slime monster house up there. On the second floor, things were noticeably different. There were no slimes to be seen anywhere, and again only soothing grass grew there. Then a slime appeared, but it immediately struck him as strange. It looked different from the others. It had small flaps on its sides that he could not immediately identify as ears or arms. Before he could figure it out, the slime launched itself upward, and the flaps spread open. They were wings. He burst out laughing and thought it was adorable. The flying slime soared above him and then used a skill. Hiroki was caught completely off guard. He tried to dodge, but it clipped his foot. He felt his entire body lock up. He could not move. His mind immediately jumped to the conclusion that he had been paralyzed. Panic rose in him quickly. He cast heal on himself, but the paralysis did not lift. He realized that a regular heal was not going to remove a status debuff. He should have picked up some medicine while he was in town. He also could not understand why a slime on only the second floor was capable of something like this. The slime prepared to attack again. Hiroki forced himself to stay calm, reminding himself that the shield was still active. The slime dove at him from above. He braced himself, and then, to his complete surprise, the attack missed. He stared in disbelief. His body could not move at all due to the paralysis, yet the evasion had still triggered on its own. It felt like being a tree in a gentle breeze, swaying just barely, just enough, without any conscious effort. He thought to himself in genuine astonishment about just how overpowered his evasion stat actually was. The slime kept attacking. Every single attempt missed. The slime began to look visibly deflated. Hiroki felt a pang of sympathy for it, though he quickly pushed that aside given his situation. He was close to breaking free from the paralysis, and once that happened the fight would be his. But just as the debuff was nearly worn off, the flying slime shot upward and used the paralysis skill again. The timing was deliberate. It had waited specifically for the moment the debuff was about to expire. The slime psyched itself up as though convinced this time would be different. Hiroki recognized the problem immediately. If this cycle kept repeating, the only outcome waiting for him was slowly starving to death on that floor. That was absolutely not going to happen. The slime bounced toward him again and missed again. He thought hard about his options and admitted to himself that he had no way to attack it. He could not figure out what he was supposed to do. Then he heard voices nearby. One voice sounded nervous and suggested they turn back because it was too frightening. The other insisted it was fine. Hiroki realized there were people on the same floor. Relief flooded through him, and he shouted for help as loudly as he could. Tina recognized his voice immediately. Dea asked if she had just said it was Hiroki. Hiroki called out to all three of them by name: Tina, Dea, and Floyd. He thought to himself that having Floyd along must have been what allowed them to reach that floor. He silently thanked Floyd for existing. Floyd, for his part, asked what on earth Hiroki was doing alone in a place like that. At the start of Chapter 8, the group found Hiroki lying on the floor and asked if he was alright. He told them he was barely managing. Tina pointed out the winged slime to Floyd, and Floyd immediately understood that it was responsible for Hiroki's condition. He noted that something about the slime looked off, then told Hiroki not to worry and that they would take care of it. He gave quick instructions to Dea to watch their surroundings and to Tina to use her fire magic. Both of them agreed and got into position. The slime attacked again and Hiroki evaded it. Floyd was visibly surprised to see the dodge. Dea reminded him that it was Floyd's first time witnessing Hiroki's evasion in action. Tina said that Hiroki was truly a master of it. Dea added that he was also just genuinely strange. Floyd told them they could catch him up on the details later, because right now the winged slime needed to be dealt with. Floyd struck the slime, and it bounced away, then turned its attention back toward Hiroki. Tina fired her flame skill at it. Floyd slashed at it again, making clear through the force of his attack that going after Hiroki was not going to be tolerated. The slime wobbled away and attempted to attack Hiroki once more, but missed. Hiroki watched and thought to himself that the creature was still standing after taking all of that damage, which meant it was considerably tougher than he had initially assumed. The slime took to the air again and caught Floyd off guard with a strike. Hiroki reacted immediately and cast heal on Floyd. Floyd thanked him and went back on the offensive. The next hit landed cleanly, and the slime dropped to the ground. The winged slime had been defeated. Tina and Dea cheered. Hiroki thanked Floyd with genuine relief. Floyd said he was just glad Hiroki was all right and helped him up off the floor, asking how he was feeling and handing him something to drink for the paralysis. Hiroki took it and coughed at the overwhelmingly bitter taste. Floyd laughed and offered him water to wash it down. Hiroki thanked him. Tina observed that given how strongly Hiroki had reacted to the bitterness, he was probably going to be fine. Hiroki said out loud that he was truly grateful to have met them, admitting that he had genuinely thought he might die back there. Tina mentioned that it had actually been Dea who had pushed to go deeper into the cave. She had been frightened, but she was glad they had gone ahead with it. Hiroki turned to Dea and thanked him. Dea said he had not really done anything in the actual fight. Hiroki insisted that his being there had still made a real difference. He then asked why the three of them had come to such a dangerous place. Dea explained that the deeper sections of the cave were actually excellent for training against large numbers of enemies at once. Hiroki understood the reasoning. Floyd glanced back toward the stairs and mentioned that the slimes up above were something else. When they all looked, the staircase was already completely blocked by slimes. Hiroki apologized, explaining that the slimes had started following him when he had fled to the stairs earlier. Dea said with some surprise that Hiroki must have arrived at the cave before any of them. Floyd asked why Hiroki had not simply fought the slimes off rather than running, and also remarked on the unusual way Hiroki had moved when dodging the winged slime. Dea explained it to him plainly. Hiroki could avoid almost any attack, but was completely incapable of dealing damage to anything. Floyd took a moment to process this. He asked whether Hiroki had really come to a place this dangerous entirely on his own, knowing full well he could not defeat a single enemy. Then he let out a laugh and called him a complete idiot, though not unkindly. Hiroki asked what other choice he had, pointing out that no party would take him in once he mentioned that he had put all his points into evasion. Floyd found that funny too. Tina told Floyd he was laughing too much. Dea looked at the mass of slimes blocking the stairs and pointed out to Floyd that the situation was essentially an unlimited supply of enemies to fight. Floyd took a moment to think about it, then acknowledged that since the slimes could not attack them as long as they stayed on the staircase, it was a workable, if slightly cowardly arrangement. He sighed and said it could not be helped, and agreed to go ahead with it. Dea was immediately enthusiastic. Tina then suggested they give Hiroki one of their party bracelets. Hiroki asked what that was. Dea told him he was acting like a complete newcomer again. Tina explained that as long as everyone in the group wore the bracelet, any experience points earned would be shared equally among all of them. Hiroki noticed it was the same kind of bracelet Tina was already wearing. Dea confirmed that he and Floyd wore the same ones as well, though theirs were hidden under their gloves. Hiroki understood and put it on, glad that he would finally be able to gain experience properly. Floyd gave the signal to begin. Hiroki activated his shield and extended it over the group. Floyd was impressed. Dea thanked him, and the fight against the gathered slimes began. Floyd launched into the attack, and the slimes were defeated. When it was over, Dea remarked that the slimes had gone down faster than he had expected. Floyd agreed, noting that most of them had simply swarmed in without any real strategy. Floyd then turned to Hiroki and apologized, saying they had not managed to earn as much experience as they had hoped. Hiroki said it did not matter at all, and that they had been genuinely helpful. Thanks to the fight, he had reached level 2. Dea stared at him in disbelief and suggested he might be reading his status screen wrong. Hiroki laughed awkwardly and said Dea was probably right. Floyd looked at Hiroki for a moment, then asked whether he wanted to join their party for Real. Hiroki was caught off guard. Tina immediately said the idea sounded wonderful. Hiroki asked Floyd if he was truly sure, reminding him that he was just an evasion healer. Floyd said he did not see why that was a problem. Hiroki added that he apparently also lacked a fair amount of common sense about how things worked in that world. Dea shrugged and said that did not matter either. Tina said with clear excitement that they would all get stronger together and learn more about the world side by side. Hiroki was genuinely moved. He paused for a brief moment, then said he was in. The rest of the party reacted with delight. Floyd immediately declared they needed to hold a welcoming party when they got back, and that it was time to drink. Tina told him he had already been drinking too much lately. Dea said Floyd was at it again. Hiroki thought to himself that his days were not going to be dull with these people around. He reached into his pocket and took out the pen, handkerchief, and paper that Rin and Ruri had given him. He had imagined he would end up in a party with them eventually, but joining Floyd's group did not seem like a bad turn of events at all. Floyd announced it was time to continue hunting. Tina agreed. Their formation was established with Floyd at the front as the guardian, Dea as the vanguard, Hiroki as the rearguard healer, and Tina handling rearguard offense. Hiroki kept his shield skill active and extended it to cover Dea, who thanked him. Hiroki reflected quietly on the situation. He was genuinely grateful to have been allowed into the party. But he had built his entire stat allocation around evasion specifically to make combat more efficient, and in a formation where the team had to methodically work through every enemy before moving forward. He felt like he was not contributing as much as he could be. Dea defeated another slime, and Hiroki called out to him, asking if he was getting tired and offering to take the front for a while. Dea immediately said it was too dangerous for someone in the rear guard to be up front. Hiroki pointed out that he could dodge everything. Dea insisted he was still fine and told Hiroki to leave the vanguard position to him, saying firmly that protecting the others from the front was his responsibility and asking whether he looked unreliable. Hiroki smiled and said he understood. Floyd patted Hiroki on the shoulder and said he suspected being in this party probably felt a little underwhelming for someone with Hiroki's abilities, having assumed Hiroki had already found a strong group to work with. Hiroki chuckled. Inwardly, he sighed, thinking that even though his shield and evasion were clearly effective, the way things were going it felt almost as though his entire build was being overlooked rather than used properly. A slime suddenly lunged at him from behind. He dodged it without thinking. Floyd laughed and commented that Hiroki really could dodge absolutely anything. Hiroki laughed too. Floyd said he would call the others together once they finished up. Then Dea shouted a warning. Hiroki flinched, only to find that Dea's sword was swinging nearby. Dea told him to fall back and demanded to know what he was doing standing there. Hiroki asked whether Tina was also a rear guard, curious about the positioning. Dea confirmed she was, without breaking his focus on the slimes. One of the slimes turned toward Tina, and Hiroki immediately called out for her to watch out, then told Dea to go and help her. He looked over at Tina and thought she would be alright since she still had his shield active. Dea agreed. Floyd remarked dryly that it seemed like Dea was the one who needed to calm down. Dea admitted that having a healer in the group was a good thing. Tina said Hiroki was really impressive. Hiroki deflected the compliment. Dea reminded Tina that she still had slimes to deal with and told her not to let her guard down. Tina snapped back to attention and launched her fire magic at the remaining slimes. By nightfall, the group had settled in at the Falling Star Inn. Hiroki was slumped over the table, completely drained. Dea apologized, saying he felt he had not fought well that day. Hiroki thought to himself that it was no surprise given how much bickering had gone on, but he told Dea it was fine and to just do better next time. Dea promised he would, and Hiroki told him not to push himself too hard either. He thought privately that Dea was an endearingly thick-head person, but a lovable one. Floyd swept past the topic and raised his mug, announcing a toast to the newest member of their party. All the mugs went up and the table came together in a cheer. Floyd urged Hiroki to drink up. Hiroki admitted that he could not handle alcohol at all. The woman running the inn called out from nearby that the drinks were not the only thing worth having there. Floyd lit up at her words. A moment later, a large and delicious-looking meal was brought to the table. Dea said the food was exactly what he needed after a day like that, and praised the innkeeper. While they ate, Floyd mentioned that he had heard something interesting. Word was going around that a hero had arrived in the kingdom. Hiroki went still with surprise. He thought to himself that rumors about Rin had already begun to spread. Floyd shared what he had heard, and said it made him want to meet the hero at least once. Hiroki was quietly stunned that rumors about Rin had already begun circulating, especially since only a few days had passed since they had all arrived in that world. He asked Floyd where he had picked up the information. Floyd seemed surprised that Hiroki was also interested in the hero, and jokingly said it was every child's dream to meet one. Hiroki thought to himself that he obviously could not tell them he had actually arrived in this world together with that very hero. Floyd went on to share what else he had heard. Apparently the hero was working extremely hard to raise his level and had been venturing into a particularly dangerous dungeon on the 3rd generation, where he had run into numerous traps and monsters capable of inflicting bad status effects. On top of all that, the hero had reportedly been struck by a powerful curse. Hiroki went quiet and looked down. Floyd added that he hoped the hero had thought to bring one of those absurdly expensive purification potions with him. Hiroki's eyes went wide at that, but by the time he looked up, Floyd had already passed out at the table. Tina said she had seen it coming. Dea told Hiroki to just leave Floyd alone, explaining that Floyd had always been a lightweight who never seemed to learn his lesson about drinking. Dea announced that the welcome party would continue regardless, this time with juice. They raised their cups together and the evening carried on. Later that same night, well past midnight, Hiroki slipped out of the inn alone and made his way to the stone dungeon. The reason he was in a dungeon at that hour was simple. He was completely out of money. He sighed to himself. While he was still here scraping together coins by gathering herbs, Rin and Ruri had apparently been pushing into dangerous areas to raise their levels. He reminded himself that they would have received a significant number of bonus stat points when they were summoned, so they should be alright. He also did not think either of them were the type to throw their lives away recklessly. It was more likely the king who had pushed them into such situations. The thought made him curse under his breath. He knew he needed to get stronger, and for that he needed to keep raising his level. He thought back to reaching level 2 that afternoon and opened his status plate. He noticed he had gained a stat point. Something clicked for him in that moment. He finally understood why everyone insisted that healers who invested in anything other than recovery were considered useless. The way the system worked, a stat only became truly recognized at 50 points. Most people focused entirely on building up a single stat until they hit that threshold. It occurred to him that the dwarf might have been encouraging him less as a believer in the evasion healer concept, and more as one stubborn person cheering on another. He was glad he had kept quiet about his actual stat distribution at the guild. If anyone found out he had a combined total of 150 points split between recovery and evasion, they would probably look at him like he was some kind of monster. He put his new point into evasion and carried on. The next morning, Hiroki came downstairs to find Floyd sitting with his head in his hands. Floyd apologized and said he could not go out with them that day. Dea came down the stairs shortly after and greeted everyone. Floyd told him to take care of things in his absence. Dea said he would handle it. Hiroki observed that Floyd did not look well at all. Dea told Hiroki this was nothing new and that they should get going. Tina asked Hiroki whether he had gotten enough rest the night before. He laughed it off. Inwardly, he admitted to himself that he had not slept even a little. Hiroki asked if they could stop by the guild before heading out. Dea said that worked fine since they needed to pick up some quests there anyway. When they arrived at the guild, Hala greeted Hiroki and commented that he always brought in excellent quality herbs. She then mentioned that there was a message posted on the board for him, left by someone who had given the name Ruri. The name immediately brought her to mind. She was the high school girl who had been summoned into this world alongside him. She carried herself with a kind of quiet grace that had made both Rin and Hiroki feel instinctively protective of her. The letter said she would be waiting for him at a place called the Plum Bar for 2 nights. Hala added that the message had been posted the previous day, which meant the meeting would be the following night. Hiroki felt a tightening in his chest. For Ruri to reach out to him like this, something might have gone wrong on their end. Tina and Dea called over to him from a short distance away, asking if he was ready. He said he was and wanted to join them. They made their way to the stone dungeon. Tina noted that it was their first time going in without Floyd. Dea said they would be fine because Hiroki was with them. Hiroki told them he was not as capable as they seemed to think, then activated his shield and extended it over the group. Dea thanked him. Hiroki thought quietly to himself that he had already been through this dungeon the night before, so he had a rough map of it in his head. He tried to work out whether the route he remembered was the quickest path to the stairs. Dea called out that he had found an item, and they moved on toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Tina immediately said it was too reckless to go down there with just the 3 of them. Dea said it was fine because Hiroki was with them and they needed to practice the formation they had worked on the day before anyway. Hiroki smiled and agreed to go ahead with it. Tina was surprised that even Hiroki was on board. Dea was thrilled and said now they were getting somewhere. On the second floor, wild rats appeared and moved toward Hiroki. Dea positioned himself to draw the rats away while Tina launched her fire magic at them. Hiroki watched as the rats' attack missed him completely. He thought to himself that as long as they kept refining their teamwork steadily like this, it was only a matter of time before they became a truly great party. The rats were defeated. Dea called Hiroki over and asked whether his performance in the fight had been up to standard. Hiroki told him it was pretty solid. Dea picked up the item that had dropped. Then a voice from another party rang out nearby. A man called out to someone named Lusha behind him, telling her to hurry up. Hiroki and the others turned to look. The man recognized Hiroki as the healer he had encountered before and greeted him. He muttered that Hiroki had apparently found a party after all, and that it was good for him. Dea and Tina watched the man with clear wariness. The man mentioned that his group was heading to the lower floors and asked whether Hiroki's party was doing the same. The woman beside him told the man not to tease the boy too much, then said to Hiroki that they would see him on the next floor if he could make it. Behind the man, the elf girl followed along carrying the heavy luggage as usual. Seeing her up close, Hiroki confirmed to himself that she was definitely an elf. Tina asked if Hiroki knew that party. He said not really, only that he had spoken with them briefly at the guild. Tina described them as quite a remarkable group. Dea scoffed and said they were nothing impressive, just a bunch of jerks. That day they hunted rats on the second floor. The following day they returned to the slime cave to continue refining their formation, this time with Floyd back and fully recovered. When evening came, Hiroki told the others they could head back without him since he had something to take care of that night. He made his way to the plum bar. Ruri spotted him and waved. He waved back. He asked if she had been waiting long, and she said she had just arrived herself. The other men at the bar noticed her and whispered among themselves about the fact that the beautiful young woman's companion had finally shown up. Ruri asked how Hiroki had been doing, and looking at his new equipment, she said she could already tell things were going reasonably well for him. He confirmed it and said the rewards from gathering quests had been decent enough. The drunk men at the bar were still watching them. Hiroki asked how Ruri was and mentioned that he had already heard some of the rumors going around about them. People were saying the hero was currently leveling up in a very dangerous dungeon, and he had also heard there were monsters there capable of inflicting a powerful curse. He told her to be careful. There was a silence. Ruri said nothing, and Hiroki felt something shift in the air. Then she told him the truth. Ren had already been hit by that very curse during their adventuring. After it struck him, a mark resembling snake tracks had appeared on his body. It did not look severe at first glance, but it would slowly spread across his entire body over time, and in the end it would strangle the life out of him. Worse still, the purification potion had done nothing against it. They had absolutely no idea how to break the curse. The king had said he was looking into it, but had taken no real action. Ruri had searched the royal library herself and had approached every researcher she could find, but had come up empty. Hiroki cut her off before she could finish and told her he understood and would ask around at the guild and among the adventurers he knew. Ruri thanked him quietly. Hiroki told her not to mention it, and made a firm decision in his mind that he was not going to let Rin die. Ruri said she felt the same way. The three of them were going to return to their world together. Ruri looked down at the table. Hiroki asked whether she was getting worn down by the king pushing them around. She said it was manageable for now. The king had only been ordering them to raise their levels. And since that was something she genuinely wanted to do as well, their interests happened to line up at the moment. Hiroki asked what level she was currently at. Ruri opened her status plate and held it out for him to see. She was level 16, with the job of wizard. Her defense sat at 18, her magic at 118, and everything else was at a single point. Hiroki was stunned. Ruri explained that she and Rin had been hunting together without anyone else. She told Hiroki not to worry because she was sure he would catch up to them soon enough. He said he would do his best. Inwardly, he noted that Ruri had also acquired several new skills in the time they had been apart. Then two drunk men approached their table. One made a comment about Hiroki acting like some kind of playboy and suggested the two of them join the party. Ruri stood up. The man told her not to be so stiff and to loosen up and have some fun with them. Hiroki stepped between the men and Ruri and told them firmly to stop. One of the men got angry and told him to get out of the way, then threw a punch. It missed. He swung again, and Hiroki dodged that too. Ruri told Hiroki they should just leave. He agreed. But the drunk men moved to block their path, one asking Ruri why she was being so cold, the other grinning and saying it looked like she wanted to do this the hard way. They lunged toward Ruri. She responded immediately, casting earth magic that made a pair of hands rise from the ground and grab hold of the men's clothing. She followed it with wind magic. The men were left standing there stripped down to nothing. Ruri remarked calmly that compared to the troublemakers in her own family, these two were like harmless little puppies. Hiroki stared at her. He asked what she meant by the troublemakers in her family. She tilted her head slightly and said something to the effect of having let that slip. Hiroki thought to himself that he had been operating under the assumption that Ruri was a delicate girl who needed to be looked after. It was becoming very clear that she might actually be the most formidable of the three of them. Ruri explained that Rin had been struck by a curse from a monstrous snake, and that if nothing was done about it, the curse would kill him within a few months. Hiroki thought to himself that things had gotten complicated again. Later, Hiroki brought up the subject of curse breaking with Floyd. Floyd explained that potions came in 3 grades: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Hiroki asked whether anything existed above the advanced level. Floyd said yes, and that such things could be found in dungeon chests or produced at a country's research institute. Though the ingredients were difficult to gather, and creating one at a research institute would be no easy task. Hiroki turned the information over in his mind, thinking about the magic circle he had used when collecting medicinal herbs and how the teleportation gate only became accessible after defeating the boss. According to what Ruri had said, even the more standard options were unlikely to work on Rin's curse. Floyd then brought up the possibility that the demon folk might have made advances in research on curse removal. He explained that demon folk were generally highly knowledgeable about magic and curses, and that since the demon continent was rich in magical energy, researchers and alchemists tended to gather there in large numbers, resulting in a high concentration of research facilities. Hiroki took this in carefully. Floyd added that the guild might have books on the subject of demon folk knowledge. That caught Hiroki's attention immediately. He asked Floyd whether he could stop by the guild before they left for the day. Floyd said there was no reason why not. Tina asked if she could come along too, and Floyd said her company would be welcome. Hiroki thanked her, and the two of them headed off together while Floyd waved them on their way. At the Adventurers Guild in the Piznut Kingdom royal capital, Hiroki asked Hala about methods for breaking a curse. She told him that potions could be obtained from shops, dungeon chests, or produced by research institutes in various countries, and that if he was looking for a skill-based solution, they did have some high-ranking skill acquisition books from the past. Hiroki understood but thought to himself that obtaining those books would require tackling high-difficulty dungeons, which was out of reach for him at the moment. Tina stepped in and asked Hala whether they had any books on pharmaceutics written from the demon folks' perspective. Hala said they did, and asked her to wait a moment before disappearing into the back and returning with a book. Tina thanked her. Hiroki asked why they had needed to specifically request the book rather than finding it on the shelves. Hala explained that the king held a particular bias against the demon folk, which made openly displaying such materials a problem. Hiroki understood. It made sense that Ruri had come up empty-handed, since she had been searching through facilities that were connected to the kingdom. Hala added that because the guild maintained its neutral stance, they did keep such books, but they were careful not to put them on open display. Tina pointed out to Hiroki that this meant asking for a demon-related book specifically was necessary, since it would not simply be offered otherwise. She also noted that the kingdom was openly pushing for the defeat of the demon lord, which made the situation even more delicate. Tina began reading through the book and found the section on curse removal potions. She read aloud that creating the highest grade potion required an ingredient called apricot grass, described as a medicinal herb that contained a high concentration of magical energy. The name triggered something in Hiroki's memory. Tina continued reading and found that apricot grass only grew in specific habitats, and had been confirmed to exist exclusively on the Demon Continent. Floyd had mentioned the Demon Continent earlier. Hala clarified that it referred to the Apricot Continent, home of the demon folk. Hiroki thought to himself that if the herb was named after the continent, there was little doubt about where it could be found. He decided he would leave a message for Ruri about this. Tina said she hoped to visit the Demon Continent herself one day when she had grown into a truly strong adventurer. Hala said that at the rate Tina was progressing, she would certainly be capable of it, estimating it might take her another 1 to 2 years. Tina said she was genuinely looking forward to that. Hiroki was quietly alarmed. 1 to 2 years was far too long. Rin did not have that kind of time. He thought to himself that this confirmed what he had already suspected. He could not afford to involve Tina and the others in this. Whatever he needed to do on the Demon Continent, he would have to figure out another way. Floyd and Dea were waiting by the door and asked if they were ready. The group made their way to the stone dungeon. Hiroki activated the shield and extended it over everyone. Dea thanked him. Hiroki noticed there were considerably more adventurers than usual in the dungeon that day. Dea told Floyd that working alongside Hiroki had become much smoother. Floyd said that was good to hear and set the goal of reaching the 5th floor before they were done for the day. The others agreed. On the 2nd floor, other groups of adventurers were already engaged with the rats. One adventurer asked his companion whether the monsters were appearing yet. Tina commented to Hiroki that things felt very calm today and that with so many adventurers present, fewer monsters were likely to show up. Hiroki barely heard her. His mind was running through the problems surrounding a trip to the Demon Continent. The two main obstacles he could identify were funding and combat strength. Setting aside everyday expenses, raw firepower was the real issue. He wondered whether hiring strong adventurers would be a viable solution. Tina noticed his expression and asked if he was worrying about something. Hiroki was caught off guard. She pointed out that he had a very serious look on his face. Before he could respond, Floyd called out urgently for Tina to use her magic, and Dea asked Hiroki for the shield. Floyd had already engaged a group of rats. Tina and Hiroki both snapped back to attention and quickly used their respective skills, apologizing for having lost focus. Floyd reminded them that fewer monsters did not mean they could afford to be careless. They both apologized again and refocused. They reached the 5th floor and sat down on the stairs to rest before going any further. Tina handed Hiroki some water, and he thanked her. Floyd looked at Hiroki and said he had been acting strange and asked whether something had happened. Hiroki started to stammer a response, but before he could say anything, Dea spotted the party they had crossed paths with before coming down the stairs. The group looked to be in poor shape, visibly agitated and unsettled. Floyd noted that their mood did not look good at all. Hiroki asked whether something had happened to them. Dea said he had a bad feeling about it. The party leader recognized Hiroki's group as they approached the staircase and shouted at Dea to get out of the way. Floyd warned him to be careful on the stairs. Hiroki looked them over and could see they were injured, but since they were still moving under their own power, he held back from healing them uninvited. Then he noticed Lusha at the back of the group. She was crouched on the floor, struggling to get back to her feet. Hiroki ran over to help her. The party leader looked back at Lusha and called her useless. Lusha looked up at the sound of his voice. The man told her to hand over her luggage to him. Hiroki felt a moment of relief, thinking at least they were still looking after their own. But then the man announced that the rest of the party would be leaving ahead and that Lusha could find her own way back. Hiroki and the others were stunned. Lusha called out after her party leader, but he and the others ignored her completely and walked away. Lusha collapsed back onto the floor. Floyd called after the leader and demanded to know what he thought companions were for. The man replied that he was simply allowing someone who could not walk to rest, and said he did not see the problem since he was in a hurry to leave. Floyd muttered under his breath about what kind of person would do something like that. Hiroki knelt down beside Lusha and cast heal on her, then offered her water and helped her drink it. She thanked them weakly. Hiroki said plainly that the people in her party were absolutely terrible. Looking at her now up close, he could see that the young elf was covered in wounds. Lusha thanked Hiroki for his help and said she had already settled down a bit. She introduced herself as Lusha Plum, describing herself as something of an archer. Hiroki said that if he was ever in trouble, he would be counting on her, then introduced himself and told her he was an evasion healer. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. She repeated the words back to him with clear puzzlement. Tina introduced herself as a magician. Dea said he was the Vanguard Knight, and Floyd introduced himself as something like a guardian for the group. Dea said that regardless of everything, being a member of Lusha's former party sounded like the worst possible situation. He could not understand how anyone could simply abandon a companion inside a dungeon. Lusha said she had caused problems for them too and acknowledged that she had been a burden, though she had never imagined they would actually leave her behind. Hiroki asked her to explain. She told him that she had put every single one of her stat points into attack. Hiroki asked whether that meant she had not increased her accuracy at all. She confirmed it. Floyd pointed out that an archer with low accuracy was a genuine danger to her own allies, as well as her enemies. Hiroki asked whether that was the reason she had been made to carry the luggage the whole time. Lusha said yes, and that since no party would likely accept an archer like her, She had been carrying bags rather than fighting for the entire time she had been with them. Hiroki felt a strange sense of familiarity wash over him. He asked what she had been doing before she became an adventurer. She told him she had hunted around her village, where the monsters were the kind that had to be killed in a single shot or things would get dangerous very quickly. Hiroki asked whether she had actually managed to hit her targets back then. She said yes. She had kept firing until she connected. Tina said that if the problem was hitting allies rather than enemies, then Hiroki was the obvious solution. Hiroki agreed and said they would try it out. He told everyone he was going to draw some monsters over and signaled for them to get ready. Dea told Lusha that Hiroki would probably be back quickly, so she should prepare herself. A short while later, Hiroki returned with a group of killer moles trailing behind him. Lusha panicked at the sight and shouted that it was dangerous, looking at the others for support. They were all just grinning. Hiroki told her to go ahead and start shooting at the killer moles. She hesitated. He told her it was all right, and that he would simply dodge anything that came his way, and offered to put up his shield as well if she was worried. Lusha watched him evade an incoming attack and stared in disbelief. She steadied herself, took hold of her bow, and a look of strong focus came into her eyes. Her first arrows missed him entirely. Her jaw dropped open. Hiroki told her she had not hit him and that she did not need to worry. She just needed to keep shooting. Something shifted in her expression. She drew the bow again, eyes full of resolve. Her next shots found their marks. She struck the moles. She brought her hand to her mouth in shock. Hiroki shouted that it was a clean one-shot kill and that she had taken down 2 of them at once. The rest of the party cheered from behind her. Lusha could barely contain herself. Hiroki pointed out that there were still 3 enemies left. He signaled to her, and she nodded, drew again, and fired. The remaining killer moles were defeated. Floyd remarked that the damage output had been remarkable, even accounting for the circumstances. Lusha turned to Hiroki and told him she had done it. He told her she had done well. Floyd said it was great, and added that Lusha probably could not go back to her old party anyway. He asked whether she would like to join theirs instead. Lusha asked whether that would really be all right, and said that with Hiroki there she thought she could actually be useful. Hiroki paused. Tina immediately agreed with enthusiasm. Dea said he had no objections either. Hiroki stood quietly for a moment, the weight of what he knew pressing on him. He needed to travel to the demon continent to obtain the apricot grass, a place filled with powerful monsters. He could not bring Floyd and the others into that kind of danger. He would have to go alone. But he also had to be honest with them. He spoke up and told them that when it came to the party, he had been thinking of leaving so that Lusha could take his place, because he was planning to set out on a journey. He added that they had only just welcomed him in and he was sorry, but he did not finish the sentence before Tina cut in and said that if it was a journey, they would all go together. Floyd told Tina not to push her wishes on others and asked Hiroki where he intended to go. Hiroki told them plainly, the demon continent. Floyd understood immediately and said they could not go with him. Hiroki said he did not want to pull them into it, but that he was running out of time. A close friend's life was on the line. Tina said that was all the more reason for them to come. Floyd firmly told her no, that they would only slow Hiroki down. Tina's eyes filled with tears as she asked whether Hiroki was really leaving the party. He reached out and gently patted her on the head and apologized. Tina wiped her eyes, said she was all right, and apologized for her reaction. She told Hiroki she would get stronger and that she would be waiting for him to come back. Hiroki felt the weight of guilt settle over him. Dea moved to comfort Tina while Floyd asked Hiroki whether he was planning to leave right away. Hiroki said he was. Tina composed herself enough to point out that today would then be the last time they hunted together. Hiroki confirmed it. Tina immediately declared that they had to give it everything they had and urged Dea and Floyd to do the same. Dea agreed, though somewhat hesitantly. Floyd and Hiroki watched her for a moment. Floyd turned his attention to practical matters and said they needed to update the party settings on Lusha's bracelet. Lusha thanked him. Floyd also noted they would need to think through how their formation would work once Hiroki was gone. Hiroki offered a suggestion. He proposed that Lusha handle long-range attacks when enemies were still at a distance, then shift to the back line when they closed in so the rest of the party could engage normally. From the back, she could also cover any enemies that came from behind. Floyd said it sounded like a solid plan and agreed to use it. Lusha said that when there was no one between her and the target, she could shoot at her very best, and she would give it everything she had. Hiroki said he would support her for as long as he was still with them that day. The party pushed forward from the 5th floor all the way down to the 7th. Many orcs appeared, and the group began working together with noticeably better coordination than before. Lusha fired her arrows and hit her targets one after another, barely able to contain her excitement each time she connected. Hiroki praised her for the consecutive hits. She laughed with delight. Her accuracy would have been considered unthinkable by the standards of that world, but her ability to bring down enemies in a single shot more than made up for it in Hiroki's view. Tina declared she was going to work just as hard and launched her fire magic at the enemies. Dea cheered her on loudly. The mini-orcs were defeated. More enemies appeared immediately. Hiroki raised his shield as the next wave closed in. Lusha said that with orcs coming one after another, she was going to have trouble finding clean shots. Tina stepped forward and fired concentrated bursts of flame at the approaching enemies. Then many orcs appeared from behind the group. Lusha called out the warning. Hiroki moved quickly toward the enemies at the rear, putting himself between them and the party, and told everyone to attack while the orcs were focused on him. Lusha drew her bow and fired. The shot missed. She fired again. It missed the orc too. Hiroki noticed that the gaps between each of her shots were unusually long. He told her she did not need to hold back. Lusha stammered and said she would try. Hiroki understood the real issue without her needing to say it. Even knowing logically that she could not hit him, pointing an arrow at a person was a frightening thing to do. He thought for a moment and then told her directly that trying to hit him was pointless, but that if she wanted to try, she was welcome to aim straight at him. Lusha went red. Hiroki gave her a calm and reassuring smile. Something settled in her, and she understood what he was offering. She said she was going to aim at him for real this time. She drew back and fired. The arrows missed Hiroki entirely but struck the mini orcs cleanly. Hiroki was genuinely impressed by the speed of her shots now that the hesitation was gone. The mini orcs fell. He praised her loudly, and Lusha was left staring in disbelief that he had evaded every single arrow. Hiroki said it genuinely felt like he had dodged them all, and that this was going to be something special going forward. The thought arrived right after. He was leaving this party soon. Tina fired another round of magic and told herself she needed to push even harder, launching another shot at the remaining enemies. Hiroki watched her and thought about how much she and Dea had both grown over the past few days. Seeing it made him feel more at ease about leaving. Then he noticed something about Tina's appearance that concerned him. He asked whether he should cast heal on her. She started to say she was fine, but the words did not finish. Tina lost consciousness and collapsed. Hiroki moved to her immediately. The last of the mini orcs had been taken down, so he was able to cast heal on her right away. Floyd told the others that Tina had simply run out of mana and that it was not life-threatening. She had pushed her magic far beyond what her body could currently handle. Hearing this, Hiroki understood that losing consciousness was what happened when someone expended more magic than they were truly capable of managing. He muttered quietly, wondering why she had been so reckless. Floyd replied that she had probably wanted to show Hiroki her best side before he left. Hiroki was taken aback by that. Floyd said he would take the others up ahead and asked whether Hiroki could look after Tina. Hiroki said he would. He gathered Tina carefully and lifted her onto his back. He thought to himself that endurance was probably his weakest point and quietly wondered whether he would actually be able to carry her all the way up to the surface. He pushed the thought aside, recognizing that this was not the moment for that kind of worry. Against his back, Tina stirred faintly and murmured his name. The party made their way out of the dungeon with Tina murmuring weakly against Hiroki's back that she wanted to go with him. When they finally reached the entrance to the royal capital, Floyd let out a breath of relief. Hiroki asked whether Tina was going to be all right. Floyd assured him that she had simply worn out her mana and would recover fine with rest. He added that she had grown very attached to Hiroki, and that his leaving was hitting her harder than she was letting on. She had pushed herself far beyond her limits trying to show him her best, and it had caught up with her. Floyd took Tina from Hiroki's back and said he would carry her back to the inn, asking Hiroki and Lusha to go ahead and trade in the materials they had gathered. Hiroki agreed, waved, and said they would be back shortly. As they walked, Lusha mentioned that Hiroki must be tired. He said he was fine and turned the conversation toward her, asking about what had happened with her previous party. She said she had already made her peace with it. Looking back, she could see that she had never really been a good fit for that group. She felt much more at home with everyone in Floyd's party. As she said it, she broke into a light skip. Hiroki said he found that a little surprising to see. Lusha laughed and said she knew. He told her that even after he left, he was sure she would continue to fit in well with the others. She said maybe so. They arrived at the guild, and Hiroki greeted Hala as they came in. Hala greeted him back and then noticed Lusha beside him. Hiroki explained that Lusha had joined Floyd's party. Lusha mentioned that her previous party had left her behind in the dungeon. Hala was visibly shocked and said she would need to have a serious word with them. Lusha said cheerfully that she thought it had turned out to be a blessing in the end. Hala agreed it certainly seemed that way. Hiroki asked Hala to buy their materials. She agreed without hesitation and announced the total value came to 15,000 lot. Hiroki thanked her, and the two of them turned to leave. Then Lusha's former party leader appeared. He looked directly at Hiroki and asked whether he had taken Lusha into his party. His expression was dark and hostile. Hiroki asked him calmly whether there was something he needed. The man shot back that of all the people who could have picked up a useless archer, it had to be the worthless evasion guy. Hiroki looked at him and thought the man had the look of someone truly unpleasant. He was not sure how to handle the situation. Other adventurers in the guild had begun to notice and were watching. Lusha spoke up and said that Hiroki was not useless. The man turned on her sharply, repeating what she had said with clear anger. He dropped what he was holding and swung his fist, declaring he would prove just how useless Hiroki was. Lusha flinched. Hiroki stepped in front of her. Hala shouted at them to stop, reminding them that fighting was strictly prohibited inside the guild. The punch sailed past Hiroki without connecting. Hala stared in surprise. The man swung again, his anger rising. That missed too. The adventurers watching began to murmur among themselves. Even Hala could not quite believe what she was seeing. The man kept attacking with mounting fury. Hiroki's evasion was simply doing what it always did, moving his body out of the way without any conscious effort on his part. A kick came next. It missed. The man snarled that he was losing patience and drew his sword. Hiroki went rigid. Hala cried out. Lusha called Hiroki's name. Hala covered her eyes. The sword swung and missed him entirely. The man told Hiroki not to think for a moment that he was out of danger. But before anything else could happen, a very large hand landed firmly on the party leader's shoulder from behind. A towering figure informed him that the person whose safety was actually in question was himself, and warned him that continuing would risk having his adventuring rights revoked. The party leader went completely still. After a long pause, he turned and looked at Lusha. She had been startled by the sudden shift, but she met his gaze and deliberately turned her face away, making her rejection of him plain. He ground his teeth together. He walked away muttering that he had never been interested in Lusha to begin with. Hiroki let out a long breath and said he was exhausted. When he and Lusha turned around, they found a large crowd of adventurers had gathered to watch the whole thing unfold. Voices came from different parts of the crowd. One adventurer said he had never expected Hiroki to be able to evade like that, and had been completely sure he was going to get hit. Another asked whether Lusha was all right. A woman in the crowd said she had been worried about Lusha for a while, having seen her carrying that heavy baggage around for so long. Another adventurer said he was glad she had found a new party. Lusha thanked everyone around her and said she had joined a truly wonderful party. One of the adventurers in the crowd offered to treat her to a drink in celebration and invited her to stay. Lusha thanked him warmly, but seemed uncertain. Hiroki said they needed to get back quickly. Another adventurer pushed back and said there was nothing wrong with celebrating a little. Hiroki explained that one of their party members had collapsed in the dungeon. The others understood immediately and said he must be worried about them. Hiroki turned to the large man who had intervened during the confrontation and thanked him. The man said he had only been doing what needed to be done and told them to take care of themselves. Lusha thanked Hiroki as they left. He said he was just relieved she had not been hurt. Back at the Falling Star Inn, Lusha found herself quietly repeating Hiroki's name in her thoughts. She wanted them all to grow stronger together. She was not sure when exactly he had become so important to her. In her mind, she pictured Hiroki waving goodbye, and Tina running after him saying she would become useful, so he should wait, not wanting to be separated from someone she had come to care about. Tina woke up with her hand reaching toward the ceiling without quite knowing why. Dea was there and took hold of her hand. He told her how relieved he was. Both he and Floyd were sitting beside her bed. Tina looked around the room and took in her surroundings. Dea told her they were at the inn and that she had collapsed from magic exhaustion, asking if she remembered. Tina said she did, and then the realization hit her that the conversation about Hiroki leaving the party had not been a dream after all. Dea's expression grew troubled. Tina began to cry and said she was terrible. She apologized for losing consciousness from overusing her mana and making trouble for everyone around her. She said Hiroki must be completely fed up with her by now. Dea told her not to think that way because Hiroki was not that kind of person. Floyd spoke gently and said that Tina had been afraid of losing someone important to her. He told her that she could not always expect to keep living the same life alongside the people she cared about, and that rather than dwelling on the loss, it was better to feel grateful for the time they had shared and to think about how much she had grown during it. Tina turned the words over quietly and agreed that she could not keep sulking over it. She told Hiroki in her heart that she would get stronger. She then noticed that both Dea and Floyd looked like they had been awake the whole time and apologized for worrying them. Dea still looked concerned. Floyd told her not to worry about it and asked whether she was feeling better. She said she was. He told her there was still time before sunrise and that she should get more rest, and told Dea to get some sleep as well. Tina thanked Dea. He told her not to push herself like that anymore. She agreed and apologized once more. Dea said good night and told her he would see her in the morning. The next morning, Tina came down the stairs and found Hiroki already there. He told her he was glad she was feeling better. She apologized again for the trouble she had caused. He told her it was all right and to just be more careful going forward. Tina called his name and asked him, even after he left, not to forget about their party. He assured her he would not and told her he was truly glad to have met her in this world. He said he was grateful from the bottom of his heart and that he would think of her whenever he could. Tina cried quietly. Hiroki asked where Floyd and Dea were. She told him they were still sleeping, having stayed up late out of worry for her, with Dea being especially anxious. The woman running the inn noticed Tina was up and said she would get breakfast started and for Tina to take a seat and wait a little. Tina said she had a request. The woman asked what it was. Tina said it was a small selfish wish, but that as a way of thanking Dea and Floyd for the night before, she wanted to make their breakfast herself. The woman said it was a very thoughtful thing to want to do and agreed, offering to give her some guidance along the way. Tina thanked her with a bright smile. Lusha murmured to herself that a meal made by Tina's own hands was a nice thing. Hiroki agreed and said the two of them were definitely going to be pleased. Lusha asked where he was heading. He told her he was going to the guild to look for information about how to get to the demon continent. Tina asked quietly whether that meant he would be leaving the party starting that day. Hiroki told her it would not be today, that he would still be staying one more night. He also reminded her that once he found the apricot grass, he would be coming back. He apologized for leaving so soon after having been welcomed in. Tina shook her head and told him not to worry about that at all, saying she hoped he would find the apricot grass as quickly as possible. Hiroki agreed. In his mind, he renewed his resolve. He had to do whatever it took to break Ren's curse. The heroes had been bound by a one-sided contract with the king, and Ren had ended up struck by a deadly curse from a demon. Hiroki was determined not to let things end the way the king intended. Lusha had been looking at Hiroki quietly. She called out to him and asked whether he would accept her as his partner. Hiroki's eyes went wide. His mind jumped immediately to the thought that it sounded like a confession. Lusha asked again whether Hiroki would accept her as his partner. Hiroki hesitated and pointed out that the demon continent was an extremely dangerous place. Lusha said that the problem was she could only use her attacks freely when she was around him. Hiroki turned this over in his mind and had to admit she had a point. Lusha had tremendous firepower, and with him beside her, the risk of friendly fire was completely eliminated. The kind of partner he had been looking for was right in front of him, and yet he held back. He told her that while he was genuinely glad she had proposed it, she was already a member of Floyd's party, and he could not make that kind of decision on his own. Floyd came down the stairs at that moment. Hiroki was surprised he was already awake. Floyd said there was nothing to worry about on that front. He pointed out that Lusha was a better fit alongside Hiroki than she was with the rest of them. Hearing that, Tina's expression fell. Floyd added that if Hiroki took Lusha up on her offer, he would be able to leave the city much sooner, and that he would never know how well it worked unless he tried. He suggested they go to a dungeon called the Morifukaki dungeon to test it out, saying the monsters in its lower levels were said to be comparable in strength to those on the demon continent. Hiroki said he was willing if Lusha was. Lusha said she absolutely was, and that she would give it everything she had. Hiroki said they would try it. Floyd said he was going to eat, and called for the woman running the inn. Tina stepped forward quickly and told Floyd to wait just a moment. Floyd was puzzled. Tina looked back at Lusha and Hiroki and told them to do their best together as a party, and that she would be cheering for both of them. Hiroki thanked her sincerely. Later that day, they made their way to the carriage boarding area. Lusha told Hiroki they would be taking a carriage to reach the Morifukaki dungeon. When they climbed inside, Hiroki remarked on how large it was and looked around with interest. He noticed a man nearby with a bag full of arrows, and it made him curious. He asked Lusha how she produced her arrows. She explained that she made them using a ring, showing him a bangle-like item and telling him that her skill called Create Arrow worked through it, and that the number of arrows she could produce depended on the rarity of the ring. Hiroki said the material it was made from must be something very precious if it allowed her to create as many arrows as she needed, and wondered aloud whether it might be orichalcum or adamantite. Lusha apologized and said she did not know the name of the material. Hiroki said it did not matter and that it was a remarkably convenient thing to have. Lusha laughed softly and thanked him for clearing up the question she had carried for a while. She told him that since they were partners now she would keep giving everything she had. Hiroki felt his face go slightly warm. When they arrived at their destination, Lusha told him the dungeon was about 30 minutes away from where they had gotten off. She also mentioned that the map of the Morifukaki dungeon was only fully documented down to the 15th floor. Hiroki asked whether that meant the 15th floor was the deepest level. Lusha said no, only that adventurers had only mapped as far as they had managed to clear. She said it would be interesting to see how far the two of them could go. Hiroki agreed. They reached the dungeon entrance where an old man had set up camp outside and offered maps to anyone who needed one. Hiroki said they did, and the man handed one over. Lusha spotted cooking materials for sale nearby and was impressed by the variety on offer. Hiroki then asked the old man whether he had anything that would draw monsters specifically toward one person. Lusha asked what he would want that for. He explained that it would keep her from being targeted and would also group the monsters together in one place, making it much easier for her arrows to find their marks. The old man confirmed he did have something like that and held out a potion, calling it a monster-attracting potion that would draw every nearby enemy toward the person who drank it. Each bottle cost 2,000 lot. Hiroki thought the price was steep. The man added that one bottle would last for roughly 3 hours. Hiroki decided to take 3 bottles, letting out a sigh and telling himself it was a necessary adventuring expense that they would make back by gathering plenty of materials. He opened one of the bottles and drank it. The taste made him cough. Lusha asked in concern whether he was all right. He said he was fine and that if it meant all the monsters would come to him, it was a small price to pay. He activated his shield and they entered the dungeon. On the first floor underground, Hiroki remarked that the place was packed with enemies. Lusha confirmed it. He said they would move forward steadily, and she agreed. By the 6th floor, the environment had changed completely and looked like the inside of a dense forest. A killer moth appeared before them, and both of them reacted with visible dismay. Hiroki asked Lusha whether she was not starting to dislike him a little, given what he was putting her through. The moths began crowding around him from all directions. Lusha fired rapidly into the swarm. Hiroki told her they should keep moving while she fired so they could clear the area faster. She agreed and kept shooting as they walked, hitting the moths steadily. Hiroki moved through the chaos to pick up any materials that dropped. By the time they reached the staircase down to the 7th floor, the moths were no longer able to follow. Hiroki said it was no surprise they were worn out after dealing with a swarm that large. Lusha told Hiroki he had done wonderfully. She noticed there were materials scattered all over him and brushed them off. Hiroki asked whether she was truly all right and whether she was sure she did not resent him even a little. She told him it was not him she disliked, only the moths. Hiroki thanked her and said they would take a short break. He offered her some water, and she said she would take some after him. In his mind, Hiroki calculated that it had taken roughly an hour to reach where they were. Things would only get harder the deeper they went, which meant the first potion would likely run out around the 15th floor. The bigger question was figuring out where the lowest floor actually was. His rough plan was to use the remaining 2 potions to press as far forward as possible and then use the teleportation circle to get back. He thanked Lusha for letting him drink first. She said it was nothing and took the water, drinking thirstily. He kept thinking. They had not actually confirmed whether 3 potions would be enough for a one-way trip to the bottom. For now, they would see how far 1.5 potions could take them, with the other half held in reserve for reaching the boss chamber. It was a gamble. He wanted the 2 of them to try defeating the boss, but he was beginning to wonder whether they should cut their losses for the day. Before he could finish the thought, Lusha spoke up and pointed out that even if it was only a trial run, they were partners, and she would like him to talk things through with her rather than thinking it all over alone. Hiroki realized immediately that she was right. There was no point in turning things over by himself when she was right there. He told her she was absolutely right. Lusha said they should pick up the pace and push forward. She said that together with Hiroki, she believed they could make it, both through this dungeon and all the way to the demon continent. Hiroki was genuinely moved by her words. She smiled. He said with clear enthusiasm that they were going for the lowest floor. Lusha agreed. They reached the 16th floor, entering territory that had never been mapped by adventurers before. Lusha was in awe. Hiroki said he would use the 2nd potion there. The moment it took effect, a powerful enemy appeared. Lusha noted that the larger ones were actually easier to hit and took it down. They pushed on to the 20th floor. Hiroki said the 2nd potion was nearly spent and that they should run for the next staircase without stopping to fight. Lusha agreed, and they moved quickly until they found the stairs leading to the 21st floor. Lusha looked around and said the staircase itself was beautiful, the surface shimmering with what looked like amber. Hiroki thought the lowest floor must be close. Lusha said the same thought had crossed her mind. Since the potion was running out, Hiroki suggested they take a longer rest there. Lusha agreed it was a good idea. They pulled dried meat and sandwiches from their bags and ate. Hiroki asked if she was not tired. She said she was fine. He pointed out that it must have been harder on her since she had been the one attacking continuously the entire time. She shook her head and said that rather than feeling tired, she was genuinely having fun knowing that she could actually fight properly. She said she felt full of energy and then immediately yawned. Hiroki asked if she was sleepy. She admitted she was, a little, and said it had been a while since she had fought so hard for so long. She asked whether they should sleep there for the night. Hiroki said it was fine in principle, but he started to say that not having a sleeping bag and being in a place like that might feel strange, especially for a girl. Lusha cut him off and told him plainly that sleeping on dungeon staircases was completely normal for adventurers. Hiroki thought to himself that he had pulled all-nighters gaming before, so if anything he was the one who was not used to roughing it like this. Then, without any warning, Lusha's head drooped and came to rest on his shoulder. He stayed still. She had worked incredibly hard, so it made complete sense that she was exhausted. He quietly thanked her for giving everything she had and wished her a good night. In his thoughts, he felt a growing sense that traveling with Lusha was going to work. He was more confident now that they would be able to reach the demon continent together. He did not notice when his own eyes closed, and he drifted off as well. The next morning, Lusha woke up full of energy and announced it was a perfect day for taking down the dungeon boss. Hiroki remarked that she seemed remarkably bright-spirited for someone who had slept in a stairwell. He realized with some surprise that he himself had fallen asleep without noticing. Lusha admired the appearance of that floor level as well, finding it just as beautiful as the one above. Hiroki cast his shield, and Lusha thanked him. He drank the 3rd potion. Lusha watched, and said it did not look unpleasant at all. Almost immediately, a black dog appeared. It lunged at Hiroki, and the attack landed. He was genuinely surprised. Lusha raised her bow. Hiroki told her to stay calm because his shield was up, and then told her to go ahead and fire since she was his partner now. Lusha steadied herself and unleashed a volley of arrows. Hiroki stared as 5 arrows flew simultaneously. Lusha explained that since each shot took time, firing multiple at once made things faster. She also mentioned that she had been surprised the monster had actually managed to hit him. Hiroki collected the materials and acknowledged that his evasion stat was evidently still not high enough to handle everything on this floor. Lusha spotted something nearby and picked it up, recognizing it as a magic stone and saying it was a fairly rare material used in crafting equipment. Hiroki was delighted by the find. He said they should push forward and draw in even more monsters. Lusha agreed. They defeated the remaining black dogs and continued ahead. As they advanced, a door came into view in the distance. Something about the air around it felt different and heavier. Hiroki sensed immediately that it was the boss chamber. Lusha said it made her nervous just looking at it. They moved carefully and peeked through the door to see what was waiting for them inside. What they saw stopped them both cold. It was a Cerberus. Hiroki thought to himself that the Cerberus was supposed to be the kind of creature that showed up as a final boss in video games. He could not quite believe it had appeared here. At the start of Chapter 14, Hiroki tried to make sense of why a Cerberus was guarding the lower floors of this dungeon. He concluded that the difficulty of the deeper levels was simply so extreme that no adventurer had ever made it far enough to encounter it before. That being the case, there was nothing to be done about the situation except deal with it. Lusha pointed out that while Hiroki's evasion was remarkable, surely even that had its limits against something like this. Hiroki himself was not entirely sure his evasion would hold up against an enemy of this caliber. Even so, he told her it was going to be all right, and that they would use the shield skill to make it work. He laid out the plan. When the Cerberus began attacking him, Lusha was to press herself against the wall and inch her way carefully toward the back of the room. Her only objective was reaching the exit at the far end. Until she got there, she was not to attack under any circumstances. Lusha asked in surprise whether he was seriously suggesting they bypass the boss entirely. He confirmed it and pointed her attention to the narrow passage at the back of the room, explaining that the Cerberus was too large to fit through it. If they could get there, they would be safe. Lusha hesitantly acknowledged it might work, but asked whether it felt like cheating. Hiroki pointed out that their entire party setup was essentially already cheating. He reminded her that they had come to find out whether they could work together as a unit, and this was part of that. Lusha agreed and said she would absolutely make it and prove herself as his partner. Hiroki wondered aloud whether the monster-attracting potion would have any effect on a boss. Lusha said she had never tried it that way. He thought it through and decided that as with most games, boss monsters were likely immune to such effects. He would need to be especially careful. He set the shield to absorb 3 hits, and then stepped forward to draw the Cerberus's attention. Beneath his outward composure he was deeply frightened, but he pushed himself to hold steady. The Cerberus turned its massive heads toward him and attacked. It missed. Hiroki felt a wave of relief wash through him that his evasion had worked, though the sheer pressure of facing the creature was unlike anything he had felt before. He dodged another attack and shouted for Lusha to make her move toward the passage. She called back that she understood and began moving. Hiroki watched her progress from the corner of his eye and cheered for her internally. He did not notice the Cerberus had come around behind him until its claws were already coming down. He managed to cast his shield at the last possible moment. Lusha cried out his name in shock. The Cerberus growled. Hiroki cursed the fact that hits always seemed to land at the worst possible moments. Then he realized with alarm that the monster-attracting potion had stopped working. The creature turned its attention toward Lusha. Just as he had feared, the effect had weakened and was no longer holding. Hiroki pushed his shield to its maximum strength and sent it toward Lusha just in time to intercept the Cerberus's strike. But when the creature clawed through it, the shield shattered completely. Hiroki's eyes went wide. He ran toward her with his hand outstretched, desperate to reach her in time. He made it, casting a new shield and planting himself directly in front of her. Lusha apologized and said she had panicked. Hiroki told her it was all right and said the creature was beginning to focus on him again. He urged her to get to the exit immediately. She turned and ran. Lusha made it into the passage. From the safety of the narrow corridor, she called out that she was going to start attacking and told Hiroki to follow her in while she covered him. Hiroki told her he was fine and to just stay where she was and keep herself safe. The Cerberus kept hammering at him and he kept dodging. Then the creature noticed Lusha again and turned toward the passage. Hiroki shouted at her to pull back immediately. One of the Cerberus's heads pushed into the narrow opening. Hiroki called out asking if she was all right. She called back that she was, and said that the cramped angle actually made it easier to aim. She drew her bow and fired directly into the eye of one of the heads. Hiroki watched as the arrow struck cleanly. The Cerberus turned its attention back toward him with a growl. Lusha kept firing without hesitation and put an arrow into the second head as well. Hiroki thought to himself that while their original plan had been simply to slip past it, things had turned in a direction where actually defeating it seemed possible. Then the Cerberus opened its mouth wide toward Hiroki and unleashed something far beyond a normal attack. His shield shattered instantly. He could not understand what had happened and kept casting shield after shield, layering in heal and regeneration as fast as he could manage. Lusha called out to him in panic. He shouted back that he was still alive. He reasoned that the creature must have used some kind of special skill. He cast his shield again, and the Cerberus returned to regular attacks, which gave Lusha a chance to steady herself. Hiroki assessed the situation and found that while his wound had already closed, it was clear he had taken a direct hit at some point. He was grateful he had reacted as quickly as he had. Lusha exhaled in relief and fired again. The Cerberus let out one final growl and fell. Hiroki shouted that they had done it. Lusha threw her arms around him, overcome with relief that he was alive. Tears ran down her face. Hiroki felt his face go red. He told her everything was all right now and asked her not to cry. She pulled herself together and apologized for abandoning the plan. She said she could not be a proper partner if she behaved like that. Hiroki told her not to be too hard on herself, and said he had simply thought it was the best approach available to them at the time. Then he paused, and called her name more seriously. He told her there was something she needed to know before she committed to being his partner. If she traveled with him, there was a real possibility she would become a target of the king. He bowed his head as he said it, and then told her that even so, if she was willing, he wanted her by his side. Lusha stared at him for a moment, surprised, and pointed out that she had been the one to ask him first. Then she said she would be in his care. It was Hiroki's turn to be surprised. Hiroki told Lusha that the feeling was mutual. He said they should go and see what was in the room at the back. Lusha mentioned it was her first time reaching the deepest part of a dungeon. When they opened the chest, both of them were stunned by what was inside. There was a substantial amount of money, a skill book, and on top of that, 2 large magic stones. Hiroki said that with everything they had found, buying new gear would be well within reach, and that they should stop by the equipment shop on the way back. Lusha agreed, and added that she also wanted to have her bow maintained while they were there. Hiroki turned his attention to the skill book and held it out toward Lusha. He reasoned that if this was her first time reaching the deepest floor, it was likely her first skill book as well. Lusha hesitated and pushed back, saying that since Hiroki was the one standing directly in front of enemies at all times, he was the one who needed more skills. She said she would worry about him if he did not develop them. Hiroki told her warmly that he appreciated her concern, but that their immediate priority was increasing her firepower in preparation for the dangers they would face on the demon continent. He promised to take the next one for himself and asked her to use this one. She accepted. He told her to speak the name of a skill she already had toward the book. She called out the name of her great arrow skill. The book glowed and Lusha acquired a new skill called Wind Arrow. She read the notification aloud in quiet amazement. Hiroki congratulated her and said they had done well. He said it was time to head back to the equipment shop. At the shop, the dwarf recognized Hiroki immediately and asked whether it was the strange healer from before. Hiroki thanked him for the help he had given on his previous visit. The dwarf noticed Lusha beside him and said it was good that Hiroki had found a party, and that an archer was actually an excellent match for an evasion healer like him. Hiroki said he now had money and the materials they had gathered, and asked the dwarf to enchant his equipment with an evasion buff and use the materials to upgrade them. The dwarf looked over what Hiroki had brought, and his expression shifted to one of genuine impression. He noted the magic stones, and then identified what appeared to be a Cerberus claw among the materials. He said there was plenty of good work he could do with those. Hiroki told him he was leaving it all in his hands. The dwarf laid out what he would do. Enchant the protective gear with evasion, add an attack power enhancement to the bow, and carry out maintenance on it as well. He said it would be ready in 3 days, and to come back then. Hiroki agreed. As they walked out of the shop, Hiroki told Lusha it was a truly excellent place. She agreed and noted that the dwarf had also offered to help prepare their equipment before they set off for the demon continent. In the meantime, Hiroki wore a replacement cloak while his gear was being worked on. Since there was still daylight left, he said they should go sell their gathered materials at the guild. Lusha agreed. At the Adventurers Guild, the message board was covered in postings. Hiroki remembered that he had meant to leave a message for Rin and Ruri about heading to the demon continent, and thought it was also possible they had left something for him. Then he remembered he could not read any of it. Lusha noticed him staring at the board, and asked if something had caught his attention. He told her he was wondering whether there might be a message for him, but that he was unfortunately unable to read. Lusha offered to go through them for him. She began reading off names. Wilhook, Drake, Carl, Ben, Sakurai. She said it did not look like there was anything for Hiroki. Hiroki stopped her. Sakurai was his own family name. He asked her to read that particular message. She asked whether it was something like a family name of his, then agreed to read it. The letter identified the sender as Watanabe. It said that some time had passed since they last met, and that it had been decided he would be traveling to the demon continent in 2 days. He wanted to meet before leaving and asked that Hiroki wait for him the following morning at the rock outside the city gate. Lusha asked whether it was from a friend of Hiroki's. He said not exactly. His mind went back to when they had first arrived and introduced themselves using their family names, Sakurai, Tanaka, and Watanabe. It had been Hiroki himself who had suggested they use given names going forward, specifically because the king already knew their family names. The implication of that agreement settled over him with sudden weight. A message using a family name was supposed to be treated as a trap. He realized with a cold clarity that the message had come from the king. At the start of chapter 15, Hiroki processed the full meaning of what he had just read. The message was a trap set up by the king and his people. He thought back to when the minister had asked for their names upon arrival. He had introduced himself as Sakurai, Tanaka had given her name, and Rin had said his was Watanabe. Watanabe was Ren's family name. The 3 of them had agreed early on to use only their given names when contacting each other, precisely because the king knew their family names. A message signed with a family name could only mean one thing. It had not come from Rin at all. Lusha asked whether Hiroki knew the person who had sent it. He said it was a bit complicated to explain on the spot, and told her he would tell her everything when they got back to their room. She agreed, though she seemed uncertain, glancing toward the counter. Hiroki noticed that Hala appeared to be in an uncomfortable situation. A man was leaning over the counter and asking her to go out with him. Hiroki pointed this out quietly to Lusha and said Hala looked like she was struggling with the unwanted attention. Lusha understood. The man pressed further and asked Hala to accompany him to something called the Hero's Parade. Hiroki's ears caught the words and his attention sharpened. Hala apologized politely and told the man she could not accept that kind of request. The man laughed it off as unfortunate and seemed prepared to linger when Hala spotted Hiroki and called out to him with visible relief. Hiroki greeted her and asked if he could be next. Hala used the opportunity to excuse herself from the man, telling him the next customer had already arrived. The man accepted this and told her he would see her another time before moving on. Hala asked whether Hiroki was there to sell materials. He said he was and laid out what they had gathered. Hala looked over everything and said the quality was excellent across the board. Hiroki asked what the Hero's Parade was about. Hala explained that the hero was preparing to travel to the demon continent in order to confront the demon lord, and that the parade was being organized to send him off. Lusha was visibly excited at the news that the hero was actually going to face the demon lord. Hiroki thought to himself that if he were still officially part of the hero's party, he might have been expected to take part in the parade himself. Lusha asked Hala whether the hero was truly real. Hala said the rumors appeared to be accurate. Hiroki said with feigned enthusiasm that they would have to go and see it. Lusha agreed. Hala mentioned she had heard it was scheduled for around noon the following day. She then counted out the money from the material exchange and handed it over. Hiroki thanked her. Later that evening at the Falling Star Inn, Hiroki brought up what he needed to tell Lusha. She was stunned to learn that Hiroki had arrived in this world alongside the hero. Hiroki acknowledged it and said he came from a land very far away, then asked whether she believed him. Lusha said she did without any hesitation. She told him she had always felt there was something different about him, and that hearing he was a close friend of the hero somehow made everything click into place. Hiroki said his approach to fighting had not exactly been well received in this kingdom. He decided there was no need to tell Lusha about their original world, but he explained that he and the others had been summoned to this kingdom by the king from a distant land. Lusha said that explained why he had never been able to read the writing here. Hiroki continued. The king had ordered them to defeat the demon lord, but his decision to pour all his stat points into evasion had angered the king deeply. When he was thrown into jail as a result, Rin had agreed to wear a contract bangle in order to secure Hiroki's release. Lusha murmured that the hero sounded like a truly kind person. Hiroki agreed and said that was exactly the kind of person Rin was, which made it all the more painful that he had ended up cursed not once but twice. Lusha's eyes went wide. Hiroki explained further. The first curse was the bangle itself, which bound Rin and prevented him from moving freely without the king's permission. The second was a deadly curse inflicted by a monstrous snake during their adventures. If the time limit on the curse ran out before a cure was found, it would kill him. The entire reason Hiroki was heading to the demon continent was to find the apricot grass needed to make that cure. That was why he had no time to waste, and why he needed to push himself against enemies far beyond his current level, just as they had done that very day. Lusha looked at him steadily. She said she understood. Hiroki added that the king considered him an enemy. He told her that was the full picture of where things stood, and that if she wanted to step back from being his partner after hearing all of it, he would understand. Lusha cut him off before he could finish the sentence and told him she wanted to be his ally. No matter how many times he might ask, Lusha told him, her answer would always be the same. Hiroki's eyes went wide. He thanked her quietly but sincerely. Lusha then asked who had actually sent the message. Hiroki told her it had come from the king. The whole reason they had given the king a different name from the start was precisely to guard against something like this. It appeared the king was now impersonating Rin in an attempt to make contact and lure Hiroki out. Lusha understood and said that was why he had looked so shaken when he first read it. She said if it was a trap, they should simply ignore it. Hiroki said no, he was going to go anyway. Lusha asked how he could consider going knowing full well it was a trap. He said it was possible the situation had something to do with Rin and Ruri, and that he could not afford to ignore it on the chance that it did. The following day, the two of them arrived at the large rock outside the city gate. Hiroki touched the boulder and looked around. Setting aside any thought of run, there was nobody there at all. Then something caught the light from among the trees. A moment later, a shower of arrows came raining down. They struck the boulder around him. Hiroki had been right. It was a trap. He called out asking whether Watanabe was there. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the minister was standing beside Rin and addressing him as Mr. Watanabe. He asked the hero whether he was prepared. Rin complained that the parade felt far too embarrassing for his liking. The minister said it was simply a reflection of how seriously the king took the mission to defeat the demon lord, and that he was counting on the hero to see it through. He told Rin to wait just a little longer before they departed, then stepped away and pulled one of the soldiers aside. He asked the soldier for a report. The soldier confirmed that Hiroki had taken the bait. The minister's face broke into a self-satisfied smile. He said it was exactly what he had expected from someone so lacking in ability. He explained that until now he had not been able to move against Hiroki directly because there was always a risk that Rin would find out. But with the hero about to leave on a journey to the demon continent, there was no way word would reach him. The minister muttered Sakurai's name under his breath and said he had become a thorn that needed to be removed. Back at the stone, Hiroki was dodging every arrow that came at him. Soldiers emerged from the trees and rushed toward him with swords drawn. Hiroki asked again what had become of Watanabe, but the soldiers attacked without answering, all of them striking at once. Every blow missed. They struck again. He dodged that too. The soldiers stared at each other in disbelief. One of them muttered that Hiroki was just a fool with nothing but high evasion to his name. Another told the group to think about it differently, pointing out that he was only a healer and had no way to attack them back. A third said it was simply a matter of keeping at it until one of them eventually landed a hit. Hiroki asked who had told them he could not attack. He swung his hand forward. One of the soldiers challenged him to go ahead and try. Hiroki said he would not hold back. Wind surged toward the soldiers. They stumbled back in confusion, wondering whether he had just used wind magic, and it dawned on them that he might have been a magician all along. Panic spread through the group. Hiroki smiled at them. The soldiers cursed and shouted at each other to retreat. They turned and ran. Lusha stepped out from behind a tree and asked how her new wind arrow skill had worked. Hiroki said it had been perfect. The soldiers had been completely fooled into thinking the magic had come from him. Lusha laughed. She explained the mechanic behind the skill. The arrow was wrapped in wind magic as it flew, which meant that even if it missed its intended target, the wind itself could still deal damage to whatever was nearby. Hiroki said it opened up a whole range of new strategies for them. Lusha agreed, then added that it was actually a good thing her arrows had missed the soldiers this time. Hiroki agreed, and said that if she had hit any of them directly, they likely would have died. He paused and acknowledged that while the soldiers had clearly been trying to kill him, he still would not have wanted that outcome. Lusha was shaken by the reminder of just how deeply the king despised Hiroki. Hiroki cut the thought short and said they would need to deal with the king properly the next time they returned. His mind went briefly to Japan and to the fact that the king, despite everything, was still the most likely person to hold information about how to get back home. But he pushed that aside. Before any of that, they needed to get to the demon continent and find the apricot grass. Lusha agreed that helping the hero had to come first. Hiroki renewed his resolve quietly. He was going to save Rin no matter what it took. He then said they should hurry and catch the hero's parade before it passed. Lusha agreed, and they moved quickly back toward the city. In the streets, Rin was already mounted on a horse, moving through the crowd as the people of the city watched and cheered around him. At the beginning of Chapter 16, the sound of trumpets filled the air. Hiroki chased after Lusha, who had noticed that they had arrived at the heroes' parade. Lusha felt a wave of relief wash over her, while Hiroki's eyes went wide as he spotted Rin among the crowd. In Hiroki's mind, Rin showed absolutely no sign of the suffering he was going through. Hiroki found himself troubled by this, thinking that Rin simply did not want others to worry about him. He then noticed Ruri as well, who had grown so comfortable in this world that she carried herself like someone of high standing. Lusha asked Hiroki whether the two figures riding on horses were people he knew. Hiroki confirmed that they were his allies. Lusha then brought up that Run was the hero who was suffering under a curse that could only be broken by apricot grass, and she found it hard to believe just by looking at him. Hiroki agreed with her. Then, without warning, Rin spotted Hiroki in the crowd. He climbed down from his horse, excused himself from the procession, and made his way over to greet Hiroki warmly. Both Hiroki and Lusha were taken aback by this. Hiroki was concerned that Rin had stepped away from such an important event, but Rin had already arranged for someone named Takanashi to cover for him in his absence. Rin expressed his admiration for Hiroki, telling him how impressive he truly was, and thanked him for the information about the apricot grass. He shared his plan to travel to the demon continent to search for it. He had also cleverly convinced the king that the purpose of the trip was to defeat the demon lord, which was the very reason the parade was being held. The three of them shared a laugh over this. Rin then turned his attention to Hiroki's well-being, wondering whether he had enough money and was managing on his own. Hiroki assured him that he was doing fine and that he now had a partner. Rin looked at Lusha, who was standing beside Hiroki, and Hiroki introduced her as an elf and an archer. Lusha blushed as she greeted Rin. They shook hands, and Rin introduced himself before telling her he was leaving Hiroki in her care. He smiled, expressing that he was relieved Hiroki had found such a good partner. Hiroki, however, expressed his own worry about Rin, pointing out that Rin had been doing reckless things. Rin seemed a little caught off guard when he realized how much Hiroki knew. Hiroki's thoughts turned to the bigger picture. Even though both of them had been brought to this world without their choosing, there was no reason for either of them to throw their lives away. Still, Rin's curse was very much a real and pressing problem. Hiroki told Rin that he and Lusha were also heading to the demon continent to look for the apricot grass. Rin warned them that the demon continent was a dangerous place, but Hiroki told him not to worry about them and instead to take better care of himself. Rin took those words to heart. Hiroki also reminded Rin not to make Takanashi worry, and Rin agreed. Just then, a group of guards walked past. Among them, the court magician was looking around and suddenly froze in shock upon seeing Rin standing and talking with Hiroki and Lusha. He frantically pointed at Hiroki, demanding to know how he had come to be there. Hiroki quietly asked Rin who the furious-looking man was. Rin told him it was the court magician. This triggered a memory in Hiroki. He remembered that the court magician had been present during the summoning. He then had a realization and recalled the earlier incident when soldiers had come after him. He began to wonder aloud whether it had been the court magician behind the order to call him out that very morning. The court magician denied any involvement and insisted that this whole situation was disrupting the parade, demanding that Rin return to his place at once. Rin apologized and told Hiroki he had to go, adding one last word for him not to do anything too reckless. Hiroki thought to himself that was exactly what he wanted to say to Rin. After Rin left, Lusha remarked on what a kind person he seemed to be, and Hiroki quietly agreed. Before they could say anything more, the surrounding crowd began to close in on them. Someone had noticed that Hiroki and the hero had been speaking and started asking questions about how they knew each other. Caught off guard, Hiroki quickly told Lusha they needed to leave, suggesting they go somewhere to talk over their plans for traveling to the demon continent. Lusha agreed, and the two slipped away. Back at the Falling Star Inn, Hiroki spread out a map and began going over their situation. He noted that their current location was the capital city of the Piznut Kingdom, and that the demon continent lay to the north. Lusha confirmed this. Hiroki then pointed out what appeared to be whirlpools on the map, and Lusha explained that the sea currents in that area were far too rough and that sailing around them would come at a very high cost. That left only a narrow overland route as their realistic option. Lusha had heard that this route came in two forms, one that passed through a vast sea of trees and another that went through a dungeon beneath the seafloor. Hiroki quietly took this in, noting that they had two paths to choose from. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. Floyd stood at the entrance with two others behind him. He recognized Lusha and Hiroki right away. Hiroki greeted everyone cheerfully. Floyd, seeing the two of them together, assumed they had officially become partners. Lusha confirmed it and went on to share that she had faced a boss creature for the very first time, a Cerberus. The three who had just arrived were visibly shocked. Floyd pointed out that the cave where this had happened was one that had never even had a proper map made for it. Dea and Tina were amazed to hear that Lusha and Hiroki were doing well together as a pair. Hiroki then explained to the group that they were currently trying to decide which route to take in order to reach the demon continent. Floyd mentioned that he had never been there himself, but based on what he had heard, the seafloor dungeon route was known to be extremely difficult. In his opinion, the Sea of Trees route was the better choice. Hiroki thought it over carefully. He reasoned that if they took the seafloor dungeon route, the stairways within the dungeon would at least be safe ground for him, which would give him a little breathing room. At the same time, the thought of a boss monster weighed on his mind. It was also unclear whether they would even need to pass through a boss room in order to come out on the other side and reach the demon continent. Tina raised a concern of her own. Since not many people chose to attempt that route, she worried that if something went wrong, there might be nobody around to find them or come to their aid. Her words brought back a memory for Hiroki of the time the group had rescued him from the slimes. Dea, on the other hand, brushed off Tina's concern, saying that danger was simply part of the adventure. Tina fired back that Dea was being far too carefree about the whole thing. Lusha then shared her own thoughts. She had also heard that the enemies inside the seafloor dungeon were quite powerful, but she pointed out that they had no time to spend idly raising their levels elsewhere. If they could grow stronger while making their way through the dungeon, it would solve two problems at once. They would be progressing toward their goal while also becoming better prepared to face the demon continent. Hiroki agreed with her thinking. He acknowledged that leveling up was something they absolutely needed to do, and he quietly reflected on how large the gap between their strength and that of Rin and Ruri likely was. Floyd summarized their plan warmly, noting the appeal of growing stronger through a real journey. Dea was swept up in the excitement, calling it the stuff of dreams. Floyd admitted that under normal circumstances he would have tried to talk Hiroki out of such a risky choice, but then acknowledged that Hiroki's abilities simply could not be measured by ordinary standards. He felt it was worth giving it a shot. With that, Hiroki made the decision to take the dungeon route, and Lusha was in full agreement. Floyd asked when they planned to leave, and Hiroki told him they would depart the day after tomorrow. Dea noted that it was a quick turnaround. Floyd then joked that if he would drink too much, he would likely be knocked out for an entire day, which meant there was a real chance he would not get to see Hiroki off. Without wasting a moment, he called out to the landlady and asked her to bring out the meat, declaring that they would give Hiroki a proper send-off while they still had the chance. The landlady called back her confirmation. Floyd pressed further, telling her to bring out the best meat she had, as this was going to be a long farewell. Lusha cheerfully said she would be drinking too, and Floyd playfully challenged her on that. Tina turned to Hiroki and told him to stay safe on the road ahead, and Hiroki accepted her words gratefully. 2 days passed, and Hiroki and Lusha made their way to the blacksmith. The smith told them everything was ready. Lusha stared in amazement at her bow, which had grown noticeably larger than before. Hiroki wondered aloud whether something that size would be difficult to carry around. The blacksmith brushed off the concern and told them he had added a special feature to it using a demon stone. He instructed them to channel some magical power into the bow, and when they did, both of their eyes went wide with surprise. Hiroki was thoroughly impressed and made a comparison to something from his own world, though the blacksmith had no idea what he was talking about and told him to stop saying strange things. The blacksmith then handed over new clothes for Hiroki to change into. He had used materials taken from the Cerberus they had fought, which resulted in a notable boost in defense. The evasion stat had gone up, and the clothing had been given a quality called lightness, further improving evasion. Despite all these improvements, the appearance of the clothing had not changed at all. Hiroki was pleased with how good the equipment had turned out and asked what the lightness quality actually meant. The blacksmith explained that it made the clothes themselves weigh less, and that anything placed inside the coat's pockets would also feel lighter than it actually was. Hiroki found this incredibly useful. The blacksmith then brought out one more item, a dagger, which he presented as a personal farewell gift. He felt that even someone like Hiroki, who was not a fighter by nature, ought to have at least something to defend himself with. Hiroki thanked him sincerely. When Hiroki strapped the dagger on, it sat firmly in place without slipping. He felt quietly pleased, thinking to himself that he looked at least a little more like a proper adventurer now. Lusha laughed and teased him, saying he looked like a little kid dressed up in new clothes. The blacksmith laughed along with her, leaving Hiroki a little embarrassed. The blacksmith went on to mention that he had also applied the lightness quality to Hiroki's bag, and that he had already packed all the essentials for traveling, including boots. Lusha felt that what they had been given was more than enough for the journey ahead. The blacksmith told them to try lifting the bag, and when they did, Hiroki was genuinely surprised by how light it felt. He thanked the blacksmith again. The blacksmith reflected that using skills to reduce the weight of one's belongings was something veteran adventurers did as a matter of course, though he suspected that Hiroki and Lusha might not follow the usual pattern. Hiroki asked whether experienced adventurers had many skills beyond those used in combat. The blacksmith confirmed that this was absolutely the case. There were skills for sensing nearby monsters, skills for purification and cleaning, and even skills that kept clothing looking spotless and bright. Hiroki was surprised to hear this, and mused that when it came to simple cleaning, he might be able to manage something similar using his healing abilities. The blacksmith then mentioned something even more remarkable, a rare type of ability called a storage skill, which apparently existed among certain special individuals. Hiroki immediately recognized the concept from games he had played back in his own world, and Lusha sighed dreamily at the thought of it. The blacksmith asked if there was anything else, and Hiroki reminded him about a separate item he had ordered. The blacksmith, having nearly forgotten, went and retrieved a small pouch and handed it over. Hiroki then asked Lusha to hold out her hand. When she did, he presented her with a bracelet. He had gotten matching ones for both of them, feeling that wearing the same accessory would make them feel more like a real party. Lusha was deeply touched and thanked him with genuine emotion. Hiroki showed her that he had one as well. Hiroki then told the blacksmith they were heading out. The blacksmith sent them off simply, telling Hiroki to come back and show his face when the journey was done. Hiroki promised he would. And with that, Hiroki set off, leaving behind the country where he had first been summoned and stepping forward into a new journey. They had arrived at the first level of the seafloor dungeon. Water covered the ground up to their ankles, making every step a struggle. Hiroki found it difficult to walk through, though both of them were glad they had thought to buy proper boots before coming. They reminded each other to stay alert, knowing well that this dungeon had a reputation for being extremely hard. Before long, a killer merman appeared before them. Hiroki told Lusha to hold her position while he drew the creature toward him. He dashed forward, and the merman gave chase. When it lunged at him, Hiroki managed to keep its attention fixed on himself and gave Lusha the signal to fire. Her arrows flew and struck the merman. But to both of their shock, the creature simply pulled the arrows out and continued its attack. It came at Hiroki again but missed. Lusha kept firing, and after several more arrows found their mark, the killer merman finally fell. Hiroki took note of the situation. They were still on the very first level, and even Lusha had not been able to bring the creature down in a single shot. Lusha felt bad about how long it had taken to defeat just one enemy, but Hiroki assured her it was fine. He acknowledged that the dungeon lived up to its reputation, though he also realized they would need to be mindful of their arrow supply going forward. Just then, they spotted more enemies. A group had appeared consisting of both killer mermen and a new type of creature, crying sea slugs, and there were 4 of them in total. Hiroki quickly raised a shield over himself and Lusha, gave himself a firm slap to sharpen his focus, and braced himself to face all of them at once. The sea slugs lunged at him repeatedly, but could not land a single hit. The mermen came at him as well, but even against 4 enemies at the same time, Hiroki found he could dodge them all without too much trouble. He signaled Lusha, and she unleashed a rain of arrows that brought all the monsters down. The 2 of them celebrated their victory together. Hiroki felt that while the fight had taken some time, he would not describe it as truly difficult. They pressed onward. By the time they reached the 7th level, the water had risen noticeably higher. Moving through it had become harder, and they both recognized that dodging would be more challenging in these conditions. Hiroki felt it was still manageable for now, but then a new enemy appeared, an ice fenrir. Lusha was immediately struck by how powerful it looked. Hiroki, recalling a previous bad experience with dog-type monsters, was already on edge. To make things worse, the fenrir was not wading through the water like they were. It was moving freely on top of a layer of ice, giving it a clear advantage. He told Lusha to keep a greater distance than she normally would, and she agreed. The ice fenrir attacked, and Hiroki dodged, sending water splashing around him. For the moment, he felt he could still avoid its strikes without too much difficulty. He gave Lusha the signal, and she drew her bow. Most of her arrows missed their mark, but one found its target, striking the fenrir and drawing an angry growl from it. Lusha steadied herself to fire again as the creature continued to chase Hiroki. In the middle of the chase, Hiroki had an idea. If he could get up onto the ice, he might be able to move more freely and dodge with greater ease. He jumped up, but the ice gave way beneath him, and he slipped, plunging into the water. His breath escaped him as he went under. The ice fenrir swung its claw down at him, but Hiroki instinctively swam beneath the surface, and the attack missed entirely. The fenrir growled in frustration. Then an arrow struck it square in the head, and with a great splash, the creature was defeated. Hiroki pulled himself out of the water. Lusha asked if he was all right. Hiroki admitted that he had made a mistake in how he had handled the fight, but told himself he would do better next time. Lusha, however, gently raised a concern. She pointed out that at the rate things were going, they might not be able to keep up after just 2 or more additional levels. She understood that Hiroki was trying to push forward quickly, but she felt that retreating was the wiser choice at this point. She also noted that they had no way of knowing how many levels still lay ahead of them. If the enemies continued to grow stronger, something bad could happen. As much as it pained her, she suggested they turn back and take the Sea of Trees route instead. Hiroki could not find the words to respond right away. In his heart, he knew she was right. The enemies would only get more powerful and more numerous as they went deeper, and their combined strength was not enough to keep up with that. It had taken 3 hits just to bring down the ice fenrir. As hard as it was to admit, he had already been thinking the same thing. He told her quietly that he understood, and that they would go back and take the other route. Lusha agreed and suggested they return to the stairway to dry off before anything else, worried that Hiroki might get sick from being soaked. As Hiroki looked at her, he noticed that her gaze had dropped. She looked downcast, and he wondered whether deep down she had been hoping he would say they should keep going. He understood that they were short on time, but even so, he did not want to leave things on such a heavy note. He told her that when they had grown stronger, the 2 of them would come back and clear this dungeon together. Lusha's eyes lifted immediately, lighting up with excitement. She loved the idea, and the 2 of them made a quiet promise to return one day and see it through. Sometime later, they arrived at a village near the Sea of Trees. After finding a place to stay, they headed out to a nearby diner to eat. Hiroki found himself enjoying his meal tremendously. The food reminded him of kebab, and the spicy sauce that came with it was particularly good. He ate with great enthusiasm. But as he looked across the table, he noticed that Lusha had barely touched her food. She seemed to be somewhere else in her mind entirely. He asked if the food was not to her liking. She came back to herself and said it was delicious, apologizing for being lost in thought. He offered to get some of the food packed up to take with them, and she said that would be a good idea. That night, Hiroki woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. He looked toward the window and could tell it was still dark outside. His mind felt strangely alert, and he wondered if the events in the seafloor dungeon had left him more wound up than he realized. His thoughts drifted to Lusha, and something made him turn to check on her. His stomach dropped. Her bed was empty. He thought back to the expression she had worn all day, the distant look on her face during dinner, the way she had gone quiet. He began to wonder whether she had never truly let go of what happened in the dungeon. He recalled her words, the way she had been the one to say they should retreat, the uncertainty in her voice when she talked about the levels ahead and the enemies that might be waiting. He began to feel the weight of regret, wishing he had paid closer attention sooner. Without stopping to think, he ran outside in the night to find her. With worry heavy in his chest, Hiroki ran through the dark village. The thought that kept haunting him was whether Lusha had blamed herself for their retreat from the seafloor dungeon. He wished he had been paying closer attention to her. He made his way to the village gate, where a guard on duty noticed him and asked if something was wrong. Hiroki asked whether the guard had seen an elf girl pass through, and the guard confirmed that he had, pointing Hiroki in a direction. Not far away, Lusha was already in the middle of a fight. She had climbed up into the trees and was firing arrows down at a large boar monster below. One of her arrows struck it, but the enraged creature charged straight into the tree she was perched in. The impact shook the tree violently, and Lusha lost her footing. Just before she could fall, a shield wrapped itself around her. She looked up in surprise to find Hiroki there, having rushed to her side. Hiroki could see immediately what she had been trying to do. He told her not to disappear without warning like that, and let her know how worried he had been. He gently asked whether she was still troubled by what had happened in the seafloor dungeon. Lusha admitted that she felt if she had only been a little stronger, they would have been able to press forward instead of turning back. Hiroki brought something up that she had said to him before, back when they were still deciding whether to become partners. She had told him that she wanted them to talk things through together, because that was what being partners meant. He told her that those words had truly made him happy, and that was exactly why he wanted her to share everything with him too. They were partners, and that went both ways. Lusha flushed with a little embarrassment. She admitted that she had also watched him work through his thoughts alone before, and that it had made her feel lonely. She realized she had now put him through that same feeling, and she apologized sincerely. Hiroki told her he understood the urge she felt to make things right on her own, but that he wanted them to face everything side by side. Lusha agreed and thanked him. Since neither of them was going to be able to fall back asleep before dawn, Hiroki asked if she wanted to keep leveling up until morning came. Lusha happily agreed. It was only then that she noticed what he was wearing, his pajama pants. He admitted, a little sheepishly, that he had been in such a rush to find her that he had not thought to change. Lusha shook her head at him with a small laugh. Meanwhile, a little while earlier, back in the seafloor dungeon on level 7, Ruri had been using her magic to keep the surrounding area dry for herself and run as they pressed forward. She had carefully adjusted the output of her fire power, reducing the intensity, widening the area it covered, and stretching its duration as far as it could go, so that they could move through without being soaked by the water around them. Ren asked whether maintaining it would wear her out. Ruri told him not to worry, as it required very little magical energy to sustain. Ruri then picked up something with her search skill. She detected new monsters approaching and warned Ren, telling him there were 2 more coming from behind. Ren acknowledged and prepared himself. An ice Fenrir launched itself at them. Ren stepped forward to meet it, using his shield to push in close before driving his blade into the creature and defeating it. Then 2 more ice Fenrirs appeared, and the 2 of them fought together. Ruri unleashed her wind magic and brought one down. Ren charged the remaining one, striking it with his shield. The Fenrir growled and managed to rake its claws across his shoulder before Ren pushed through and cut it down with his sword. Afterward, Ren remarked with genuine surprise on the fact that the Fenrirs had been moving on top of ice. He praised Ruri's magic, and she turned her attention to his injury, asking how bad it was and mentioning that they had plenty of potions on hand. Ren thanked her but told her it was not necessary. As a hero, his body naturally regenerated at a faster rate than most, and the wound was well within what his skills could handle on their own. Ruri accepted this but told him firmly to let her know right away if the pain became too much, since he had a habit of keeping these things to himself. Ren agreed. Ruri thought privately about the fact that because she was always positioned behind Ren during battle, he never had the option of dodging out of the way. He always had to take whatever came at him head on. Ren sensed her concern and tried to reassure her again, reminding her how effective his self-regeneration ability was. Ruri told him plainly that she knew that, but that it did not make the pain go away, and that he should take better care of himself. Ren apologized quietly. In that moment, Ruri found her thoughts drifting to Hiroki, her other dear friend, somewhere out there, making his own way through this world separately from them. Eventually, Ren and Ruri reached the stairway landing leading to the 12th level and decided to rest there for the night. Rin noted how far they had come and admitted he was tired. He reflected that back in their original world, he had never been someone who exercised much, and he asked Ruri if she had done any kind of sport. She mentioned that she had done a little equestrian and some archery, though she had not really thought of them as sports. Rin said that made sense, recalling how quickly she had taken to riding a horse. He expressed genuine admiration for people who had put time into learning such things. Ruri said simply that those activities had taken up what little free time she had. Rin, on the other hand, said that he had plenty of free time, which he had spent doing part-time jobs and helping out with housework. Ruri pointed out that those things could hardly be called free time. Rin seemed genuinely puzzled by this, and said that for him, being around his family had always been enjoyable, so it never felt like a burden. Ruri listened and quietly thought that Rin must have been lonely in ways he perhaps did not fully recognize himself. She remarked that his relationship with his family sounded like it had been a warm one. Rin looked at her, and Ruri opened up a little in return. She said that she too wanted to see her family again someday, but that she had come to genuinely love the life she had found in this world. She clarified that it was not because the world itself was better than Japan, but because Rin and Hiroki were here with her, and that made all the difference. She explained, carefully, that her family was not ordinary. It was the kind of family that others either feared or tried to use for their own gain. Because of that, she had never had any real friends growing up. Instead of being able to live for herself, she had always been expected to put her family first. Rin was quiet for a moment and said that must have been hard. Then he shared something of his own. He told her that she might be the only one who could truly understand what it felt like to be seen only for what you represented rather than who you were. For him, it was the title of hero. People looked at him and saw only that. He could only imagine what it would have been like if that had been his entire life from birth. Even so, he told her, knowing that she held their friendship so close to her heart made him genuinely happy. Ruri was moved. She thought to herself that she had never told either of them the full truth about her family or her past, and yet somehow, without ever asking, both Rin and Hiroki had simply stayed by her side. Rin then said something that settled warmly in her heart, that even after they returned to Japan, the three of them would still be friends. It did not have to be this world. As long as they were together, it would be enough. Ruri agreed. Rin added that wherever they ended up, as long as he was with the two of them, things would be good. He said they would find a way home and leave behind the king who had been treating them as nothing more than tools. Then, without warning, Rin's hand shot to his chest, and he staggered. He quickly tried to laugh it off, telling her it was nothing and apologizing for the noise. Ruri told him it was fine, but her eyes stayed on the hand pressed tightly against his chest. She said calmly that she was going to step away for a moment and would sew up the damage to his equipment when she got back. Rin told her to be careful of monsters. She assured him her search skill was active, and she walked away. The moment Ruri was out of his sight, Rin's composure broke entirely. He doubled over in pain, his body shaking. Ruri, who had deliberately gone only far enough to be out of view, stayed hidden and watched from a distance. She thought to herself that despite how much agony the curse must be causing him, he refused to let it show whenever she was nearby. She called him an idiot in her heart, feeling a quiet ache. She wondered why he could not simply let her worry about him. She was his friend, and that was exactly what friends were for. Hiroki and Lusha were now walking along the sea of trees, a route that connected the Rockwat continent and the Demon continent. The sound of arrows cutting through the air could be heard all around them. Suddenly, an arrow flew past Hiroki with a sharp swishing sound. Lusha told him that she had finally managed to hit her target, and she apologized for taking so long. Hiroki told her not to worry about it, since the thick fog around them made everything harder to see. Still, he pointed out that there were fewer monsters in this area compared to the seafloor dungeon, which made it easier for them to defeat enemies while still moving forward. Lusha agreed, adding that the monsters in this place were also much weaker than what they had faced before. Hiroki felt relieved and thought that at their current pace, they would not have to worry about running out of their monster-attracting potions. Lusha nodded and said that going through the seafloor dungeon would have been a different story, as they would have risked using up all of their potions there. Hiroki took out their map and stared at it, finding it very difficult to spot any landmarks because of the dense fog. Lusha informed him that the fog was making the map almost useless. Even so, Hiroki said he believed they were still heading in the right direction. He spotted something on the map and was about to say what landmark they had reached when Lusha suddenly let out a loud shriek. The ground beneath them had disappeared. They were falling. Hiroki could not even see where the ground was below him. Thinking quickly, he called out to Lusha and told her to set the number of hits to 1. Then he activated his shield skill, and a barrier wrapped itself around his body just before he landed. His heart nearly stopped from the shock of it all. He breathed heavily, trying to calm himself down. When he looked back up, he was stunned to see just how far he had fallen. From above, Lusha called out his name with worry in her voice. He called back to let her know he was there. Lusha cried out in relief, saying she was so glad he was safe, and she anxiously asked if he had gotten hurt. He told her he was fine, but he did not think he would be able to climb back up to where she was. Lusha told him she did not think she could jump down from that height either. Hiroki thought about it carefully. If she were to jump, she would need the protection of his shield. But the problem was that the stronger he made the shield, the shorter the range at which he could apply it to other people. Trying to shield her while she was already falling through the air would be far too dangerous. And more than anything else, he did not want Lusha to go through the terrifying experience he had just been through. He suggested that they each move on their own and find a way to meet up somewhere ahead. He also noted that even though there were not many, there were still monsters in the area, and he asked whether she would be all right on her own. Lusha told him not to worry, and said she could move through the forest by jumping from tree to tree. Hiroki thought to himself that this was exactly what one would expect from someone who had grown up in a forest. He told her that was a good plan, and that they would do it that way. Just a few seconds later, something attacked him. He could hardly believe how quickly he had run into a monster. A creature called a mushroom rent appeared before him. It looked rather cute, in his opinion. The angry tree monster seemed to sense what he was thinking and told him to take that back. Hiroki managed to dodge its attacks, but even as he did, he could not help saying that it still looked cute to him. He kept evading carefully, but he noticed that more of them were starting to appear. He looked around and realized that the fog did not seem as thick in this lower area. He figured it might be because he was now underneath the cliff. He knew he needed to hurry and find Lusha before the number of monsters grew too large to handle. He kept running. Meanwhile, high above, a pair of shoes touched down lightly on a tree trunk. Lusha leapt from one tree to the next with ease. The feeling reminded her of being back in the forest near her hometown. But this time she was completely alone, and she reminded herself to stay careful because of the fog. She jumped again to the next branch, and then again after that, holding on to the hope that she would find Hiroki soon. Later that same day, somewhere else in the forest, a group of people had just finished defeating a mushroom rent. A young girl cheered with a cheerful song, encouraging everyone around her. Then she noticed something dark standing close beside her. She turned to look at it and let out a frightened scream. A man called out to someone named Pino. Pino coughed weakly, as though she thought this might be the end for her. Then a large red bear appeared out of nowhere and scooped her up. The bear raised its massive claw, ready to strike. But at that very moment, a voice rang out from somewhere far away, calling out the words for a shield, a heal, and a guard spell. The man was caught completely off guard when he heard the word heal. Another woman in the group asked out loud where that had come from. She could barely believe it, wondering aloud whether someone had cast magic from that great a distance, all while fighting monsters at the same time. Hiroki told them not to pay attention to him and to focus on dealing with the monster first. The man thanked him. He turned back toward the red bear and called out to someone named Liliana. Liliana said she had it handled. She raised her weapon and channeled her power through her arrow, creating a burst of magic. She shouted the name of her attack out loud. Hiroki watched in amazement, thinking to himself that it was an arrow attack fired without a bow, which was something truly incredible. With that, the red bear was defeated. The man was just about to express his gratitude to Hiroki when he noticed that a large number of enemies were still surrounding them. Liliana immediately took it upon herself to go and take down the monsters in the area. Hiroki thanked her for it. Liliana put her skills to work, using both her arrow creation and her auto-arrow abilities. The attacks landed squarely on the mushroom creatures, and one by one, the mushroom rents were all defeated. Hiroki thanked her again, and with genuine admiration in his voice, he said that fighting without a bow was a truly remarkable thing. Liliana returned the kind words, telling him that he was just as impressive, and she thanked him sincerely for the help he had given them. The man stepped forward and offered an apology, saying that they had let their guard down despite being there specifically to protect Liliana. He also said that because of Hiroki, Pino was still alive, and there were no words enough to express how grateful he was for that. Hiroki told them he was simply glad he could help. Liliana then brought up something that had been on her mind, pointing out how extraordinary it was that Hiroki had been able to cast a full recovery heal from such a great distance, and on top of that, while dodging attacks at the same time. Inside his own head, Hiroki reflected on just how powerful having 100 points in recovery truly was. As someone who had been a gamer in his previous life, he had always been drawn to evasion-based builds and had put a great deal of attention into that side of things. But he reminded himself that in this world, he was not a gamer. He was a healer, and that was what mattered here. Pino looked at him curiously and asked who in the world he actually was. The man gently pointed out to her that it was only proper manners for them to introduce themselves first. Pino agreed and went ahead, telling him her name and that she was an alchemist. Liliana introduced herself next, saying she was a hunter from the beast folk race, specifically the rabbit folk. Hiroki noticed her rabbit ears right away and thought to himself that she was indeed a hunter, just as she said. The man then gave his own name, Hassan, and explained that he was a dwarf who used a hammer. He was in a party with Liliana while also serving as Pino's personal bodyguard. Hiroki's eyes lit up at the group before him. An alchemist, a rabbit-eared hunter, and a dwarf bodyguard all together. Pino then turned the question back around and asked for his name. Hiroki introduced himself and explained that he was a human healer. He told them he had built himself as an evasion healer and that he had no attacking power at all, which meant that whenever he was on his own, situations like the one they had just seen were bound to happen. He thanked them for stepping in when they did. Pino could barely contain her surprise. She had never once come across a healer who had put their points into evasion before, and she said so with great excitement. Hiroki explained that he normally traveled with an archer partner, but that the two of them had become separated and he was currently making his way to where they had agreed to meet. Hasan frowned with concern at the mention of an archer being left alone, saying it was genuinely dangerous and that Hiroki needed to reach her as quickly as possible. Hiroki reassured him, explaining that his partner, Lusha, was a forest-dwelling elf who was very skilled at moving through the trees, so she was not in as much danger as it might sound. Pino's face brightened immediately upon hearing that Lusha was an elf, just like herself. Hiroki told the group that he was supposed to meet Lusha at a large rock somewhere ahead. Pino told him that the rock was still quite far from where they currently were, and she also noted that his map had seen better days as it was torn and worn down. She then made a suggestion that they accompany him as a way of repaying him for saving her life. Hiroki accepted with appreciation, saying it would be a great help since he was not confident he could manage on his own if too many monsters gathered around him at once. Liliana found that a little funny, asking whether he was still worried even after having dodged 10 mushroom rents all at the same time. Before they moved on, Pino asked whether she could take the defeated mushrooms to use for her dinner. Hiroki was caught off guard by the request, but told her it was fine. Pino lit up with delight, thrilled to see so many of the mushrooms lying around along with various dropped materials. She explained to Hiroki that the mushrooms which grew on the mushroom rents did not vanish when the monsters were defeated, meaning they could be collected and used. Hiroki was surprised and asked whether she was really planning to eat them. Pino told him simply that they were just ordinary, delicious mushrooms and invited him to have a closer look. He did, and he had to admit she was right. They looked completely normal, no different from any regular mushroom. He thought to himself that Pino was clearly someone who enjoyed eating the food that came from monsters. She then asked him, in a lively and cheerful way, whether he would want to walk around all the time with a crowd of mushroom rents following him, just so he could have access to fresh mushrooms whenever he pleased. Hiroki found the idea amusing but told her plainly that he had no intention of doing that, and to simply let her know it was not going to happen. Hasan, however, chimed in and said he actually thought it was a brilliant idea. Hiroki decided that his understanding of what counted as genius was clearly very different from Hasan's. Once Pino had finished gathering all the mushrooms she wanted, she announced that they should get moving and pick up the pace. Everyone agreed. As they prepared to set off, Pino told Hiroki that he could simply call her by her first name, and that the same went for Liliana and Hasan as well. Hasan made a point of loudly emphasizing that his name was Hasan. Hiroki smiled warmly at the three of them, confirmed that he understood, and said it was a pleasure to meet them all. With that, the group moved forward together. As they walked, Hiroki continued dodging enemies that came at them along the way. Hasan kept a close eye on Pino and firmly reminded her not to go wandering off by herself, asking her if she had already forgotten how close she had come to losing her life because of exactly that kind of behavior. Pino went red in the face and apologized, but she explained that she simply could not help herself when she spotted medicinal herbs growing nearby. She also told him not to worry too much, because with the shield Hiroki had put on her, she felt completely protected. She declared with full confidence that she was now utterly invincible. Hasan raised his voice and told her not to go wasting Hiroki's shield on reckless behavior, and then he grabbed Pino by the arm and pulled her along. Pino protested loudly the entire time, insisting that it was Hasan who was the one wasting the shield, not her. Hiroki watched the two of them and quietly remarked to himself that they were quite an entertaining pair. Liliana, walking beside him, said that she felt the same way and that she never got tired of watching them. Hiroki said nothing more and simply cast the shield again, keeping everyone protected as they continued on their way. As the group made their way through the forest, Hasan mentioned that they should be getting close to the large rock that served as their landmark. The fog had lifted enough by then that they could already make out the shape of a great tree rising in the distance. When Liliana mentioned the great tree, Pino immediately told Hiroki to look upward. He tilted his head back and stared, completely taken by what he saw. He could hardly find words for it, only managing to murmur to himself that it was an absolutely enormous tree. Pino asked if this was his first time seeing one, and she went on to explain that the great tree was known to hold tremendous amounts of magical power within it, and that only a small number of them existed anywhere in the entire world. Hiroki stood there in quiet amazement, deeply impressed by the sight. Then Hasan went silent for a moment before warning everyone to stay on their guard. He explained that the red bear they had defeated earlier had a partner somewhere nearby, since red bears were known to travel in pairs. He believed the other one was still in the area, and he noted that the female of the two was significantly larger than the male. The moment Hiroki heard this, a wave of worry washed over him. Lusha was out there somewhere completely alone, and the thought of her crossing paths with the remaining bear filled him with dread. He could only hope with everything he had that she was safe. Pino expressed her fear out loud, and Hasan echoed the worry, saying he hoped the people they had run into earlier were also unharmed. It was Liliana who drew everyone's attention upward. She pointed high into the trees above them, where arrows could be seen embedded at an unusual height. It was clearly not something that would happen by accident. Hasan reasoned that whoever fired those arrows must have been in a very serious situation to be aiming at such a spot. Hiroki's heart dropped as it clicked in his mind. It was Lusha. He said out loud what he had already figured out, that the other half of the bear must have found his partner instead of them. Hasan immediately called for everyone to move and to follow the trail left behind. Hiroki thanked him, and inside he silently begged for Lusha to be all right. The whole group broke into a run. As they rushed forward, Liliana observed that the red bear appeared to be extremely fierce. Pino added to this by pointing out how much destruction it was causing to the forest around it. She then noted that since Hiroki's partner was an elf, if she truly was out there facing the rampaging bear, the forest itself might take a liking to her. Hiroki puzzled over what exactly she meant by that. Then Hasan called out that he had spotted it. The red bear was right there ahead of them. A moment later, Pino pointed further ahead and said there was a girl in the distance. Hiroki immediately recognized her and called out her name. Lusha heard him and called back, clearly surprised to hear his voice. But before anything else could happen, the red bear lunged at her from where she was standing on a branch. The force of the attack sent her falling. Pino cried out in alarm, and Hasan said in a panicked voice that there was no way any of them could reach her in time to catch her. But Hiroki was already moving, his mind set and his voice steady as he declared that he could still make it in time to protect her. Hasan could not believe what he was hearing. Meanwhile, Lusha, even as she was falling through the air, drew her arrow and aimed it directly at the bear as if she already knew without a doubt that Hiroki would come through for her. Hiroki called out to her to leave it to him. He poured all his strength into his magic, boosting its intensity, and shouted the word for his shield, willing it with everything he had to reach her in time. The rest of the group watched with held breath and anxious faces. The shield appeared and wrapped itself around Lusha just in time. From within its protection, Lusha released her arrow in a clean, straight shot aimed right at the bear. The arrow found its mark, and the bear was defeated. In his mind, Hiroki thought that Lusha had been absolutely perfect. Liliana and Pino stood there in stunned admiration, marveling at the incredible courage she had shown. Lusha landed safely and ran straight toward Hiroki. He let out all the tension he had been holding and told her how relieved he was to see that she was unharmed. Liliana spoke up with awe in her voice, saying that firing a clean shot from the front while falling was an extraordinary thing to witness. Lusha turned to Hiroki and asked who the people with him were. He told her that they had helped him deal with a group of monsters that had been following him around. Lusha took that in and then turned to face the group, telling them with heartfelt sincerity how grateful she was for helping keep her partner safe. Liliana warmly replied that the pleasure had been entirely on their side. She then added that she was genuinely amazed by the fact that Lusha had not shown a single moment of hesitation when facing the red bear. Lusha explained simply that she had never doubted for even a second that Hiroki would cast a shield on her, because she trusted him completely. Hasan turned to Hiroki and told him, with a grin, that he was clearly very well trusted, and gave him a word of praise. Hiroki had no words to respond with, but a quiet happiness settled over him all the same. Pino dug into her pouch and pulled out a magic potion, announcing that she had found it and holding it out to Hiroki as an offering. Hiroki looked at it and thanked her, but told her that he still had plenty of magical power left and did not need it. Pino stared at him in complete disbelief. She could not understand how he could possibly still have magic to spare after casting such a powerful and long-range shield. She wondered out loud just how deep his reserves of magic actually went. Hiroki let out a soft laugh and admitted to himself that even he was not entirely sure where the limits of his own magic lay. Then Pino looked upward and pointed with delight, telling Lusha that something had been left for her up above. Hiroki and Lusha both followed her gaze, neither of them sure what she meant by a present. A single leaf drifted down from the great tree, catching the light as it fell. Everyone who watched it was struck by how beautiful it looked, glowing as it slowly made its way down. Lusha stretched out her hands and caught it gently, remarking on how strange it was that this one leaf alone seemed to be shining. Pino explained that the great tree was offering its applause for the battle Lusha had just fought. Lusha did not quite understand, and Pino told her warmly that the great tree simply had a deep love for elves. The memory of what Pino had said earlier came back to Hiroki then, that Lusha might find herself favored by something if she truly faced the bear. He thought to himself that in a world like this one, where anything was possible, perhaps that was not so strange after all. Lusha caught the falling leaf carefully in her hands. Pino told her that it was an extremely valuable thing and that she should treat it with great care. She also explained that if Lusha were to use it as a material for crafting an arrow, it would produce a single arrow powerful enough to defeat an enemy in one hit. However, since only one arrow could ever be made from it, she advised Lusha to think carefully before using it. Lusha was overjoyed at the thought, feeling as though she had gained herself a secret weapon to rely on when things got truly difficult. Hiroki said warmly how nice that was and admitted, half-jokingly, that he wished he could have one too. Pino gently burst that hope, explaining that even if he were to take one of the leaves from the tree himself, it would not shine for him the way it had for Lusha, which meant it would serve no real purpose. Lusha turned her gaze upward toward the great tree and spoke to it softly and sincerely, thanking it for the gift of its leaf. She told the tree that she would keep it close to her as a charm to bring her good fortune. Hiroki, still looking up at the towering tree, asked whether there were any great trees out there in the world that had a fondness for humans the way this one did for elves. Pino answered that while there were indeed a small number of great trees scattered throughout the world, the ones that showed affection all seemed to favor elves without exception. Liliana was reminded of something she had heard, mentioning that there were rumors of an elf known specifically as the elf of the great trees, and she wondered whether that particular elf might be loved by the trees even more deeply than others. Hiroki had never heard of such a thing and asked about it. Lusha told him that she too had heard the name mentioned in rumors before, but she did not know the story behind it. She turned to Pino to ask if she knew anything more. Pino admitted that it was still very much a mystery, and that no one could say for certain whether such an elf truly existed at all. By this point, the sky had grown darker, and Pino suggested that they set up camp right where they were for the night. Hiroki agreed without hesitation. Once the tent was up, Hiroki looked it over and thought to himself that it was actually a very well-made shelter. Then it occurred to him that it might be a little snug for two people to sleep in comfortably. He reasoned that for a tent meant to be carried around, the size made sense. But then the thought of sharing such a small space with Lusha crept into his mind and refused to leave. He reminded himself that in games this kind of situation felt perfectly ordinary, but he kept forgetting that Lusha was very much a real woman. He wondered uneasily whether it was truly all right for just the two of them to sleep so close together in such a confined space. They had shared a room at an inn before, but a tent was a different matter entirely. In something this small, they would almost certainly end up brushing against each other without meaning to. His thoughts were interrupted when Lusha emerged from inside the tent with a bright and satisfied look on her face, telling him how nice and comfortable it was inside. Hiroki felt his worry ease a little and decided that things would probably be fine after all. His attention was then pulled toward Hassan, who was sitting on the ground holding what appeared to be a very small tent. Everyone watched with wide eyes as the tent began to grow steadily larger right in Hassan's hands. Hiroki remarked out loud that the tent was expanding before their eyes. Pino compared it to the way her own bow worked, suggesting the same kind of magic was at play. Hassan and Liliana continued setting up the tent together, and Hassan explained that they had used rare magic stones, dropped by enemies, to compress the tents down to a much smaller size for easy carrying. Liliana added that it had taken a good deal of effort to gather all those stones. Lusha said that they still had a long journey ahead of them, but that collecting magic stones was something she was now very much looking forward to trying herself. Hiroki agreed with her. Pino then appeared holding a small barbecue grill, proudly showing it off and explaining that her cooking tools also made use of magic stones in the same way. She thought to herself with great contentment that using magic stones for cooking was perhaps an extravagant choice, but that food was something truly important. It nourished not just the body but the spirit as well. Both Hiroki and Lusha found her reasoning so amusing and endearing that they could not help but laugh. Hiroki said honestly that he could not argue with that at all. Pino announced what she had planned for their dinner that evening. The menu included the mushrooms she had collected from the mushroom rinse, the ones Hiroki had allowed her to take, as well as the meat from a mighty boar that their group had hunted the day before. Both Hiroki and Lusha stared at her with their mouths hanging open in disbelief. The idea of eating monster meat was something neither of them had quite expected, and it reminded Hiroki strongly of the kind of fantastical otherworld stories he used to know. Pino, entirely unbothered, sang cheerfully that it was actually delicious. Liliana added that Pino was the kind of person who held absolutely no prejudice when it came to ingredients. Lusha paused and raised a question that had just come to her mind. She pointed out that monsters usually disappeared completely when defeated, so how was it possible to use their meat at all? Pino explained that the trick was to apply a special medicine to the monster before it was killed, which prevented it from vanishing. Liliana reminded everyone that making medicines was exactly the kind of thing Pino excelled at as an alchemist. Pino went on to describe her cooking method, placing the ingredients on the great tree's leaves with butter and cooking everything together until it was ready. Hiroki thought to himself that it reminded him of a traditional style of cooking from his old world, where food was prepared on a leaf in much the same way. Pino called everyone over and told them to eat while the food was still hot. Hiroki asked somewhat shyly whether the two of them were welcome to have some as well. Pino spread her arms open generously and told them to eat as much as they liked, saying it was her way of thanking Hiroki for letting her have the mushrooms in the first place. Lusha thanked her warmly. Hiroki watched Lusha's face as she took her first bite. Everyone at the camp seemed to be doing the same, curious to see her reaction. Lusha's cheeks went a little pink, and she said with complete honesty that it was incredibly delicious. Hiroki tasted it too and agreed immediately, saying it was an absolute triumph of a meal and that he could not get enough of it. Pino looked pleased and asked if everyone understood now just how good it was. Liliana said with a smile that yes, the deliciousness alone was enough to make anyone feel like a winner. The mood around the camp was warm and full of laughter as they all ate together. Later, as the time came for the two groups to go their separate ways, Hassan said it with a touch of sadness, noting what a shame it was that they had to part. Liliana told Hiroki and Lusha that Pino had a habit of wandering off wherever her curiosity took her, which made Hiroki's shield a tremendous help to them whenever they traveled. Pino made no effort to hide her disappointment, lamenting that Hiroki had to leave just when she had finally been able to gather materials freely without any fear. Hassan pointed out with a wry expression that the shield actually made Pino even more reckless than usual, which came with its own set of problems. Hiroki laughed at that. Pino reminded them both that the apricot continent was still a fair distance away, and she told Hiroki and Lusha to stay safe on the road ahead. Hiroki thanked all three of them from the bottom of his heart. Before saying goodbye, he cast one last shield on Pino as a parting gift. Pino thanked him with genuine warmth. Hiroki said that their time together had truly been a lot of fun, and Lusha said she felt the same way. As they went their separate ways, Hasan called after them with words of encouragement. Pino told them she expected to cross paths with them again someday, and Liliana wished them both safe travels. Hiroki called back a cheerful farewell as he and Lusha continued on their way, just a little closer now to reaching the apricot continent. As they walked along the road together, Hiroki smiled to himself and remarked that meeting those three had been a really enjoyable experience. Lusha agreed with a cheerful nod. Hiroki added that he wished there had been some way to send them a friend request, the way one might do in a game. Lusha heard the term and repeated it back with a puzzled look on her face, not quite sure what he meant by it. Before either of them could say anything more, Lusha noticed something ahead and pointed toward it, asking whether that was a shop of some kind. Hiroki looked in the same direction and said it did seem to be one. Lusha tilted her head in confusion, wondering aloud where the shopkeeper was, since there did not appear to be anyone tending to it. When they walked closer to get a better look, a fairy suddenly appeared and welcomed them, announcing cheerfully that he had a fine selection of goods for them to browse. Both Hiroki and Lusha let out a gasp of surprise at the sight of an actual fairy. The little shopkeeper confirmed it with enthusiasm, introducing the place as a fairy shop and inviting them to take a look around. Lusha murmured quietly that this was the first time she had ever laid eyes on a fairy. Hiroki said the same went for him. The fairy seemed genuinely pleased and touched by this, saying it was a great honor to be the first fairy they had ever encountered. He introduced himself as Shop Fairy and extended his greetings. Both Hiroki and Lusha greeted him back politely. Lusha was curious and asked why he had chosen to set up his shop in such an out-of-the-way location. Shop Fairy said it was a very good question and explained that his shop could only be visited by those who were in possession of a great tree's leaf. Lusha was taken aback and held up the leaf she had received, asking if he meant that specific leaf. Shop Fairy confirmed that was exactly right. Hiroki then thought about his own situation and asked a little uncertainly whether it was fine for him to be there, since he did not have a leaf of his own. Shop Fairy told him that as long as he was traveling alongside someone who had one, he was perfectly welcome. Hiroki smiled with relief and thanked him. Lusha wasted no time and eagerly asked to see what was available in the shop. Her eyes were quickly drawn to a bracelet, and she asked what kind of item it was. Shop Fairy told her that the bracelet could grant the wearer a very useful boost to their status. The price, however, was 1 million liko. Hiroki nearly choked at the number, saying it was outrageously expensive. Lusha agreed that there was simply no way they could afford something like that. Shop Fairy acknowledged that 1 million was actually on the cheaper end of what he stocked and encouraged them to come back once they had grown into seasoned adventurers. In the meantime, he said there was one particular thing he would strongly recommend to them, which was his magic bag processing service. Hiroki repeated the words back in surprise, not quite sure what it meant. Shop Fairy explained that it was a specialty of the fairy trade. He had the ability to enchant a bag with space magic, after which even something as large as a peach tree or a great tree could fit inside it without any trouble. The bag would essentially become a container capable of holding a tremendous amount of things. Hiroki said immediately and without any hesitation that he wanted one. His mind raced with excitement as the idea clicked into place. This was exactly like the item boxes in the games he used to play, the kind of inventory system where a person could carry an enormous amount of belongings while still moving around as lightly as if they had nothing on them at all. He said again out loud that he really, truly wanted one. He also thought about how Pino's group had to painstakingly shrink each of their items one by one using magic stones. With a magic bag, all of that trouble would be completely unnecessary. On top of that, lighter luggage meant he could move more freely and dodge enemy attacks with even greater ease. His current rucksack did have a feature that made it lighter than it would otherwise be, but it still had weight to it. A magic bag would solve that problem entirely. Shop Fairy seemed delighted by Hiroki's enthusiasm and said he clearly had a sharp eye for what was valuable. To mark the occasion of their first meeting, he said he would be willing to process Hiroki's bag for the special price of 1 million liko, and he said this as though it were an act of great generosity. Hiroki's face fell all the same. 1 million was still far beyond what either of them had, and he said so with a heavy heart. Lusha agreed that it was simply too much of a luxury for where they were right now in their journey. Hiroki stood there thinking. He did not have the money, but then a thought came to him. He did not have liko, but he did have items that had come from Japan, things that would be far beyond the level of technology in this world. He reached into his rucksack and began searching through it, then asked Shop Fairy whether any of the things he was about to show him might interest him. He pulled out a notebook, a pen, a small mirror, and a handkerchief, and laid them out. Shop Fairy's eyes went wide, and he exclaimed with great excitement, asking what that beautiful thing was. Hiroki asked whether he meant the handkerchief. Shop Fairy gasped, unable to believe that something so pretty could exist. Hiroki thought to himself that the handkerchief was indeed made with craftsmanship far beyond what this world could produce, and that even back in Japan, it would have been considered a high-quality item. Lusha also looked at it and said it was lovely, and Shop Fairy wholeheartedly agreed. He then told Hiroki that if he handed over the handkerchief, he would be willing to make him a magic bag in exchange. Hiroki could hardly believe what he was hearing. Without a second of doubt, he agreed to the deal right then and there. Lusha was startled and asked if he was really sure about giving it up. The fairy hummed to himself with pure delight in the background. Hiroki reassured Lusha that it was the right call, because having a magic bag would allow them to make much better progress on their journey. If he was certain about it, Lusha said, then she would trust his judgment. Inside his own thoughts, Hiroki felt a small pang of hesitation. The handkerchief had belonged to someone named Ruri, which made it feel like more than just an ordinary object. He would have preferred to hold on to it. But he reminded himself that removing Ren's curse was the most important thing right now, and that making himself more capable as an adventurer served that goal. He was fairly sure Ruri would understand if she knew the reason. Shop Fairy folded the handkerchief with great care and thanked Hiroki warmly. He was in such a wonderful mood after receiving something so rare that he decided to do something extra. He announced that he would turn both of their bags into magic bags, not just one. He declared this as an act of exceptional generosity. Both Hiroki and Lusha stood there in stunned silence, completely unable to believe what they had just heard. Lusha then realized with some worry that she did not actually have a bag of her own. Shop Fairy told her not to worry at all and pointed to the two small pouches she had strapped to her leg, saying those would work just fine. Hiroki stared at the tiny bags and could not quite hide his surprise. Shop Fairy pointed out that there happened to be two of them, which was perfect, and he asked them to empty out whatever was inside. Hiroki watched as Shop Fairy simply tossed everything out of the small bags on the ground without any particular care, and he remarked quietly that it was quite a rough way to go about things. Shop Fairy paid that no mind and announced that he would begin the process now, starting with the bag belonging to the young man. Hiroki corrected him and gave his name. Shop Fairy repeated it back, then asked whether the other one was Lusha, and then confirmed that he would start with making Hiroki's magic bag first. All of a sudden, Hiroki went completely still. Lusha noticed immediately and asked him what was wrong. He told her it was nothing and brushed it off. In that same moment, Shop Fairy began casting his space expansion spell into the bag. Wind swirled around him in an instant. Then he announced brightly that it was finished and told them to try putting something inside. Hiroki asked with wide eyes whether almost anything could go in. Shop Fairy said that for the most part, yes. Hiroki decided to test it right away. He lifted his rucksack off his back, and the moment he brought it close to the small bag, it was pulled straight inside, as if swallowed whole. Hiroki stared at the small bag in disbelief, barely able to accept that his entire rucksack had just disappeared inside it. He exclaimed to himself how unbelievably convenient it was and said out loud that he had no idea Shop Fairy possessed such an incredible ability. Shop Fairy smirked with pride and said that was right, then announced he would move on to the second bag. He cast the same space expansion spell on Lusha's small pouches. Lusha was absolutely delighted and thanked him from the heart. Shop Fairy said the feeling was mutual and that it had been a very good deal indeed, then asked whether there was anything else the two of them needed. Without a moment of pause, Hiroki asked whether Shop Fairy happened to carry any curse-lifting potions made from apricot grass. Shop Fairy apologized and said that particular item was currently out of stock. Hiroki then asked about the apricot grass itself, wondering if he had any of the raw material at least. Shop Fairy explained that if he had any, he would have already turned it into potions, since the raw grass on its own was not something people typically bought. Hiroki let out a disappointed sigh and said he understood, and that since he did not have anything else of great value to offer, he would simply have to go out and find the grass on his own. Shop Fairy then mentioned that there were other ways to pay him besides money or physical items. He said he would have to think about what to ask for. Hiroki went still for a moment. A sudden chill ran through him at those words, and somewhere deep down his instinct for telling him to turn around and walk away. But then he thought of Ken and what was at stake. He steadied himself and told Shop Fairy that he would be willing to do anything within his power. Shop Fairy seemed genuinely pleased and excited to hear that, saying he was already looking forward to it. He added that he had shops in many different places throughout the world, and that when he had the potion in stock he would reach out and ask Hiroki to do something for him in return. With that, he said his farewell for now. Hiroki waved back and told him he was counting on him. Lusha also thanked Shop Fairy before he disappeared. Once the fairy was gone, Lusha said with great energy that it had been the first time she had ever seen a fairy in person, and that she was completely thrilled by it. Hiroki shared her excitement and agreed, adding that the fairy had been larger than he had pictured fairies to be. And so, with their newly enchanted magic bags, Hiroki and Lusha continued walking through the sea of trees. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the apricot continent. Lusha spotted a city in the distance and pointed toward it excitedly, eager to head there and gather information. Hiroki agreed and said they should go take a look. Before long, they had entered the city, which sat to the north of the sea of trees on the apricot continent. Hiroki murmured to himself as he looked around, noting that it felt quite different from the human cities he was used to. Lusha described the feeling as mystical, and the word suited it perfectly. Almost immediately, her eyes landed on something that made her light up. She had spotted a lamp that could be lit using magic. There were also many stalls selling all kinds of magical items throughout the streets. Hiroki watched the people passing by and noted that they did not look very different from humans in appearance. The whole place felt far more calm and peaceful than he had expected. A thought drifted through Hiroki's mind as he took in the scene. He found himself wondering whether it was truly necessary to defeat the Demon Lord at all. Looking around at this place, he thought he might even be able to get along with the Demon Lord better than he had gotten along with the Human King. Though he reminded himself quickly that he still knew nothing about what kind of person the Demon Lord actually was, so it was too early to think that way. He set the thought aside and told Lusha they should find an inn first. She agreed. After searching for a little while, they came to a stop at an inn called the Weather Clock Inn. When Hiroki tried to make arrangements to stay, the woman at the inn mentioned the price in Liko. Hiroki repeated the word back with a confused expression. The woman explained briefly that the currency in Pisnut was called Lot, but in the Apricot continent, it was called Liko. Hiroki's jaw dropped at the realization that the currency was entirely different here. Lusha suddenly remembered that someone had mentioned this before during their travels, and she apologized to Hiroki for having forgotten to tell him. The woman at the inn helpfully told them that they could exchange their currency at the Adventurers Guild nearby. Hiroki thanked her and said that they had business at the guild anyway, so they would head there now. It did not take long before they found the Adventurers Guild and walked inside. The receptionist greeted them, and Hiroki explained that he needed to exchange Lot for Liko and also wanted to ask about apricot grass. The receptionist agreed to help with both. She informed him that the current exchange rate meant that 50,000 Lot would become 40,000 Liko. She asked whether he wanted to go ahead with the exchange. Hiroki hesitated, feeling the sting of losing money in the conversion, but he accepted that he had no other choice and told her to go ahead. The receptionist acknowledged that what felt like a loss depended on how the prices in the apricot continent compared to what he was used to. Once the exchange was done, the receptionist moved on to the matter of apricot grass. She told him with some regret that it was an extremely rare plant and that even the guild itself had no stock of it. Hiroki explained that he needed it to create a potion capable of lifting a curse, and he asked her to tell him where it might be found. The receptionist said that while they did not have the exact locations where the grass grew, they did know of certain places where there was a possibility it might be growing. Hiroki asked her to clarify what she meant by a possibility. She explained that although apricot grass tended to grow in areas where magical power was high, there was no guarantee it would actually be found in such places. Hiroki took that in quietly. The receptionist spread open a map and pointed out the kinds of locations known to have high concentrations of magical power, which included mountains, seas, lakes, and forests. She noted that there were no records of apricot grass ever being found underwater, which narrowed things down to mountains or forests. She went on to explain that while mountains had very strong magical power, the monsters there were also extremely dangerous, and few people ventured into them to gather materials. The forests, on the other hand, had somewhat lower magical power, but had actual records of apricot grass being successfully collected there before. Hiroki turned the information over in his mind, weighing the choice between mountains with greater magical power and forests with a more reliable history of finds. At that moment, a second receptionist arrived and apologized for interrupting. She asked Hiroki whether he was, by any chance, the person known as Hiroki. He confirmed that he was. The receptionist smiled and said she had thought so, explaining that some other people had come in recently asking about the same thing, which had made her suspect he might be the one they were looking for. She told him that a message had been left for him, and that it said the Cinders were heading to the mountains. Hiroki recognized instantly that the message had to be from Ken. The receptionist confirmed that was correct. Hiroki thought it over and realized that this meant they could divide the search between two groups. He decided then and there that he and Lusha would take the forests. Lusha agreed straight away. Then the second receptionist added one more important piece of information. Creating a potion using apricot grass was not a simple task. It would require the skills of a highly accomplished alchemist to do it properly. Both Hiroki and Lusha froze completely when they heard that. Then it hit them both at the same moment. They had been so focused on finding the grass itself that neither of them had stopped to think about who would actually make the potion. Hiroki gasped as the full weight of the oversight landed on him, and Lusha said out loud that it had never even crossed their minds. The receptionist continued, noting that alchemists did not register as adventurers with the guild, which meant the guild could not directly help them find one. She asked whether they happened to know any alchemists personally. The question startled Hiroki, and his mind immediately went to Pino. But he let out a groan of frustration, wishing again that he had been able to send a friend request before they parted ways. He was not sure whether Pino was at the level of skill that would be needed, but she might at least know of other alchemists who were. The problem, as Lusha pointed out with a sigh, was that they had never thought to ask the group where they were headed next, so they had no way of knowing where Pino and the others were now. The receptionist gently encouraged them not to lose heart and said that it was still possible to put out a recruitment notice for an alchemist through the guild. Hiroki pulled himself together and thanked her, then asked her to please post the recruitment. Lusha added that if they could manage to find an alchemist by the time they had the apricot grass in hand, everything would fall into place. A look of quiet determination settled over Hiroki's face as he said that the most important thing right now was to find the apricot grass first. The receptionist pointed to a spot on the map and told them that the area with the greatest likelihood of the grass growing was there. She warned that the deeper into the area they went, the stronger the magical power would become, but so too would the monsters they encountered. Lusha said firmly that they understood the risks involved. She called out to Hiroki and said they should go. Hiroki looked at the map, then nodded with resolve. It was decided. At the stagecoach drop-off area, a wide variety of different races could be seen all gathered together in one place. Demon folk, beast folk, and elves were all moving about and mixing with one another in a calm and peaceful way. Hiroki looked around with wide eyes, genuinely amazed by the sight of so many different kinds of people in one spot. Lusha told him that it was quite rare to see such a variety of races all together in Pisnut, so seeing it here felt refreshing and new. A moment later, something caught Hiroki's eye, and he quickly drew Lusha's attention to it, asking what the creature before them was called. Lusha told him it was a pakaru. Hiroki's eyes lit up as he asked with excitement whether that was the creature that would be pulling their carriage. Lusha confirmed that it was, explaining that the pakaru was a very fast animal, though it could only be used if a reservation had been made in advance. She also warned him that they would need to be careful around it. Almost as if to prove her point, a group of children came running toward the pakaru with great enthusiasm. The coachman immediately shouted at them to stop. In the blink of an eye, the pakaru became agitated and snapped at them, frightening the children and sending them running in the other direction. Lusha continued her explanation, noting that despite how adorable the creature looked, it would not allow anyone to come near it other than those it was already comfortable with. After that, Hiroki and Lusha boarded the carriage and set off toward the apricot forest. As they rode along, Hiroki said that he had been thinking about this ever since they had ridden a stagecoach before. Spending an entire day traveling in a carriage like this was going to be quite a hard experience on the body. Lusha replied simply that stagecoaches were pretty much always like this. As the rough and bumpy ride went on, Hiroki found himself thinking with a new kind of appreciation about the comfortable transportation of his old world. He deeply missed that smooth and gentle level of movement. Lusha noticed his discomfort and suggested that if the ride was bothering him, he should try using the cushion they had purchased earlier. Hiroki admitted she had a good point. Lusha said she would use one as well. The moment Hiroki sat down on the cushion, he let out a sigh of relief and said he already felt much better. Lusha agreed, saying it was wonderfully comfortable. Inside his head, however, Hiroki thought that it was really only a small improvement, and he quietly hoped they would reach their destination sooner rather than later. Without realizing it, Hiroki drifted off to sleep. Sometime later, Lusha gently woke him and told him that they had arrived. Hiroki blinked and rubbed his eyes. Lusha remarked with some amusement that he had slept very soundly for someone who had been complaining just a little while ago. Hiroki said with mild disbelief that the journey had felt surprisingly fast. Then he shifted in his seat and let out a groan, feeling how stiff his entire body had become. Lusha laughed softly and pointed out that he had not moved from the same position for the whole time he was asleep, which explained it perfectly. Once Hiroki climbed down from the carriage, he turned to the coachman and apologized for making him wait. By that point, the evening had already come. The coachman laughed and said Hiroki must have been quite tired, then told them that he would return to this exact spot to pick them up at the same time every day. Hiroki thanked him, and the carriage rolled away. Lusha looked at the darkening sky and said that it would be getting dark before long, and suggested they rest there for the night. Hiroki agreed right away. The two of them had slept out in the open many times before during their time in the Sea of Trees, so it was already something Hiroki was well used to. Thanks to the magic bags they now carried, they were able to bring along cooking tools and a plentiful supply of ingredients. Traveling and adventuring for longer stretches had become noticeably easier as a result. The next morning arrived, and Hiroki looked around and asked where they should head from there. Lusha told him not to worry, as she had already gathered information about the area while they were still in the city. Hiroki was impressed and praised her for it. Lusha looked over the map as she explained what she had found out. Areas with spring water and caves tended to have stronger concentrations of magical power. If they traveled north for about 2 days, they should come across a spring, and if they continued north for another day beyond that, they would likely find a cave. Hiroki said he understood and decided without hesitation that north was the direction they would go. With that settled, Hiroki steeled himself and forced down his potion in one go, grimacing at the awful taste. He muttered to himself that drinking 3 bottles of the monster-attracting potion every single day was genuinely difficult, and the flavor was terrible every single time. Lusha thanked him sincerely for working so hard at it each day. Just then, a small sound echoed from somewhere nearby. Hiroki stopped and stood still for a moment, struck by a strangely familiar feeling he could not quite place. In the next instant, a demon slime appeared before them. Lusha immediately called out a warning, alerting Hiroki to what it was. He repeated the name back in confusion, not having heard of it before. Lusha quickly explained that while the demon slime moved slowly just like a regular slime, its attacking power was far greater than anything a normal slime could do. Hiroki took that information in and said he understood, then thought to himself that for someone like him who had built everything around evasion, A slow-moving enemy was really no different from an ordinary slime. Speed was the only thing that had ever truly threatened him, and this creature had none of it. Lusha agreed with his assessment. Hiroki told her that they would keep moving forward while taking down whatever monsters came at them, and that he would keep a shield on her at all times. Lusha reminded him to also pay close attention to the ground as they walked, since she had heard that apricot grass grew close to the earth as short, small plants rather than tall ones. Hiroki thought it likely that they would find some once they went deeper into the area. Just then, his eyes landed on a translucent flower growing nearby, and a little further off, he spotted an unusually large mushroom. He pointed it out with excitement. Lusha mentioned that she had heard those kinds of plants also only grew in places where magical power was strong. She added that when it came to slime attacks, all she really needed to do was shift slightly out of the way to avoid getting hit. Hiroki smiled at all of this, feeling more confident that they were heading in exactly the right direction. Right on cue, both a demon slime and a demon orc appeared before them. Hiroki looked at them and remarked out loud that just because the word demon was in their names did not mean they were necessarily all that frightening. He then noticed that the orc in particular seemed to be capable of using magic. Lusha offered the thought that it might simply be because they were demons by nature. Hiroki's mind began working as he considered the orc's magical ability. He wondered whether this might be a good opportunity to test something he had been thinking about for a while, whether he had reached the point where he could dodge magical attacks through his evasion alone. He had observed before that magic seemed to travel toward whatever spot the caster had aimed at, and while he had failed to dodge magic the last time he had tried, that was before he had leveled up. He decided this was the right moment to find out, especially while the opponent in front of him was still on the weaker side. The demon orc launched its attack. Hiroki looked at the incoming spell and thought it was moving incredibly slowly. He cast a shield on himself, just in case, and also readied himself mentally to use an instant heal if things went wrong. As the spell drifted toward him, Lusha called out urgently for him to get out of the way. But Hiroki did not move. He held his ground and watched the spell come closer, and then at the very last moment, just before it reached him, he stepped aside and let it pass. He felt a rush of joy. He had actually dodged it. Lusha let out a long sigh and told him in a flustered voice that the magic had been moving so slowly he could have dodged it at any point he wanted, and that the whole thing had been terrible for her nerves. Hiroki apologized and explained that he had simply wanted to test whether his evasion had reached the point where dodging magic happened on its own, almost automatically. Lusha was caught off guard by that, and asked if he meant he had dodged it without consciously deciding to. Hiroki confirmed it quietly in his own thoughts. His evasion stat had been at 51 when he had been hit by a flying slime back at level 1. And after leveling up, it had now grown to 87. He shared his thinking out loud, saying that magic attacks likely required a much higher evasion stat to dodge than physical ones did, which meant he would need to grow his stat considerably further before he could reliably dodge more advanced magical attacks. He asked Lusha whether she thought his reasoning was correct. Lusha apologized and said she honestly did not know, since she had never heard of anyone building their character around evasion the way he had. Hiroki acknowledged that was a fair point and said he kept forgetting just how unusual his approach was. He reminded himself that he still had a very long way to go before his evasion build could be considered truly complete. 2 days later, the two of them reached the spring. Lusha gazed at it and said quietly how beautiful it was. Hiroki agreed and immediately turned his focus to the task at hand, saying they needed to find some apricot grass. Lusha agreed cheerfully and the search began. However, after hours of looking carefully through the area, Hiroki admitted with frustration that he could not find any trace of it. Lusha said it was unfortunate and suggested they stay at the spring for the night and try again later. Hiroki said that they should be able to reach the cave the following day, and he expressed hope that they would have better luck finding the grass there. On the 4th day after entering the forest, night had fallen by the time they were still walking. Hiroki began to feel uneasy and asked aloud where the cave was, wondering if they had somehow gotten lost. According to what they had been told, the cave should have been reachable after 3 days of walking. He thought about whether they ought to turn back toward the spring. Lusha told him to stay calm and assured him that they were still going in the right direction and should keep moving. Hiroki steadied himself and agreed, noting that the magical power he could feel in the air around them was very strong, which suggested they really were still on course. Without warning, Lusha suddenly grabbed him and pulled him down into the bushes. She pointed ahead and told him in a hushed voice to look. Hiroki covered his mouth and stared with wide, shocked eyes. A large group of demon goblins had appeared. He counted them in his head and realized there were at least 30 of them gathered together. Even worse, there appeared to be a magician among them. He thought to himself that this was an extremely difficult situation, and the fact that Lusha was with him this time made it feel all the more serious. He could not let what had happened before happen again. He leaned toward Lusha and told her as quietly as possible that they needed to back away slowly. The two of them lowered themselves to the ground and began crawling away inch by inch, being as careful as they could not to make even the tiniest sound. But in the middle of their careful retreat, Hiroki's foot came down on a stick and a loud crack split the silence around them. Hiroki broke into an immediate cold sweat, thinking to himself that this was almost too much of a cliché to believe. There was no time to hesitate. Lusha seized her bow and fired a rapid series of arrows at the demon goblins. Hiroki made a split-second decision and sprinted off in the opposite direction, having decided that the best thing he could do was draw the monster's attention toward himself and act as bait. He shouted to the monsters to follow him, and the demon goblins immediately gave chase. He glanced back at them and felt some relief. They were slow. He called out to Lusha and told her to keep attacking while he circled around her, giving her a clear line of fire. She called back that she understood. The goblins began hurling magic attacks at him as he ran. Hiroki cast a healing spell on himself without breaking his stride. He looked back over his shoulder and thought that as long as the goblins were not casting their spells in rapid succession, his healing ability was enough to keep up with the damage they were dealing. But then he looked ahead and his blood ran cold. Right in front of him was a demon goblin nest. He had run straight into the middle of it. In an instant, he realized he was completely surrounded. Hiroki quickly took stock of everything around him. There were goblins blocking the path ahead and more closing in from behind. If the enemies had been slimes, he might have stood a reasonable chance, but these were goblins, and that changed things entirely. Then one of the goblins opened its mouth and let out a loud, echoing roar. Hiroki felt a sharp jolt of alarm run through him as he realized what was happening. It was calling for reinforcements from inside the nest. He called out to Lusha and warned her of what they were up against. Lusha was taken aback when she heard it. As Hiroki kept running, he looked around and could hardly believe how fast the numbers were growing behind him. More and more goblins were joining the chase with every passing second. Then a heavy shower of arrows came raining down on the demon goblins that were pursuing him. Hiroki felt a burst of relief and silently praised Lusha for the well-aimed shots. For a brief moment, the thought crossed his mind that if they had enough time, they might be able to fight through all of these demon goblins. But then one of the goblins launched a magical attack at him, and as he dodged it, he brought himself back to reality. Fighting was not the point. They had not come here for this, and staying to battle the whole nest would be a waste of time they did not have. He called out to Lusha and told her they needed to run and get out of there as fast as possible. She agreed immediately. At that moment, Lusha spotted something ahead and quickly told Hiroki to keep going straight without turning. Hiroki was not sure what she meant, but trusted her completely and followed her direction without asking too many questions. She told him only that she had noticed it earlier while they were passing through. He kept going, and then all of a sudden he came to an abrupt stop. Right in front of him was a river. Lusha quickly explained that goblins were unable to swim, which meant jumping into the river was their best way out. With the goblins nearly upon him and no other path available, Hiroki made his decision. He ran to the edge, and at the very last moment, just before the goblins could reach him, he threw himself off the cliff and dropped into the river below. Just as Lusha had said, the goblin stopped at the edge and went no further. But beneath the surface of the water, Hiroki immediately found himself in serious trouble. His waterlogged clothes were pulling him down with surprising force, and he began to sink. Just before the situation became truly dire, Lusha swam over to him and pulled him close to her. She cast a shield around the both of them, wrapped her arms tightly around him, and carried him safely out of the water and onto solid ground. The moment they landed, Hiroki collapsed and gasped for air, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. Lusha looked at him with worry and asked if he was all right. He managed to tell her that he was barely. As his breathing slowly began to return to something closer to normal, he turned his attention to her and raised his hand in her direction, casting a healing spell. Her wounds vanished in an instant. Lusha thanked him and explained that her shield had given out partway through their escape in the river, which was how she had ended up getting hurt. Still breathing heavily, Hiroki thanked her in return and told her with genuine admiration that she was a very strong swimmer. It was entirely because of her that they had been able to get out of that situation and keep moving forward. Hiroki took one long, slow breath and looked around at where they had ended up trying to figure out where they were. Lusha told him that the river had led them into a cave, and for what she could see, it seemed like they were now inside one. Hiroki felt a deep wave of relief at those words. They had reached the cave after all. Lusha scanned the space around them carefully and noted that there appeared to be monsters somewhere nearby. She suggested that before they went any further, they should take a moment to rest and let their clothes dry out. Hiroki agreed straight away without any hesitation. After they had rested for a time, monsters began to emerge from within the cave. Demon bats came swooping out from the dark recesses in the walls, and not long after, a demon golem appeared as well. Hiroki moved smoothly past the golem's attack and noted almost casually that the creature actually looked rather cute given how short it was. He decided that this level of difficulty was still something he could handle comfortably. He said they should keep pushing deeper into the cave while keeping their eyes on the ground for any sign of apricot grass, and Lusha agreed as they pressed on. As they walked further in, Hiroki found himself wondering out loud just how deep this cave went, since they had already come quite a long way inside it. After some time, he stopped. The path ahead split into two separate directions. Lusha's ears twitched suddenly, and she went very still and listened. She said softly that she could hear a sound coming from the right side. Hiroki wondered what it might be. Perhaps another adventurer who had found their way into the cave, or perhaps the creature that ruled over this place. Lusha reminded him that they needed to stay cautious no matter what, and together they turned and made their way down the right path. When they finally arrived at the end of it, Hiroki let out a sigh of relief. The sound had been a waterfall. They had come out into a wide and open area deep within the cave. And then Lush's eyes caught something. She pointed urgently toward a large rock nearby and told Hiroki to look. Growing right on top of it was apricot grass. Hiroki's eyes filled with joy, and he could barely contain himself. They had actually found it. Lusha shared in his excitement and celebrated right along with him. But then the rock moved. Hiroki stared at it and felt his stomach drop. It was not a rock at all. It was a demon turtle, sitting perfectly still and enormous, its shell so large and solid that it looked exactly like a boulder from a distance. The apricot grass was not growing on a rock. It was growing directly on the shell of a living monster. The realization hit him hard. At that same moment, both of them noticed a familiar figure nearby, dangerously close to being struck by the demon turtle's swinging tail. Lusha watched the scene carefully and said quietly that the monster appeared to be trying to drive something away using the end of its tail. Hiroki looked more closely and felt a jolt of recognition. It was Shop Fairy. Lusha was shocked to see him there and could not understand why he had come to this place. Then it came back to Hiroki all at once. The fairy had promised to reach out when he had apricot grass available, which meant he must have tracked the grass here himself and come looking for it. Seeing the fairy on the verge of being struck, Hiroki immediately shouted out a warning. Without wasting a single moment, he cast both a shield and a regeneration spell on Shop Fairy. The fairy looked around in startled confusion, clearly not expecting anything of the sort. He called out Hiroki's name in surprise, as if trying to confirm it was really him. Hiroki called back urgently and told him to stop looking his way and pay attention to what was right in front of him. The demon turtle's tail came sweeping in hard, but Hiroki's shield held firm and took the blow completely, protecting the fairy from harm. Shop Fairy immediately shot up into the air and flew a safe distance away from the monster. Once he had put enough space between himself and the creature, he looked back toward Hiroki and admitted that the sudden appearance of the shield had caught him completely off guard. He thanked Hiroki sincerely for it. Hiroki asked with genuine concern whether he was all right and told him not to overdo things. Shop Fairy let out an awkward and embarrassed sigh, wondering uncomfortably how long the two of them had been standing there watching him struggle. He was clearly flustered at being seen in such a helpless state. He then pulled himself together and explained the situation. The demon turtle had been acting in a very fierce and erratic way, and there was simply no way to get to the grass growing on its shell without defeating the creature first. Lusha looked at the massive beast carefully and said it appeared to be a very difficult opponent to bring down. Hiroki thought for a brief moment and then said he had an idea, asking if they would leave this to him. Shop Fairy asked whether he actually had a plan in mind. Then something occurred to the fairy, and he quickly offered a suggestion of his own. He thought that Hiroki might be able to use the great tree's arrow that Lusha carried to defeat the monster in a single strike. Lusha's face brightened with understanding as she heard the idea, and her eyes went to the precious arrow she carried. But Hiroki shook his head slightly and said with a calm expression that now was not the right time to use something that rare and valuable. Lusha pushed back, saying that they still needed to deal with the monster one way or another. Hiroki told her gently that actually defeating the monster was not their goal here. Lusha paused, and then her eyes went wide as the full meaning of what he was saying finally clicked in her mind. Shop Fairy moved to stand beside her, curious and intrigued by whatever Hiroki was planning, and said they should simply watch and see what he was going to do. Hiroki turned and approached the demon turtle. He found a section of the shell that seemed climbable and began pulling himself up. The surface was rough enough to grip, and he started to make his way up. But the demon turtle sensed him almost immediately and reacted. Shop Fairy shouted a warning from where he hovered in the air. The monster's enormous tail came lashing toward Hiroki with great force, and Hiroki sidestepped it without breaking his momentum at all. Shop Fairy stared with wide eyes. Hiroki tightened his grip on the shell and kept climbing steadily. Another attack came, and again he moved out of the way as smoothly and effortlessly as before. In his own thoughts, he noted with quiet satisfaction that his automatic evasion was doing its job perfectly, making the climb far simpler than it would have been for anyone else. Shop Fairy watched in complete disbelief and asked out loud whether Hiroki was truly really a healer. Lusha smiled softly beside him and explained simply that Hiroki was an evasion healer. Shop Fairy repeated those two words back slowly, as though he needed to hear them again to believe them, his voice full of shock. The demon turtle, unable to land a single hit no matter how hard it tried, became increasingly frustrated. It began thrashing and twisting its massive body violently in an attempt to throw Hiroki off. A thick cloud of dust rose up and spread through the air around them. Lusha and Shop Fairy both shielded their faces from the billowing cloud. Shop Fairy called out that this was one of the demon turtle's known techniques, referred to as the turtle tornado. Lusha called Hiroki's name out with great worry in her voice. But when they looked up through the settling dust, they were both stunned by what they saw. Hiroki was already up above the monster entirely, having launched himself into the air above it. Still airborne and looking down at the shell below him, he declared that this was exactly the position he had been aiming for. As he began to fall back down toward the top of the shell, The demon turtle made one final attempt and swung its tail up at him. Hiroki moved out of the way in one clean and unhurried motion, as if the attack had been the easiest thing in the world to avoid. Shop Fairy's jaw fell open completely. Hiroki was weaving through every single attack as lightly and effortlessly as a leaf drifting on the wind, and the fairy could not make any sense of the level of ability he was watching. And then Hiroki landed on top of the demon turtle's shell, right where the apricot grass grew. He reached out without a moment of hesitation and closed his hand around it. It was done. He had it. With that single act, they had moved one important step closer to lifting the curse that had been placed on Run. Behind him, Shop Fairy floated in place, still rooted in stunned silence, quietly murmuring the words evasion healer to himself, as if he still could not quite believe what his own eyes had just shown him. The long and difficult search for apricot grass had finally come to an end. Hiroki announced with great relief that they had done it, and that the apricot grass was now in their hands. Lusha cheered loudly in celebration. Shop Fairy called out his praise as well, telling them they had done a wonderful job. Hiroki smiled warmly and thanked them both. Meanwhile, the demon turtle had grown agitated now that the ordeal was over. It began thrashing around violently, and the force of its movement sent Hiroki tumbling off its shell. Lusha immediately called out his name in alarm. But Hiroki told them both not to worry. He had landed safely enough. He added with a slightly tired laugh that he was honestly starting to get used to falling from high places. Lusha turned her gaze back toward the demon turtle and remarked with surprise that it seemed to be settling down. Shop Fairy explained that this was simply because nobody was touching it anymore, which had been the cause of its agitation all along. Hiroki brushed himself off and turned his thoughts to what still needed to be done. The apricot grass was in hand, but they still needed to find an alchemist skilled enough to turn it into a curse-lifting potion. He turned to Shop Fairy and brought up something the fairy had mentioned before, that he had experience making potions from apricot grass before selling them. Hiroki asked whether Shop Fairy happened to know of a highly skilled alchemist they might be able to approach. Shop Fairy confirmed that he did know of someone, but warned that getting to meet this particular person would not be easy. Hiroki said he understood, and that in the meantime, they would continue trying to find an alchemist through other means as well. Shop Fairy told them he would be in touch once he had managed to arrange a meeting with that person. Hiroki thanked him. Hiroki then said he would love nothing more than say it was time to head home. But the problem was that he had no idea where they actually were after having been swept into the cave by the river. He turned to ask Shop Fairy if he would be willing to guide them back to the entrance of the forest. But to both their surprise, the fairy was already gone. Lusha exclaimed that he had been right there just a moment ago. Hiroki let out a sigh and accepted that there was nothing to be done about it. They would have to find their own way out. Lusha told him cheerfully not to worry and assured him they would be just fine. Elsewhere, in a place not far behind them, Shop Fairy, who had just slipped away, murmured quietly to himself. He reflected that Hiroki was actually far more capable than one might initially assume. His evasion ability, in particular, was truly remarkable, unlike anything the fairy had seen before. He thought to himself that it had been the right decision to keep a close eye on Hiroki. After all, Hiroki was a friend of the hero and had somehow managed to make his way all the way to the demon continent despite everything. A little while later, Hiroki and Lusha finally made it out of the cave. Hiroki looked around and tried to figure out which direction they needed to go from there, reasoning that the forest entrance should be somewhere to the south. Before he could think too hard about it, Lusha pointed confidently down a path and told him to follow her. Hiroki looked at her with wide and impressed eyes, marveling at how she could tell direction so easily even without any kind of compass or map to guide her. Lusha said simply that knowing which way to go was something she could just do. Hiroki smiled and thought to himself that this was exactly what one would expect from someone who had grown up living in the forest. The story then shifted to a very different location, the Belakako Mountain. There, Ren was in the middle of a battle against a pair of dill foxes. He stepped forward and activated his skill, generating healing power around himself. He taunted the monster and told it to come and attack him. The dill fox lunged at him without hesitation, but Ren caught it and threw it into the air with very little effort, while repeatedly using his guard skill to hold his ground. At the same time, Ruri cast an earth spell that pinned the fox firmly in place. Without wasting a single moment, Ren raised his sword and brought the fight to an end with one clean and decisive strike. After the battle, Ruri said that after several days of searching, she did not believe there was any apricot grass to be found in this area. Ren sighed and agreed with her assessment. Ruri suggested that they return to the city and move on to try another location. Ren agreed with a smile. As they prepared to leave, his thoughts drifted to the message he had left at the Adventurers Guild for Hiroki, letting him know that their group was heading to the mountains. He found himself wondering whether Hiroki had seen it. Ruri said warmly that she was certain he had. She also reminded him that the guild had said the grass could be found in forests as well, which meant that was where they should head next. Ren agreed, and Ruri laughed softly to herself, saying she had a feeling Hiroki was probably already in the forest searching at that very moment. Several hours later, the scene moved to a small and located in Flora village, a settlement sitting at the foot of the mountain. Ren was in his room, quietly and carefully cleaning his shield, when a voice drifted through the thin wall from the room next door. The voice belonged to someone who sounded relieved to have made it to the village, saying that if they had taken any longer they would have ended up sleeping outside for the night. Rin noted to himself just how thin the walls of this inn were, and initially decided to pay no attention to whatever was being said on the other side. But then the man in the next room said something that made it impossible to ignore. He remarked that keeping watch over the hero was quite a demanding task. Rin went completely still, his hands stopping their movement over the shield. He listened carefully. The man on the other side of the wall, clearly unaware of how easily his voice was carrying through, continued talking. He mentioned that the monsters in areas with high magical power were extremely powerful and that nobody else had shown up yet. Rin listened in stunned silence and realized with a jolt that the people in the next room were soldiers from the Pisnut Kingdom, sent to keep tabs on him. One of the men then said something about Rin's strength, noting that it was because of how capable he was that they had been able to keep up with him and arrive when they did. He described Rin as someone who appeared to be good-natured and sincere, someone who had earned the trust of the princess and the nobles alike, and who had always seemed to follow the king's orders without question. But then the man's tone shifted, and he suggested that all of it had simply been an act, that Rin's true purpose had been to use his good behavior as a cover so that he could slip away and escape to the demon continent. The second man was not entirely convinced, however, and pushed back on that idea, saying that from everything he had seen, Rin had always come across as genuinely sincere in everything he did, and that it was hard to believe it had all been a performance. The first man insisted firmly that the hero had behaved that way on purpose, that it had all been a calculated act to deceive them. He argued that there was no other explanation for why the hero would have come all the way out here otherwise. The second man seemed to accept that reasoning. The first man then said with cold certainty that those who betrayed the king would face punishment for it, and that he had no doubt about this. On the other side of the wall, Rin's expression turned hard and cold as he took in every word. At that moment, the door to his room opened and Ruri stepped inside, saying she wanted to talk about what they should do going forward. Rin immediately held up a hand and signaled for her to stay quiet. Ruri looked at him with confusion, not understanding what was happening. Rin kept his voice low and told her that the men in the room next door were soldiers from the Pisnut Kingdom, and that they appeared to be suspicious of his motives. He suggested that the best course of action was to leave the village right away before any trouble had a chance to start. Ruri agreed without hesitation. The two of them slipped out of the inn and left the village as quietly as they could. Once they were outside and away from the inn, Rin sat alone for a moment and let his thoughts run. The fact that the soldiers had managed to track him and keep watch over him meant that people in the demon continent already knew he was the hero. He figured that his armor was most likely the reason. It was distinctive and easy to recognize, and it even had the kingdom's crest attached to it, making him stand out wherever he went. Then, without warning, the pain from his curse flared up and spread through his body. Rin bit down and suffered through it in silence, not letting a sound escape. He told himself quietly that he could still endure it, and that Ruri had not noticed anything was wrong. In the very next moment, he sensed a dangerous presence behind him. A man swung a sword at his back, but Rin raised his weapon and blocked the blow without even turning to look. The attacker accused him of defying the king's orders despite being the very hero that the king had summoned, and declared that running away was something that would not be tolerated. Rin shoved the man back, but another attacker immediately struck from behind. Rin twisted and deflected that sword as well with his own. The first man came at him again without pause. All the while, the pain of the curse was tearing through Rin's body, but he forced himself to hold his position and keep fighting. The man shouted that anyone who defied the king would be dealt with accordingly. Rin set his jaw and told himself with fierce determination that he could not die here. He drove one of the men back with a powerful shove that sent him crashing hard into a tree nearby. The man cried out in shock, stunned by the sheer force behind the blow, and admitted to himself that it had been reckless to think they could take on the hero directly. But inside, Rin was in serious trouble. The curse was squeezing the breath out of him, and he could feel his control slipping. He had been trying to hold back his strength so as not to seriously hurt the soldiers, but the curse was making it impossible to manage his power properly. The agony caused his guard to drop for just a moment, and that was all the opening the soldier needed. The man drove his sword into Ren's stomach. He then smirked and remarked that even now, even after being called a traitor, the hero still seemed like a genuinely good person at heart. At that very moment, Ruri stepped forward and cast an earth spell that connected squarely with the man's jaw, dropping him instantly. She rushed to Ren's side and asked desperately if he was all right. Ren called her name in a strained voice. Despite the pain that was tearing through him, he forced a small smile and managed to thank her for stepping in. Then the pain surged again, and he groaned under the weight of it. Ruri moved quickly to help him and gasped when she saw the wound. She told him to hold on and reached into her belongings to pull out some potions. Rin took the potion and drank it down in one go. After a short moment, he told her he already felt a little better, but asked for just a short while to catch his breath and let himself recover slightly. Ruri looked at him with deep worry and said gently that the curse was behind all of this, wasn't it? Rin confirmed that it was. He explained that whenever the snake mark spread further across his body, the pain that came with it grew worse. He gave her a small, tired smile and told her it had finally settled down for now. Ruri told him firmly not to push himself any harder than he already had. Rin murmured quietly to himself that he would be fine. He held on to the thought that the three of them, Ruri, Hiroki, and himself, would definitely find a way to get back home together. That thought alone was enough to keep him going. After a few moments of rest, Rin told Ruri that he had recovered enough and thanked her again. She told him there was no need to thank her. She glanced over at the soldiers lying on the ground nearby and asked what should be done about them. Rin explained that they were most likely the same men who had been staying in the room next to his at the inn. It appeared that despite their attempt to leave quietly, they had not managed to shake them off in time. Rin then turned his attention to Ruri and asked how she was holding up and whether she was feeling too tired to keep going. She told him she was fine. He said that in that case, they should keep moving for a little while longer before stopping to rest, and that they needed to put enough distance between themselves and those soldiers. Ruri gently turned the concern back on him, saying that he should be worrying about his own condition rather than hers. Rin apologized for making her worry. Ruri told him quietly that it was not the kind of thing he needed to apologize for. Without another word, the two of them quickly left the area behind. As they walked, Ruri pointed out that since those men had already managed to find them once, others would likely not be far behind. Rin agreed and said that he needed to find a way to conceal his armor so that he could no longer be identified as the hero at a glance. Ruri looked around and offered a practical suggestion. Since many of the people in this part of the world seem to wear robes, they could buy a pair of hooded robes that would cover him well enough to blend in. Rin said it was a good idea and agreed immediately. 3 days later, the scene shifted back to Hiroki and Lusha. Hiroki let out a cry of relief as they finally stepped out of the forest and onto the roadside. Lusha told him that if they headed west from there, they would reach a town, and that with a bit of luck, they might even come across a carriage heading that way. Hiroki laughed and said that this was honestly the first time he had ever gotten lost for just a few days, and that it was entirely thanks to Lusha that they had found their way out at all. Lusha replied with quiet confidence that when it came to forests, he could always count on her. Hiroki said that the first thing they needed to do was get word to Run that they had found the apricot grass. Lusha added with a warm smile that she was sure the news would make him very happy. In the city north of the Sea of Trees, Hiroki suddenly came to a stop. Lusha looked at him with concern and asked what the matter was. Hiroki told her quietly that there were soldiers from the Pisnut Kingdom present in the city. Lusha followed his eyes and immediately saw that he was right. Hiroki murmured to himself that it was strange. Despite all the talk about how much they despised demons, here they were moving around openly in the demon continent without any apparent shame about it. Nearby, one of the Pisnut Kingdom knights was asking his companion whether they had found any leads on the hero's whereabouts. The other replied that they had not, and that there had been no trace of the hero anywhere for some time. Hiroki wondered to himself whether they were out here searching for Rin. Lusha leaned close and whispered that she did not like the look of them at all and suggested they just head straight to the guild. They agreed and made their way there without delay. The receptionist at the Adventurers Guild welcomed them back warmly. She then asked how their search for the apricot grass had gone. Hiroki smiled and told her they had found it, and that it was thanks to her guidance. The receptionist gasped in genuine surprise, clearly not having expected them to return with good news so quickly. She then noted that the only thing left now was to find a skilled alchemist. Unfortunately, she told them, no one had yet responded to the recruitment notice they had posted. Hiroki said he understood, though inside he felt a quiet frustration, as he wanted to move forward with everything as quickly as possible. But then the receptionist brightened and added that she had managed to track down the location of a highly skilled alchemist. Both Hiroki and Lusha's faces lit up instantly. Hiroki thanked her with relief. Lusha celebrated, but then wondered aloud whether this alchemist would actually be willing to make the dispel potion for them. Hiroki said he hoped they would turn out to be a kind person, then asked whether the location was far from where they currently were. The receptionist told him it was not too far in terms of distance, but that there was one significant problem. The alchemist lived on a mountainside located beyond a place called the Devil's Sacred Peak Dungeon, and reaching it required adventurers of the highest level of skill. It was not the kind of place that could be approached lightly. Hiroki muttered to himself with worry about the prospect of a high-difficulty dungeon. He thought it through and reasoned that if the monsters inside were simply powerful, he might be able to manage, but if they moved in large swarms, things could get very dangerous very quickly. He had been putting all his points into evasion, and it had been working well so far, but he also knew that he had been advancing faster than his level really warranted. Lusha thought aloud about what level would even be considered high enough to qualify as a top-notch adventurer. Hiroki turned to her and asked what she thought they should do, whether they ought to at least try making an attempt at the dungeon. The receptionist, seeing the anxious looks on both their faces, gently suggested that if they were concerned, one option would be to increase the size of their party before attempting it. Hiroki hesitated at the thought, remembering with some discomfort that the last time he had tried to recruit party members, every single person had turned him down. The receptionist offered to post a new recruitment notice for the Devil's Sacred Peak Dungeon alongside the already existing notice for a high-ranking alchemist. Hiroki accepted gratefully and said that would be a big help. The receptionist then asked them to fill in their details, explaining that the information would be used to attract suitable adventurers. Hiroki agreed, and the two of them filled out the form. When the receptionist looked over what they had written, her expression shifted to one of clear shock. Their levels were only 21 and 19. She immediately advised them in a firm voice that going to the Devil's Sacred Peak Dungeon at those levels was something they absolutely should not be doing. She then caught herself and said that by that same logic, They should not have gone to the apricot forest either. And on top of that, an evasion healer? She stammered a little, clearly at a loss for words, and said that this was quite an unusual situation and that it would likely take some time before any applications came in for their recruitment. Hiroki replied flatly that he had expected as much. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he had known this would be the reaction. He thanked the receptionist, and they prepared to leave. She told them to wait patiently for responses to arrive. As Hiroki and Lusha walked toward the inn, someone called out Hiroki's name. He turned toward the voice, and his eyes immediately filled with warmth and recognition. Standing there wearing hooded robes were Ruri and Rin. Lusha was about to react out loud in surprise, but Ruri quickly raised a finger to her lips before she could make a sound. Ruri whispered that it was not safe to talk in the open here. Hiroki glanced sideways at the soldiers nearby who were busy moving through the streets searching for the hero. He understood the situation right away, realizing that the two of them were using their hoods and robes to avoid being spotted. Rin suggested quietly that they all move to the inn to talk. Everyone agreed without a word. A short while later, the group arrived at an inn called the Corundum Inn. Both Hiroki and Lusha stood in the entrance and went completely silent, struck by how fine and grand the place looked. Lusha exclaimed that it was a beautiful inn. Hiroki looked around with wide eyes and thought to himself that this was clearly the kind of place that catered to royalty and the most accomplished adventurers. Rin explained that it was certainly not cheap, but that it offered a level of safety that made the cost worthwhile. Ordinary soldiers would not be able to afford to stay at a place like this, and the walls were thick enough that they could speak freely without worrying about anyone listening in from the other side. Hiroki said he understood. He thought quietly to himself that even the hero had his own set of burdens and difficulties to carry. Rin opened the door and welcomed them inside. Hiroki thanked him as they stepped through. Once all three of them had settled into their seats, Hiroki began by saying that he assumed the soldiers he had seen in the city were there keeping watch for Rin. Rin confirmed that this appeared to be the case. He explained that no official orders had been given for the kingdom's soldiers to work alongside them, so he believed the soldiers were simply there to monitor their movements rather than to act directly. Hiroki nodded and said he understood. Ruri then turned her attention to Lusha and confirmed her name, saying that Rin had spoken about her. She introduced herself as Takanashi Ruri, a wizard, and told Lusha to simply call her Ruri. Rin added that while he believed he had already introduced himself to Hiroki at some point before, he offered his name again for Lusha's sake, Watanabe Rin, and said she was welcome to call him simply Rin when it was just the four of them together. Lusha smiled brightly and introduced herself in return, saying her name was Lusha Plum and that she was an archer. She told them it was a true honor to meet them both. Ruri thanked her warmly in return and expressed her gratitude to Lusha for partnering with Hiroki and traveling alongside him. Lusha laughed and said honestly that ever since she had met Hiroki, going on adventures had become so much fun. Then her cheeks flushed pink, and she quickly apologized, saying she realized it was not quite right to be talking about how much she was enjoying herself when she knew that Rin was going through something very difficult. The words came from a genuine and kind place, and everyone in the room could feel that. Lusha quickly said she had spoken out of turn and apologized again. Rin reassured her warmly that there was absolutely nothing wrong with what she had said, and that he was genuinely glad she was enjoying herself. Meanwhile, Hiroki kept his eyes on Rin and thought to himself that, as always, Rin showed absolutely no outward sign of being under a curse. He carried himself the same way he always had, giving nothing away. Hiroki then told Rin that he had both good news and bad news to share. Rin waited quietly for him to go on. Hiroki reached into his belongings and held up what they had worked so hard to find. He revealed the apricot grass. Rin and Ruri's eyes lit up at exactly the same moment, and they both said the name of the grass out loud in unison, barely able to contain their reaction. Hiroki then continued, adding the difficult part. In order to turn the grass into a dispel potion, they would need the help of a very highly skilled alchemist. Ruri asked whether it would be possible to find such an alchemist somewhere in the city they were currently in. Hiroki shook his head and said that was the bad news. He had the location of a highly skilled alchemist, but the only way to reach that person was to pass through a dungeon of very high difficulty. Rin suggested right away that Hiroki join the two of them and go through the dungeon together. Hiroki answered immediately that he would, saying he had been about to suggest exactly the same thing himself. He then turned to Lusha and asked whether she would be all right with that. Lusha's whole body trembled with a mixture of surprise and excitement. She could barely get her words out, asking in a flustered voice whether it was really acceptable for someone like her to be joining a party with the hero. Rin smiled warmly at her and said he would be very happy to have her along. Lusha clenched her fist and thanked him with genuine feeling for his kind words. Rin then turned to Hiroki and said that he had been looking forward to the day they could finally go on an adventure together. Hiroki apologized for having kept them waiting so long. Ruri spoke up and said that when Hiroki had first been imprisoned, she had been very worried for him, but that looking back now she was glad things had turned out the way they did, because it meant he was no longer tied to the kingdom. She pointed out that as people who belonged to the Pisnut Kingdom, she and Rin could not freely gather information about the demon continent, and that included anything related to apricot grass. Hiroki agreed and added that if he had told the kingdom he was actually a priest, which was an advanced class, they would most likely have assigned soldiers to watch over him just as closely as they were watching Rin. He had made the decision to say he was a simple healer on the spot without thinking too deeply about it, but looking back, he was glad he had said it. Ruri agreed and said she thought it had been a smart call. Lusha had been listening carefully and turned to Hiroki with a confused look. asking whether he was actually a priest. Hiroki snapped back to attention and realized with a start that he had never told her. He apologized immediately. Lusha said it was perfectly fine and did not make a big deal of it. But quietly, she let her eyes move around the room. Rin, the hero, Ruri, an advanced class wizard, Hiroki, an advanced priest. And then there was herself, a lower class archer. The thought sat in her chest for a moment before she shook it away and pushed it aside. Ruri noticed the look that had briefly crossed Lusha's face and smiled gently. She told Hiroki that Rin had spoken about how he had found a truly good partner and said that she had genuinely been looking forward to meeting her. She added warmly that Lusha was adorable and full of heart and told Hiroki to make sure he treasured her. Hiroki agreed without any hesitation, saying that it was entirely thanks to Lusha that he had been able to come as far as he had. Hearing those words, Lusha's face turned completely red. She said he was exaggerating, but admitted in the same breath that she was truly happy to have been of help and reminded them all that she had been the one to approach him first and asked to join him in the beginning. Ruri smiled and said that Lusha seemed to be very knowledgeable about this world as well, which made her an incredibly reassuring person to have around. Rin added that since both he and Ruri were lacking when it came to knowledge of this world, they would be relying on Lusha a great deal. Lusha told them that since she had heard they came from a very distant place, she would do her absolute best to answer anything they wanted to know. Ruri thanked her once more with genuine warmth. Rin then brought up something practical. Since they were all going to be in the same party from now on, he suggested they each share their status so everyone could have a clear picture of where they stood. Ruri went first, telling them she was level 32 and had distributed her points in a straightforward way, putting them into magic and defense. Rin went next, saying he was also level 32. He had put most of his points into attack and defense, and had also put a small amount into evasion after hearing from Hiroki that it was a worthwhile stat to have. He usually dealt with enemy attacks by blocking with his shield, but every now and then his body would automatically dodge an attack on its own, and he said it was quite a satisfying feeling when it happened. Hiroki murmured a weak response, and both he and Lusha quietly trembled beside each other as the reality of the level gap between them sank in. Rin and Ruri were both at level 32, while Hiroki was only 19 and Lusha 21. Hiroki let out a sigh and said out loud how far behind they were. Rin told him firmly that despite everything working against him, no support from the kingdom, building an unusual evasion-focused style, Hiroki had still managed to come this far, and that was not something just anyone could do. Hiroki thanked him for the kind words. Rin then glanced toward the window and noted that it had already grown quite late. Ruri immediately offered for Hiroki and Lusha to simply stay at the inn with them rather than going elsewhere. Lusha hesitated and said she did not want to cause any trouble. Rin backed up the offer, explaining that they had booked 2 rooms and that each room had 2 beds, which meant there was more than enough space for 2 more people without anyone being put out. Rin reassured her that it was no trouble at all. Hiroki smiled at Lusha and said they should just accept the offer and stay together. Lusha agreed right away, and with a bright and happy expression she told Rin and Ruri that she hoped they would all get along well. Both of them replied in kind with equal warmth. After that, the group split off into their separate rooms for the night. Hiroki stepped into his room and looked around with wide eyes, marveling at how spacious it was. He pointed toward a door and asked what was behind it, guessing it might be a toilet. Rin told him that it was, and explained that the inn followed a style common in European-type settings, where each room came with its own private bath and toilet. Hiroki was genuinely surprised to hear that every room had its own bath and toilet. Rin confirmed it. Hiroki then asked quietly, almost not wanting to say it out loud, whether by any chance a place this luxurious might also have a hot spring somewhere. Rin told him that unfortunately, they did not. Hiroki froze where he stood, visibly deflated. He crumpled to the floor and muttered that he had only allowed himself to hope for it just a little, just the tiniest bit. Rin laughed softly and told him not to be too disappointed, pointing out that they had a proper bath regardless and encouraging him to make use of it. Over in the other room at the same moment, Lusha heard that a bath was available and could barely contain her excitement. She said to herself that she supposed baths must exist in high-class places like this one, since she was usually only able to wash herself with warm water. Ruri smiled at seeing how genuinely happy Lusha was and encouraged her to go ahead and enjoy it. Lusha quickly said she would wait and go in after Ruri. Ruri then suggested that since they had only just met, perhaps they could get in together and use the time to get to know each other better. Lusha said she would love that very much. Ruri added that she was eager to hear all of Lusha's stories. Back in the other room, Hiroki let out a long and heavy sigh and decided that if there was no hot spring to be found, he would simply have to close his eyes and pretend he was in one. Rin chuckled at that. Hiroki asked whether Rin wanted to use the bath first, but Rin waved him off and told him to go ahead without worrying about him, his hand pressing quietly against his chest as he said it. Hiroki's eyes stayed on him, watching carefully, a quiet concern settling over his face. Lusha looked around the bathtub with wide eyes, amazed at how large it was. There was more than enough space for both of them to get in without feeling cramped at all. Ruri agreed and settled in comfortably. Lusha mentioned that this was actually the very first time in her life she had ever used a proper bathtub. Ruri said it was a wonderful feeling and shared that she herself had come to enjoy baths very much ever since arriving in this world. As they relaxed in the warm water together, Ruri said that she was truly glad Hiroki had found Lusha. She explained that when Hiroki had been expelled from the kingdom, he had no money, no ability to fight on his own, and no one to rely on. She had spent a great deal of time worrying about what would happen to him traveling by himself in that condition. Lusha listened thoughtfully, and then said that Hiroki's way of looking at things was really unlike anyone else she had ever met. But no matter what he said, he always spoke with such quiet confidence that she found herself believing him without even meaning to. Ruri smiled and said that yes, he really was a strangely mysterious kind of person. Lusha laughed softly and said she was glad Ruri felt the same way. She then asked what Hiroki had been like back in his hometown. Ruri paused and admitted that she honestly did not know very much about that side of him. Even though they came from the same place, she had only actually met him a few months before everything happened. Lusha was a little surprised to hear that. Ruri continued, saying that not long after they met, the two of them had been separated and gone their different ways. She said that Lusha had probably spent more real time with Hiroki than either she or Rin had, which meant she likely knew him better than they did. Lusha was caught off guard by that thought, saying it was not something she had expected to hear. Ruri then asked warmly whether she could call her simply Lusha, and said that Lusha was welcome to call her Ruri in return. Lusha agreed happily, and said she hoped the two of them would get along well from now on. Ruri said she felt exactly the same way. Back in the men's room, the mood was very different. Hiroki's face had tightened with concern. Rin was forcing a smile and telling him not to worry and to just go ahead and use the bath first. But Hiroki looked at him directly and said out loud what he had been thinking, that Rin was in pain. He told Rin he was going to heal him. Rin insisted he was fine and reminded Hiroki that a healing skill could only restore physical injuries, not ease the pain that came from a curse. Hiroki said he understood, but he did not move. Rin let out a small, rueful laugh and murmured that he supposed he had not hidden it as well as he thought. Hiroki's expression hardened, and he told Rin plainly to take off his clothes so he could see the state of the curse for himself. Rin refused immediately and asked what on earth Hiroki was thinking. Hiroki told him again to show him, and made clear that he was not going to accept no for an answer. Rin tried to stop him, but Hiroki moved before Rin could react. Rin looked at him in surprise. Hiroki told him calmly that there was no point in trying to grab him. He had already gotten hold of Rin's clothes. Rin gave in, saying he understood, and told Hiroki he would take them off himself. He removed his upper clothing, and what was revealed made Hiroki clench his teeth. The curse had already spread far further than he had imagined. Rin must have been enduring an enormous amount of pain this entire time without showing it to anyone. Rin told him not to worry, and said he could still bear it. He started to say something about how the marks spreading brought a particular kind of pain, but he could not finish the sentence. His face twisted, and he let out a deep groan, unable to hold it back. Hiroki stared with wide eyes and called out Rin's name. Rin kept groaning, the pain clearly overwhelming him in that moment. Hiroki acted on instinct and began casting his healing skill over and over, even though part of him already knew it would not reach the curse. He kept trying anyway, unable to just stand there and do nothing. Rin managed to apologize between the waves of pain, telling Hiroki not to worry and saying it would pass after a little while. Hiroki lost his composure and felt a surge of helpless frustration rise up inside him. He could not understand how Rin could still try to smile through something like this. The full weight of his helplessness pressed down on him. He was a healer, and yet there was absolutely nothing his skills could do for the person right in front of him. Back in the bathtub, the conversation between Lusha and Ruri continued in a much gentler atmosphere. Lusha said honestly that she worried she might end up being a burden to the group, and she asked Ruri to look after her. Ruri told her warmly that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. She suggested that if Lusha ever felt she was falling behind or not strong enough, the two of them could simply train together and grow stronger side by side. Lusha said Ruri was right, and let the words ease the tension she had been carrying. She reminded herself that she was going to be fighting alongside the heroes' party from now on, and the thought of that alone made her feel as though she would grow much stronger before long. Ruri laughed softly and said that was exactly the right way to think about it. Ruri then recalled something Lusha had said earlier in the evening, that adventuring with Hiroki had been so much fun. She asked Lusha to share more about the kinds of adventures the two of them had been on together and to tell her all the details. Lusha paused for a moment before she began. She told Ruri that for a long time, her lack of accuracy with her bow had made it very difficult for her to fit into normal parties, and she had grown used to being left out or passed over because of it. But it was Hiroki who had seen something in her that others had not, and who had helped her find and bring out a side of her ability that she had never known how to use on her own. Ruri said warmly that the two of them must be very naturally well suited to each other. Lusha then added something that filled in more of the picture. Hiroki had actually already been part of another party when they first crossed paths, and she had ended up joining him somewhere along the way rather than from the very beginning. She went on to say that the members of that original party had been very considerate people, always choosing to explore floors and areas that were at a level suitable for Lusha, never pushing ahead in ways that would have left her struggling to keep up. Despite Lusha's struggles with accuracy, Hiroki had always seen genuine power in her and believed in what she was capable of. It was that belief that had first made Lusha want to keep traveling alongside him. And when the time came for Hiroki to set off for the Demon Continent, Lusha had gone to him and asked if she could become his partner on the journey. Ruri said she had actually heard a little about Hiroki's previous party from him before, and if she was remembering correctly, the members had been Floyd, Tina, and Dea. Lusha confirmed that was right, and said they had all been very kind and warm people who had treated her well. She told Ruri that when they eventually returned to Pisnut, she would introduce them. Ruri said she was looking forward to that. Lusha then asked Ruri whether she had any friends of her own back in Pisnut. Ruri said that she was only acquainted with some of the nobles there, and that was the extent of it. Lusha was a little surprised to hear that. Ruri added that Ruan, on the other hand, was a different story entirely. He had the princess's favor and many young women were drawn to him, and on top of that he was deeply respected among the soldiers as well. Lusha said that it made sense, since Rin came across as such a genuinely kind person. Ruri agreed but said that if anything, Rin was perhaps a little too kind, and that was something that worried her. Lusha's expression grew more serious as she asked how Rin's curse was progressing. Ruri looked straight ahead for a moment before answering. She said quietly that she believed Rin was in a great deal of pain. He always tried his best to hide it from the people around him, but the curse had already advanced to the point where he could no longer conceal it completely. In the beginning, Ruri had made a habit of checking on the curse regularly to see how far it had spread, but Rin had eventually stopped allowing her to do even that. Lusha murmured softly, feeling the heaviness of what she was hearing. Ruri continued, saying that Rin deeply disliked making the people around him worry, and so even when the pain was at its worst, he would push it aside and meet everyone with a smile. And every time Ruri saw him do that, it hurt her too. She knew that if Rin realized how much people were worrying about him, he would only work harder to hide his suffering. Because of this, Ruri gently asked Lusha not to let on that she knew, even in moments when it was obvious Rin was in pain. Lusha said she understood and would keep it to herself. Back in the men's room, the worst of the episode had begun to pass. Rin's breathing was still heavy, but he said that it was starting to settle down. He thanked Hiroki quietly. Hiroki apologized, saying that even as a healer, he had not been able to do anything to help. Rin told him firmly not to say that. He said that Hiroki was the very reason he was able to keep holding on and stay hopeful. He was genuinely glad they had been able to join up again. Then Rin admitted something he had been carrying quietly inside, that he was truly frightened of the idea of dying in an unfamiliar world, with no way to reach his family or let them know what had happened to him. Hiroki looked at him steadily. Rin then said that if something were to happen to him, he wanted Hiroki to promise to look after Ruri. Hiroki's expression tightened, and he told Rin with firm resolve not to give up. They were so close now. He told Rin that he would absolutely find a way to lift the curse, and that he would be Rin's healer no matter what it took. His eyes grew wet as he said it, the emotion behind the words impossible to hold back entirely. Rin looked at him and said that as long as Hiroki was there, he knew things were going to be all right. Hiroki told him of course they would be, and said they needed to get rid of that curse as quickly as possible. Rin agreed, and then began to say something about what he planned to do once the curse was lifted and he could return to the life he had before. But Hiroki immediately stopped him before he could finish the thought. He said that saying something like that out loud would set a flag, the kind that brought bad luck. Rin asked what he meant by that. Hiroki said it was just a feeling, a bad hunch, and that Rin should not finish that sentence under any circumstances. Rin accepted that without argument and let it go. He said quietly that Hiroki was really quite an interesting person. The heaviness in the room had lifted slightly, and Hiroki was glad that Rin had felt comfortable enough to open up to him. Hiroki told him that was good, and said Rin should get some rest now. Rin agreed. Before he lay down, he asked whether they would head to the Devil's Sacred Peak dungeon the following day around noon. Hiroki confirmed that was the plan. Later that night, all four of them were in their beds. But both Lusha and Hiroki lay awake in the quiet darkness, unable to fall asleep. Hours passed, and it was still not yet morning. Hiroki stared at the ceiling from where he lay and found himself watching Rin across the room, who was breathing in short, labored breaths even in sleep. Hiroki sat up. He looked at Rin for a long moment, and then quietly began casting heal, regeneration, and shield spells over him, doing what little he could even though he knew the healing would not reach the curse itself. After a while, he got up and slipped out of the room, stepping into the hallway. He thought to himself that going outside would not accomplish much on its own. There was no way to grind for levels alone in the middle of the night. But he could not bring himself to just lie there doing nothing. Then the door opened again, and Lusha stepped out into the hallway. Hiroki was surprised to see her. Lusha greeted him with a soft good morning, and asked whether he too had been unable to sleep, guessing that it had something to do with worrying over Rin. Hiroki confirmed it. He simply could not sit still and do nothing. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and then Lusha smiled, and asked whether by any chance he was thinking the same thing she was. Hiroki looked back at her, and said it seemed like it. Without needing to say much more, they came to the same conclusion together. They would leave a note so that Rin and Ruri would not wake up and worry about where they had gone. And then they would head to the Devil's Sacred Peak dungeon early to scout it out, and spend the time until noon fighting and gaining as much experience as they could. Lusha agreed right away. Hiroki said that it probably would not make a dramatic difference, but every bit of experience they could gain before noon was worth having. Lusha agreed with him fully. Inside, Hiroki felt the weight of his own determination settle over him. He did not want to be a burden to Rin. He wanted to grow strong enough that when the time came, he would not be the one slowing everyone else down. At the beginning of their early morning venture, Hiroki and Lusha stepped into the Devil's Sacred Peak dungeon together. Hiroki looked around and noted that the walls of the dungeon gave off a bright enough glow to light their way, which was a welcome help. He reminded himself of why they had come and set his mind to the task ahead. They were here to grind levels and grow stronger before noon. Lusha stood beside him, ready and willing to do the same. Hiroki said to himself as he moved that he wanted to become powerful enough to at least carry his own weight and not slow the others down. Lusha smiled when she heard that, and said she felt exactly the same way about herself. As Hiroki pushed forward, the thought stayed with him. He wanted to grow strong enough to lighten the burden on everyone around him rather than add to it. Then a group of demon orcs appeared directly ahead and immediately opened fire with blasts of magic. Hiroki moved swiftly, and the blasts missed him cleanly. Lusha pulled back her bow and released an arrow, landing a clean hit on one of the orcs. Hiroki praised the shot and kept moving. He noticed more monsters closing in from another direction. Lusha pointed out that demon types were strong enemies and well suited for leveling up, but that making progress through them would take a considerable amount of time. Hiroki told her that this was exactly the kind of situation where having an evasion healer was most useful. Lusha understood right away. They would advance steadily while cutting through the enemies one by one rather than retreating. Hiroki thought to himself that Rin especially would probably be surprised to see how well their unusual strategy actually worked in practice. As he dodged another blast of magic, his thoughts drifted to Rin for a moment. Lusha noticed the shift in his expression and asked if everything was all right. Hiroki said it was nothing and told her to keep shooting. Inwardly, he reminded himself that there was no use in rushing things or letting worry take over. If he let those feelings show, it would only make Lusha anxious too. He needed to keep himself steady and focused. After about an hour of fighting their way through the first floor, Hiroki spotted a downward slope ahead of them. He stopped and looked at it with some confusion, since he had expected the dungeon to lead them upward toward the mountainside rather than deeper underground. Lusha shared his uncertainty. Hiroki reasoned that perhaps the path went down first before eventually turning upward, though he admitted he was not entirely sure. Lusha observed that the dungeon seemed to go much deeper than it appeared from the outside. After thinking it over briefly, Hiroki decided that since they were managing the first floor without too much trouble, they might as well try descending to the next floor and see what they were dealing with. The second floor opened up into a stunning limestone cavern, and Hiroki could not help but take a moment to admire it. As he looked around, he spotted a hole in the cave wall. From where he stood, it looked as though there might be some kind of room inside it. He knew there was probably nothing worth finding in there, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Lusha if they could take a quick look. She agreed without hesitation and followed him in. Inside, it was extremely dark. Hiroki could barely see anything, and he felt his foot come down on something soft. A sharp little cry rang out from below him. He recognized the sound immediately. It was a demon goblin. The darkness around them suddenly felt very alive as he and Lusha found themselves face to face with a cluster of demon goblins that had been hiding inside the hole. One of the goblins lunged at Hiroki right away, but the attack missed. Hiroki cast his shield spell quickly, putting up protection around them. Lusha told him they should run, but Hiroki kept his head and told her to stay calm. He looked at the situation and thought they could actually handle this. Another goblin attacked and missed again. Hiroki reasoned through it as he moved. The last time he had faced demon goblins, he had managed to dodge about half of their magical attacks, and his evasion had only grown since then. More importantly, their reason for being here was to level up, and demon goblins were exactly the kind of enemy that would help them do that. Rather than retreating, he decided they would simply defeat as many as they could, slowly and steadily, working through them one at a time. The monster-attracting potion was still active, which meant enemies would keep coming. But with his evasion and healing ability, he felt they could sustain the fight long enough to make real progress. Magic blasts came flying at him, and he called out his heal spell as the hits landed, keeping himself on his feet. Then more of the goblin attacks sailed wide, missing him entirely. He felt his confidence grow with each passing moment. From behind one of the goblins, Lusha had quietly moved into position. She drew her bow at close range, deciding that from that distance she could not afford to miss. She released the arrow, and it struck the goblin squarely in the back. The impact was felt immediately. Hiroki gained a level right then and there. He thought to himself with some surprise that what had seemed like a dangerous and cramped situation had actually turned out to be one of the best possible spots for grinding levels he could have stumbled into. His moment of satisfaction was cut short when Lusha called out to him with urgency in her voice. She told him she could hear the sound of more monster footsteps coming from somewhere deep within the hole. Hiroki looked into the darkness ahead, and the reality of the situation settled over him. The hole went far deeper than either of them had realized, and from the sound of it, a great many more demon goblins were on their way. Among the goblins coming from deep within the hole, there was one that stood out immediately. It was purple, unlike any of the others. Lusha wondered aloud whether it might be a subspecies. Hiroki asked what that meant. Lusha explained that subspecies monsters were extremely rare, born only occasionally, but when they did appear they were far stronger than the ordinary version of that creature. Hiroki took that information in carefully. The purple demon goblin raised its staff into the air and let out a sharp cry. The other goblins around it reacted immediately, calling back in the same way. Then all at once, the demon goblins unleashed a barrage of magical attacks aimed directly at Hiroki. He cast his healing skill to keep himself standing. As he did, something felt different. The accuracy of their magic had noticeably improved. He realized with a jolt that the purple goblin had used some kind of buff skill on the others, enhancing their ability to land hits. Lusha called out to him with worry in her voice. Hiroki told her not to worry about him and cast another heal. He said to himself that he could still avoid the physical strikes, and that he would simply keep casting more heals to compensate for the magic damage coming through. But Lusha was right to be concerned, and he knew it. The situation was beginning to tip in a dangerous direction. The goblins surged forward and pressed in on him from all sides. Hiroki had to face the uncomfortable truth. At this rate, he was functioning like a simple healer rather than an evasion healer, which was not how he was built to fight. He told himself he would probably be all right, but there was one problem that nagged at him. There were no HP or MP bars displayed anywhere on his status screen, which meant he had no way of knowing precisely when his resources were running low or what the best moment was to use his heal. Those two stats were perhaps the most important of all in a fight like this, and without being able to see them, he was working entirely by feel. He could sense the pain from every hit that landed, and that was all he had to go on. Lusha called his name again with urgency. Then something unexpected happened. An unknown person appeared from behind and grabbed Lusha firmly by the shoulder, pulling her aside. In the same motion, that person unleashed a spell at maximum power. Hiroki stared in shock at what he saw. Even the demon goblins stumbled back from the force of it. Lusha looked at the person beside her with wide eyes and recognized her immediately. It was Ruri. Ruri said she was glad her search skill had allowed her to locate the two of them, and told them they would finish off the rest of the goblins together. Rin appeared at Ruri's side at the same moment, confirming he was ready. He said with a slightly exasperated but relieved expression that it had been quite thoughtless of Hiroki and Lusha to go ahead without them, and that he had been genuinely worried when he found the note they had left. Hiroki apologized. Rin added that on top of everything, they had gone and gotten themselves into a room as dangerous as this one, going in deeper than they should have. Hiroki apologized again. Rin said that was enough said about it, and left it there. Hiroki thanked both of them from the heart for coming and saving them. Lusha added her own heartfelt thanks as well. Once the immediate danger had passed, Ruri told Hiroki they should set up the party bracelets so that everyone was properly linked together. Hiroki agreed. Ruri then said she would pass the role of party leader over to Hiroki. Hiroki was caught off guard, and said he felt that Rin should naturally be the one to lead the party. But Rin told him plainly that Hiroki was more reliable than him in this role, and that having Hiroki as leader meant he could feel at ease. Hearing those words, Hiroki remembered what Rin had said to him the night before, the quiet request he had made about Ruri, just in case something happened to him. Hiroki pushed the thought aside and said firmly that he was the hero's healer, and that the leader of the party should be the hero. He looked around at everyone and asked if they agreed. Ruri gave a quiet nod of acceptance. Lusha threw her full support behind the idea with great enthusiasm, her excitement at being part of the hero's party still very much alive in her. Hiroki noticed her energy and thought to himself with quiet amusement how thrilled she was by all of it. He adjusted his bracelet and confirmed that the setup was complete, which meant experience gained from now on would be shared equally among all four of them. As he finished, something else caught his eye. Rin was carrying an unusually heavy-looking pouch. Hiroki pointed it out and asked if Rin had brought too much with him. Rin explained that he had packed various items and food ingredients, and that they had not fit inside their bag that had been shrunk with magic stones. Hiroki asked about the shrinking bag, confirming that it was the kind where items were made smaller using magic stones. Rin said that was correct, and that they used magic stones to compress their belongings in the same way Lusha had done with her bow, and that he did the same with his sword and shield. Hiroki said he understood. Ruri then looked over at Lusha and offered to keep some of Rin's extra items in their bag, since there was still space available in it. Lusha thanked her, and a moment later one of the items simply vanished from where it had been. Ruri looked puzzled and said the item had disappeared. Hiroki laughed softly and explained what had happened. While Rin and Ruri were using magic stones to shrink their belongings, his and Lusha's bag had been enhanced with actual space magic, which was a completely different thing. Rin asked with curiosity whether that meant there was no limit to how much it could hold. Ruri said that sounded incredibly convenient. Hiroki smiled and said they had actually gotten the magic bag because of Ruri. Ruri was surprised and asked what he meant. Hiroki explained that he had traded Ruri's handkerchief to the shop fairy in exchange for the magic bag. Ruri laughed softly and said she was a little surprised he had parted with it so quickly, but that she was glad the handkerchief had turned out to be useful to him. She then turned to Lusha and asked where exactly the shop had been found. Lusha told her it was a special kind of shop, a fairy shop that moved around from place to place. Ruri's eyes lit up with interest and she asked whether it was the kind of fairy with wings and a very small body. Hiroki answered that the shop fairy had actually been bigger than he had pictured, and he raised his hand to show roughly how tall the fairy had been, somewhere around the size of a child. Rin said with a smile that he would like to meet this fairy someday. Hiroki mentioned that shop fairy was also helping them in their efforts to find an alchemist who could make the potion, which meant there was a good chance they would cross paths with him again. Ruri said she was looking forward to that meeting. Lusha suddenly remembered something and turned to Hiroki, telling him that she had managed to obtain a map of the dungeon while they were making their way through it. Hiroki thanked her with genuine appreciation. He studied the map carefully and saw that in order to pass through the dungeon entirely, they would need to defeat a boss at some point along the way. Lusha added that having the map in hand would allow them to move through the dungeon much more quickly and efficiently than before. Hiroki looked at the path ahead, map in hand, and said it was time to get moving. He pointed forward and with quiet determination led the group onward into the dungeon. At the start of their deeper push into the dungeon, Hiroki consulted the map and told the group that according to it, they needed to make their way down to a lower floor. He led them in the right direction and said that when they ran into monsters, they would figure out their formation on the spot, since the way their party worked together was still quite unusual and not easily predicted. Lusha agreed, though she looked down with some worry as she said so, thinking about her low accuracy and the real possibility of accidentally hitting one of her own allies with a stray arrow. Hiroki acknowledged the concern but pointed out that when Lusha's arrows did find their mark, the power behind them was genuinely devastating. He glanced toward Rin as he said it, and Rin understood right away what Hiroki was suggesting without needing it spelled out. Rin reassured Lusha warmly. telling her that she did not need to worry about him since he could protect himself with his shield. He told her to simply keep doing what she normally did when fighting alongside Hiroki, and that he actually wanted to see the two of them fight together the way they always had. She should just keep shooting freely, even if it felt like she was aiming in his direction. Hiroki heard those words and thought they sounded very familiar, as though he had said something similar himself not too long ago. Ruri agreed with Run, adding that he was more than strong enough to handle it. Lusha felt a deep wave of gratitude wash over her as she thought back to what her former party leader had once said, that he could not form a party with someone whose ability was like hers. The contrast between that memory and the warmth of Ren's words could not have been greater. Ruri then murmured that it seemed they would not have to wait long, as the enemies arrived almost right on cue. Hiroki quickly drank down his monster-attracting potion, pulling a face at the taste. Ruri commented that it did not look like a pleasant thing to drink. Hiroki confirmed that it was indeed not, then said that since he had taken the potion, he would be drawing the monsters toward him. The monsters moved toward him immediately, and their attacks missed him cleanly. Rin watched in open amazement, saying it looked like something out of a circus performance. Hiroki laughed, and said that was exactly the reaction he had expected from Rin. Rin replied that if they had not been in the middle of combat, he would have actually applauded. Lusha called out that she was going in and drew her bow, releasing her arrows with purpose. Rin gave the signal, and the battle moved into full swing. When the remaining enemies attacked, Rin stepped forward with his shield and took the impact, the force of the blow staggering the enemies and leaving them momentarily confused. In that brief opening, Rin drew his sword and struck, using his shield again in combination to drive the attack home. He said quietly that it had been a good hit and thanked Hiroki for having already thinned the numbers before he got there. Lusha's eyes shone with pride as she said she was honored to have been of help. Ruri looked at her with genuine admiration and said she had not realized Lusha could defeat enemies in a single hit, calling it truly impressive. Lusha thanked her and said it meant a great deal coming from Ruri. Rin noticed something as the dust settled and asked with a smile when the two of them had started calling each other by name without any formal honorifics. He said it was a nice thing to see and asked whether he could do the same. Ruri laughed softly and said it was perfectly fine. Rin then turned to Lusha and asked if she would be comfortable dropping the formal titles when talking with him as well. Lusha went a little flustered and stumbled over her words before managing to say yes. Rin responded with genuine warmth, saying how nice that felt, and thanked her. Hiroki watched all of this with a happy feeling and told the group they should keep moving forward at this pace. Lusha agreed enthusiastically. After that, the four of them moved through the dungeon with surprising ease and without running into any serious trouble. They made their way all the way down to the path leading to the 10th floor. Hiroki looked around the wide open area they had entered and remarked on how spacious it was. Rin suggested they make camp there for the night. Ruri agreed and said that since they had brought plenty of food supplies, she would make something warm for everyone to eat. Rin said that sounded good. Hiroki asked Rin curiously whether he knew how to cook. Rin said he did, mentioning that he had done most of the cooking back at home and had also made simple meals regularly during his part-time work. Ruri then told Lusha they would take care of setting up the camp together. Hiroki offered to help with any heavy labor involved. Ruri told him it was fine and that they would simply be using magic to expand the tents back to their full size from their compressed state, reminding everyone how convenient magic really was. She also mentioned that she wanted to take the opportunity to wash herself down. Hiroki said he understood and left the tent set up to them. Ruri said she and Lusha would leave the cooking entirely in the hands of the men, and the two of them walked off together. Rin accepted that without complaint. A little while later, the smell drifting from the cooking pot was wonderful. Hiroki told Rin he was genuinely impressed and added that whenever it was just him and Lusha, their meals had always been rather rough and simple. He said that eating what the land provided was its own kind of good, but this was something else entirely. Rin said with a smile that Hiroki simply needed more practice with cooking and that he was sure he would get better at it over time. Hiroki's attention then shifted to something he had noticed nearby. He looked at the tents and asked why there were 3 of them rather than 2. Rin explained that they normally only used one tent and kept someone on lookout at all times, but in places where the surroundings felt safe enough, they would set up individual tents so each person could sleep properly on their own. Hiroki went quiet for a moment as that sank in. The difference between how Rin and Ruri traveled compared to how he and Lusha had been getting by was striking. It also reminded him that back at the inn, Rin and Ruri had been staying in separate rooms as well. Rin looked at him curiously, unsure what he was thinking. Hiroki explained that in his and Lusha's case, they had always shared a single room at every inn they had stayed at, and out in the field they had slept together in one small tent despite being a man and a woman. Rin took that in and said with some sympathy that it must have been quite hard on Hiroki. Hiroki agreed that it really had been, and said he was sure Rin could appreciate just how much willpower it took to endure that kind of situation day after day. Rin said with a knowing look that yes, that did indeed sound like a very difficult thing for a man to manage. Hiroki explained that because of all of this, he had been making a constant effort not to think about it too much or let himself become too aware of the situation. He did not want things to get strange or uncomfortable between himself and Lusha, because she was truly the best partner he could have ever hoped for. Rin listened and seemed to understand, and was about to say something further. Something about whether Hiroki's feelings toward Lusha might be more than just that of a partner. But before he could finish the thought, a sharp grunt of pain escaped him. Hiroki caught him immediately. Rin groaned deeply, the pain seizing him without warning. Hiroki thought with growing worry that the curse seemed to be hitting harder than it had before and wondered whether it was advancing faster than either of them had realized. Inside the tent, Lusha heard what was happening and became concerned. She made a move to go outside, but Ruri stopped her quietly and told her not to say anything to run. Lusha reasoned that she felt they should be there for him in a moment like this. Ruri explained her thinking gently. When a man was pushing through something painful while trying to keep a strong front, the kindest thing those around him could do was to look the other way and pretend not to notice. She said she had learned this from the men back in her hometown. The important thing was that Hiroki was already there with Run, and that was enough. Lusha said nothing more and stayed where she was, though the worry did not leave her face. Outside, the worst of the episode slowly passed. Rin apologized to Hiroki and told him the pain had settled down again. Hiroki acknowledged that it must have taken a great deal out of him physically. He cast a heal on Run, and Rin thanked him quietly. Inside, Hiroki told himself to get it together and push the emotion down. Then, completely without warning, something poked at him from out of nowhere. It was Shop Fairy. The fairy had appeared just like that, out of thin air, and was already exclaiming about how wonderful something smelled. He explained that the scent of the food had drawn him there. Hiroki responded with some amusement that Shop Fairy had a habit of showing up at the most unexpected times and places. He turned to Run and told him that this was the very Shop Fairy he and Lusha had mentioned before. He then called out to Ruri and Lusha so they could come and meet him too, thinking it was a good opportunity for everyone to see the fairy for themselves. Hiroki then asked Shop Fairy whether there was a particular reason for this sudden visit. Shop Fairy said there was indeed, and with a flourish of his magic he announced that the fairy shop was now open. He told Hiroki that today, he had something very special in stock just for him. When Hiroki asked what it was, Shop Fairy revealed it with great pride. It was the curse-lifting potion made from apricot grass. He had it available right now. Hiroki stared at him in complete shock and said immediately that he would buy it. Shop Fairy told him the price was actually quite reasonable by fairy shop standards, a mere 20 million liko. Hiroki's legs gave out beneath him, and he dropped straight to the ground. He said weakly that it seemed just a little too expensive. Shop Fairy insisted that he was already giving Hiroki a discounted price. Hiroki thought to himself that he had forgotten. Everything in the fairy shop cost an enormous amount of money, and this was no exception. Ruri murmured the number to herself and acknowledged that 20 million was more than they currently had. But then a thought occurred to her. She remembered that last time, Hiroki had traded an item in exchange for something from the fairy shop rather than paying with money. She suggested trying the same approach again. Shop Fairy said that if he found something he liked among their belongings, he would be open to it. Hiroki agreed and said they could give it a try. Shop Fairy looked through what Ruri had brought with her, but after going through everything, nothing caught his interest. Hiroki felt his hope deflate. Shop Fairy then offered an alternative. What if they simply agreed to carry out a request for him in exchange for the potion? Hiroki thought to himself that the fairy was probably going to ask for something strange again. He began to say that if it would get them the curse-lifting potion, then perhaps they could consider it. Ruri agreed immediately, saying it sounded like a worthwhile arrangement. But then Rin spoke up. He said he did not think it was a good idea. Hiroki insisted that it was the only way to lift the curse. Rin explained his reasoning. Getting wrapped up in something even more troublesome just to cure the curse was not a trade he was willing to make, because it would not be worth it in the end. Shop Fairy stepped in and said he would never ask for anything unreasonable or harmful. Rin apologized to the fairy for seeming to doubt him, but explained that he had experienced situations before where what seemed like a simple contract ended up costing far more than expected, and that wariness had stayed with him. For that reason, Rin said he thought it was better not to buy the potion right now. Both Ruri and Hiroki reacted with visible disbelief. Rin added calmly that they were already on their way to the alchemist who could make the potion, so there was no need to rush into anything. Hiroki told him firmly that if anything, Rin should be the one rushing. Ruri agreed completely. Hiroki asked whether Rin was giving up on this a little too easily. Rin replied simply that since they did not have the money, giving up for now was the only realistic option. Ruri and Hiroki both stared at him with deeply unimpressed expressions. Rin smiled and said that first things first, they would go to the alchemist's location and see what could be done there. Ruri muttered that he was incredibly stubborn. Shop Fairy, who had been listening to all of this, turned his attention to Run and asked whether he was the one who had been cursed. He said he was genuinely amazed that someone carrying a curse severe enough to require an apricot grass potion was still out here, pushing forward on an adventure. He told Rin sincerely that he had no intention of making any request that would cause him trouble, and asked again why Run would not simply buy the potion. Rin replied with quiet resolve that if they were unable to have the potion made at the alchemist's place, he would come back and work hard to save up the money needed. Shop Fairy said that of course the offer would still stand whenever Rin was ready. At that moment, the fairy's stomach let out a loud growl. Shop Fairy admitted that the smell coming from the pot was really something. Rin smiled and asked whether he would like to join them for a meal. Shop Fairy accepted gratefully. Rin apologized that they had not been able to purchase anything from him and said he hoped they could do business properly next time. Shop Fairy said that was perfectly fine. Hiroki said cheerfully that once Rin's curse was lifted, they would be able to buy whatever they wanted from the fairy shop without holding back. Rin smiled and agreed. He passed a bowl of food to Shop Fairy, who thanked him warmly. As they settled in to eat, Rin mentioned something that had been on his mind, that people back in his world had been pushing him to defeat the Demon Lord, and so once the curse was dealt with he would need to face that duty as well. Hiroki said he understood, acknowledging that Rin had originally come to the Demon Continent with that very goal in mind. Shop Fairy ate quietly for a moment before declaring with great feeling that the food was absolutely delicious. Ruri said warmly that Ren was indeed a wonderful cook. Lusha agreed wholeheartedly, saying how good everything tasted. Hiroki said with exaggerated envy that Ren seemed to have far too many admirable qualities, and that it was deeply unfair. Ruri turned to Hiroki with a smile, and asked whether he thought of himself as someone with those kinds of qualities too. Ren laughed softly, and thanked them all for the kind words. Then Lusha tilted her head, and asked what the word Hiroki had used actually meant. Shop Fairy looked equally curious, and asked the same thing, neither of them having any idea what an Ikemen was. The group continued pushing through the Devil's Sacred Peak dungeon without running into any serious problems. The monsters they encountered were all of the same general type, but the deeper the group went, the greater the numbers that came at them. Hiroki said they would simply keep defeating them as they moved forward without stopping, and Rin agreed that with both Hiroki and Lusha in the party, that approach was entirely doable. Hiroki confirmed it, and said they would keep their pace fast. Along the way they ran into several monster houses, but pushed through each one and kept moving. Eventually they reached the path leading to the 25th floor. Lusha said with relief that they had finally made it this far. Hiroki checked the map and told everyone that according to it, this area was the last safe zone before the boss, and that they should take a short rest there. Lusha asked Hiroki with some concern whether he was feeling tired. He thanked her, and said he was still doing fine. Rin remarked that they had been able to advance through the dungeon as quickly as they had entirely, because of Hiroki and Lusha, and that the way the two of them defeated enemies, while continuing to move forward, was something he found genuinely impressive. Rin then noted that the next floor ahead was the boss room, pointing out the skull marking on the map. He asked Hiroki whether he thought he would be able to dodge the boss's attacks as well. Hiroki said he believed so, more or less. He acknowledged that in the past he had not been able to avoid every attack from a boss, but this time his dodge ability had improved, and he also had his shield to fall back on, so he felt confident they would manage. Lusha asked whether they were going to skip the boss again, this time the way they had done before. Hiroki said he was still thinking about it. Rin asked whether Hiroki was leaning toward not fighting the boss. Hiroki explained that it was actually possible to reach the treasure room beyond without defeating the boss at all. Rin was surprised to hear that. Hiroki added that the trade-off was losing out on all the experience the boss would have given. Rin understood, and said it was a difficult choice either way, since bosses typically gave a large amount of experience. Hiroki muttered that was exactly what he was weighing up. Rin asked directly whether Hiroki wanted to try fighting the boss this time. Hiroki said he thought they should go for it. With the four of them together, they should be able to bring it down without too much trouble. Before long, the group was standing in front of the boss room on the 25th floor. Ruri used her search skill to get a read on what was inside. She told Hiroki there was only a single boss within. Hiroki took a breath and pushed the door open. He looked around the dark space inside and immediately spotted something above them. His eyes went wide. Hanging there was an enormous skeleton. Hiroki stared at it and remarked that the skull mark on the map had been quite literally accurate, and that he was not sure whether that counted as a clever joke or not. The skeleton turned its gaze on them. Hiroki recognized the type of creature it was, undead. Rin did not hesitate and immediately charged forward with his sword, landing a strong hit on the skeleton. Hiroki praised him for the strike. But then something unexpected happened. The broken bones slowly shifted back into place on their own. The skeleton had regenerated. Lusha fired a volley of arrows, but said they did not seem to be doing much. Ruri tried her fire magic next, but that too proved less effective than hoped. It was starting to look like this fight was going to take considerably longer than they had anticipated. Then something clicked in Hiroki's mind, and he said he wanted to test an idea. He dodged another swing from the skeleton and watched it carefully. He recalled the logic behind undead enemies from the games he had played, creatures that had gone against the natural order of life and death. He wondered whether healing magic, which was meant to restore life, might do the opposite on something that should not be alive. He cast his healing skill directly at the skeleton. The other three stared in stunned silence. The skeleton did not simply take damage. It was completely erased from existence. Hiroki called out in triumph, declaring that it had worked and that they had won. Lusha called out his name in amazement. Ruri asked whether what she had just seen was correct. Had Hiroki simply cast a heal on the boss? Hiroki confirmed it and explained his reasoning. Since the skeleton could not be brought down through normal attacks and had looked like a creature that existed in opposition to nature itself, he had suspected that healing magic might be able to harm it. The knowledge had come from his experience with games, and he had decided to test whether that same logic held true in this world. Lusha said she had never heard of anything like that being done before. Hiroki laughed and said he was genuinely glad that what he knew from games translated to this world. Ruri added that not only had it worked, but Hiroki had defeated the boss in a single hit. Rin said that if they had tried to fight it the conventional way, they would have had a very hard time. Ruri smiled and told Hiroki he had done an excellent job. Hiroki grinned and said it was time to go see what was in the treasure room. When they stepped inside, Lusha immediately noticed how much more impressive and ornate the treasure chest looked compared to the ones they had found in previous dungeons. She reasoned that this made sense given how high level the dungeon was. Hiroki thought to himself that the others seemed quite accustomed to seeing treasure chests of this kind, which suggested they had conquered quite a few dungeons on their own. He opened the chest and found inside it a skill acquisition book and a sum of money, displayed in the same way as the previous dungeons had shown their rewards. Lusha immediately noticed the color of the book and pointed out with excitement that it was blue. Hiroki said that meant it was of a higher rarity than what they had seen before. Ruri explained that a blue skill acquisition book was in the middle tier of the 5 levels of rarity that existed, and she congratulated them on the find. She laid out the rarity rankings from rarest to most common as light brown at the very top, followed by light green, then golden, then red, then blue, then the lower shades down to the most common light brown at the bottom. She then told Hiroki and Lusha not to worry about all of that, and said one of them should use the book. Lusha said that since she had used the book from the previous chest, it was only fair that Hiroki use this one. Hiroki asked if that was truly all right with everyone. Rin gave him a warm and reassuring smile. Hiroki decided to go ahead and use the book. A skill called Skill Rest was acquired. Lusha asked what the skill did. Rin told Hiroki he could check the description by opening his status screen and tapping the name of the skill. Hiroki opened his status and confirmed that Rin was right. His skills were now listed as Heal, Regeneration, and Skill Rest. The description told him that Skill Rest canceled a target's currently active skill and temporarily prevented that skill from being used again for a period of time. When Hiroki read this out to the group, Rin explained that it sounded like the skill would only work on abilities that needed to be actively maintained or kept running over a period of time, rather than passive skills that worked on their own at all times. Hiroki immediately said he wanted to try it out. Ruri offered to cast a spell so he could test it safely. Hiroki thanked her. Ruri used her water magic and a large orb of water rose into the air. Hiroki activated Skill Rest, directing it at the water magic. The orb disappeared instantly. Lusha watched with wide eyes, clearly impressed. Hiroki felt satisfied and said it was time to get out of the dungeon and make their way to the alchemist. He looked ahead toward the exit and immediately felt his enthusiasm drop. The way out was impossibly far in the distance. Lusha said she hoped they would not end up having to spend another night inside the dungeon just to get out. Ruri agreed with a sigh. Hiroki complained that of all the things the dungeon could have put between them and the exit, it had chosen stairs, and a seemingly endless amount of them. He said it was exhausting and that it reminded him of a long walking path he knew from back home, one with a seemingly endless stretch of track to walk along. Ruri said she knew the place he was thinking of, and agreed that it did require quite a long walk along the tracks. Rin asked if Ruri had visited that place as well, saying he had gone on a school trip there. Ruri said she had too, mentioning that she had visited just the previous year. This small exchange made something click for Rin. If Ruri had been there the year before him, that meant he was currently in his final year of high school. Hiroki was genuinely surprised to hear that Rin was a year younger than himself. He had always assumed from the way Rin carried himself, calm, composed, mature, that he was older. Hiroki said as much, adding that Rin seemed very grounded and intelligent, and that he had imagined him attending a well-known university. Rin replied with a modest laugh that he had spent most of his time working part-time at a cafe rather than focusing on academics, so scholarly knowledge was not really his strength. Hiroki said he could picture that perfectly. Working at a stylish cafe suited Rin very well in his imagination. Lusha listened to the conversation with a small, warm smile on her face. She did not fully understand what they were talking about, but she could tell from the way they spoke that they were enjoying themselves and sharing something meaningful. Hiroki then suddenly turned and included her in the conversation, saying that since Lusha was an elf he could not guess her age just from looking at her. Lusha told him with mock offense that it was quite rude to ask a woman about her age. Hiroki laughed, and Lusha was caught a little off guard by how suddenly he had brought her into the discussion. 2 days later, the exit of the dungeon finally came into view. Hiroki let out a loud and heartfelt cry of relief as they stepped out into the open air. The air outside felt noticeably thinner than inside, and Lusha pointed out that this was because of how high up they now were. Hiroki agreed and looked around, noting how close the clouds seemed from where they stood. He also spotted what looked like a great tree somewhere up the mountain above them. The air was cool against their skin, carrying a definite chill. Ruri remarked that it would grow much colder once night fell, and she turned to say as much to run. But when Hiroki and Lusha turned to look at Rin as well, he was already on the ground. Rin collapsed without warning. Hiroki caught him before he hit the ground and held him up. Something felt different this time compared to the other episodes Hiroki had witnessed. He looked at the curse mark and saw immediately that it had gotten considerably worse. Ruri was visibly frustrated with herself, muttering that they should have just bought the potion from Shop Fairy when they had the chance. At that moment, Lusha spotted something in the distance and pointed it out. There appeared to be a house nearby, with smoke rising from it. She suggested it might be the alchemist's house. Hiroki praised her for the sharp eye and said they needed to get there right away. Rin groaned in pain. Ruri quickly used her search skill to scan the area around them. She reported that they were safe and that no enemies were nearby. Hiroki nodded and told Rin to hold on and not to give in to the curse. Rin groaned again but was still conscious. They made their way to the house as quickly as they could. Lusha said she would go ahead and check whether anyone was inside. Hiroki waited anxiously, hoping deeply that someone would be home. Lusha knocked on the door. A voice from inside responded. Hiroki felt relief wash over him at the sound. The door opened, and the person who stepped out to see who had come looked at them with surprise. It was Pino. Hiroki recognized her immediately, and Pino recognized both Lusha and Hiroki in the same moment. Ruri turned to Hiroki and asked whether he knew her. Hiroki explained that Pino was an alchemist who had helped them on their journey to the demon continent. Inwardly, Hiroki thought about how he had been hoping Pino might know a skilled alchemist who could help them. He had not imagined for a moment that Pino herself might be living at this very house. Pino explained that it was her master's house. She took one look at Rin and immediately asked what had happened to him. Hiroki told her that Rin had been struck by a curse and was suffering from it badly. The moment Pino heard the word curse, she told them to bring Rin inside and lay him down. She called out loudly for Hassan to come and help, and together they got Rin settled inside. Rin was drenched in sweat. Pino looked him over and said his condition was extremely severe, and that most people in that state would not have survived this long. Hiroki asked whether Pino's master was at home, explaining that he needed to ask someone to make a curse-lifting potion from apricot grass. Pino told him her master was not there and would not be returning for quite some time. The earliest they could expect her back was in about half a year. Hiroki was stunned. Waiting that long was simply not an option. Pino then asked whether Hiroki had come all this way specifically to see her master. Hiroki had no answer for that. Pino followed up by saying that a curse-lifting potion made from apricot grass was still within the range of difficulty that she herself could handle. Hiroki could barely believe what he was hearing and asked if that was really true. Pino said it was, speaking with the quiet confidence of someone who knew her own abilities well. Hiroki thought to himself that this was exactly what he had come to expect from Pino. Ruri stepped forward and asked what Pino had meant when she said it was still within the range of difficulty, as though she wanted to be sure she understood correctly. Hiroki felt a small knot of concern form in his chest. Pino scratched her cheek a little shyly and admitted that while she knew the method for making the potion, she had never actually attempted it before. The materials required were so rare that the opportunity had simply never come up. But she assured them that knowing how to make it was enough, and that she was confident she could do it. Hiroki said firmly that right now, Pino was the only person who could save Run, and he asked her with everything he had to please make the potion. Pino asked if he had brought the necessary materials. Hiroki said yes. Pino told him to count on her, and Hiroki showed her the apricot grass they had worked so hard to obtain. But then Pino told him something that stopped everyone cold. Making the potion required one additional material besides the apricot grass. Hiroki went pale. Ruri and Lusha were both speechless. Pino quickly told them not to panic, adding that the material could be collected somewhere near the mountain they were currently on. Given that they had already managed to reach this place, she felt confident they should be able to gather it without too much difficulty. Liliana, who had been nearby, reached for a reference book and handed it to Pino. Pino thanked her and opened it, pointing to an entry and explaining what they needed, something called the droplet of the Great Tree. It was an extremely rare type of water that held high concentrations of magical power, as well as the blessing of the Great Tree itself. Hiroki asked her to tell him more. Pino explained that this kind of water could only be obtained from great trees growing on sacred mountains, like the very mountain they were standing on right now. Hiroki asked whether she meant the great tree he had seen near the top of the mountain. Pino confirmed that was the one, and said it should not be too far from where they were. Lusha immediately turned to Hiroki and said they should go right away. Hiroki agreed and thanked Pino for the information. Hassan said he would guide them up there. Liliana said she would stay behind and keep watch over Rin. Pino said she would begin preparing everything needed to craft the potion as soon as they left. Hiroki thanked everyone from the bottom of his heart. Before they set off, Pino handed Hiroki a special bottle to use for collecting the droplet. Hiroki thanked her and apologized for the trouble they were causing, then said they would leave immediately. Liliana told them to be careful on the way up. Hassan warned them that strong monsters were known to appear on the path to the summit, and that they should stay alert. Hiroki pointed out that they had not run into any monsters on the way to the house earlier. Hassan explained that this was because the area around the house was surrounded by plants that naturally repelled monsters. Hiroki said he understood. Hassan continued explaining. The path away from the house would be safe from monsters for a short stretch, but the path leading up to the summit was full of steep rocky sections and dense vegetation that made it very hard to see what was around them at any given moment. He also warned them to watch out for carnivorous plants along the way. Hiroki took all of this in carefully. As they moved away from the house and Hassan indicated that monsters could begin appearing from that point onward, something appeared directly in their path almost immediately. Hassan looked at it with alarm. It was a golem. He said with a tense expression that of all the monsters to run into, a golem was among the worst they could face. Hiroki pointed out that the golem was positioned up on a cliff above them. Hassan cursed under his breath, saying that the golem was completely blocking the only path forward and that there was no way to climb past it without dealing with it first. Ruri called out to Hiroki and told him to leave the golem to her and Lusha. She turned to Lusha and reminded her of the plan they had discussed. Lusha confirmed she was ready. Ruri then told both Hassan and Hiroki to stay back and let them handle it. Hiroki agreed and stepped aside. Ruri raised her wand and Lusha drew her bow. Ruri released her magic, and Lusha called out that she was going in. Ruri said she was ready on her end. Lusha fired an arrow charged with wind, while Ruri unleashed her fire magic at the same moment. The combined attack struck the golem with devastating force. Hassan watched as the golem crumbled and dissolved into smoke. He murmured quietly to himself that they had defeated a golem with that much ease, acknowledging that while golems were not completely undefeatable, taking one down so cleanly was still something remarkable. Hiroki agreed. Ruri and Lusha shared a high five, both pleased with how well the combination had worked. Hiroki said out loud that the women in their group were truly something else. Ruri said simply that they should keep moving, and Hassan agreed. At last, after a long and steep climb, the group reached the summit. Hiroki let out a breath and said they had finally made it. Hassan noted that the climb had left them all a little winded and said they should take a short rest before going further. Then Hiroki stopped and stared at what was in front of him, completely caught off guard by how beautiful it was. Lusha pointed ahead with wide eyes and called out that there was water, asking whether what she could see was the droplet of the great tree. Hassan told them that was not quite it. The actual droplet was located beyond the body of water that stood before them.